Do you want to take a life? Do you want to cross that line? Because it's a long way back from hell.
Do you ever wake up in the morning and think you just want to burn it all to the ground? And what, I mean...
Oh, shut your bloody trap, woman!
Televisa presenta
Disparo a la cabeza. Editado por Pierricha.
Well, I disagree with Gary. I like the binge model, and it comes down to good shows. Everybody's looking forward to the next season of Cobra Kai.
No, it doesn't.
It's all about.
It doesn't make them any money.
It doesn't mean, Jeremy, that if Cobra Kai wasn't released weekly, that it would still have that same hunger for it to come back.
Right.
You know what I mean? What Gary's saying is that they can get a lot more bang for their buck.
Stop making woke bullshit, and you can still release good stuff all through the year, and you don't need to prolong it because you're going to have good stuff. Like Squid Game became the biggest thing we've ever seen on the streaming platform, and it was the binge model.
I agree.
So you're saying Game of Thrones would have been just as big if it was a binge model?
It doesn't matter. You can bring whatever excuse you want, but the point is
what in the heck did I just walk into?
How do we get TV ratings? Nobody has ever known how we get TV ratings, Nielsen ratings. What the fuck does that mean? But Gary don't want to ask questions on that because it fits his argument.
What argument are we having?
We need the empirical data. We need the numbers.
Shit that I like.
Odin, you dumb shit.
Entre tanto.
Sabes, amor, yo nunca te he olvidado. Te recuerdo en cada estrella siempre que aparece. Sabes, amor,
Pollo.
siempre te
Why the fuck do we care about helping companies that clearly fucking hate us?
Listen, you dumb cocksucker. This is not about giving Jeff Bezos more money.
Who fucking cares?
Shut the fuck up.
But do you have the numbers to support that? That's what I want to know.
Again,
oh Jesus fucking
shut
Christ.
the fuck up.
I think I
it's not his questions. I don't fucking work there, dipshit. Odin.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Continuará.
Oh my God. That was not the smoothest of transitions.
Oh, that's my fault. I was talking. I was just talking straight through Gary trying to start the intro. It's like, come on, we got to start.
That's pathetic, Az.
Is that Az's music?
That's Az's cheering.
Very quiet.
It sounds like
so quiet. It's like a golf clap.
It sounds like his
very
phone.
British, very reserved.
It's very reserved and British. Oh well, hey. Hi everyone. Welcome back to Friday Night Tights, and I hope you enjoyed the first part of the binging. And That's what happens when yeah.
There's obviously still some bad blood between these
It's
two.
no bad blood. It's just
Wait, easy,
reality.
easy.
It's just
Hey,
it's all.
guys,
Or just need to,
easy.
you know?
Whoa.
Oh yeah,
Whoa.
Gary's got the most subscribers now. I guess his opinions are better. It's just bullshit.
Whoa, he's coming, Jeremy.
You know? Just
Yeah.
saying.
You said it. I didn't say
You know,
anything.
we saw it. We saw it in the comments. We saw you guys, very concerned, obviously, about FNT after that, brutal argument that literally men have all the time. But yeah, so we have to resolve this, guys. It's the only way. We have to do a stream and resolve this friction between Jeremy and Gary after they had an argument about literally a senseless, meaningless topic, which is what 90% of all nerd arguments revolve around.
It was not senseless. Binging matters.
Gary.
Hey,
come on.
It's not the time. It's not the time. It's time for healing. We are healing.
Oh, is it?
Let me first start the show.
Hashtag binging.
Clearly, we're okay, guys. It's not a big deal. This is what nerds do. We fight about dumb shit, and we move on. We are not leftists, so it's not like we're gonna, cancel each other. We really were. We were laughing about it immediately after. Everybody was panicking, though. It was like,
yeah. Jeremy called me right after the show about something completely different. Like, it was just like, hey, how's it going, man? Hey, did you blah, blah, blah? I'm like, yeah. Talk to you later.
It wasn't until the next. It's just like when me and Az got into it, and we look at the comments, and people are like, holy shit, man, these guys can't break up over this. We're like, what?
It's over. The show's over. They hate each other.
We have to do an emergency stream.
But
Jeremy's like, "Guys, we've got to do a stream. We've got to do a stream. We've got to show everyone we're okay. We're cool. We've got it."
Perry Chan, you fucking legend. Holy shit. Like,
amazing.
Odin's dead and comics was farting.
True.
Oh,
Az was just doing some skills. He had some skills.
The happiest person alive last Friday was Perry Chan. Like, he was like, oh, I've been waiting for this. This is so good.
Yes.
So,
it needed to happen, though. And it wasn't something that was something that it was like, we got to do. But it's like it was a moment. And it's like, you know what? I don't agree with what he's saying. And then it turned into like 4 different arguments within one. And there were different points being made, which is what a nerd argument typically is.
Yep.
And it was a lot of fun. So
I'm pretty sure we were arguing about 2 completely different things for an hour.
Oh, 100%.
Yep. It was
we were
pretty great.
Well, as somebody who was watching it, just casually watching it from a hotel room
and texting me going, I fucking love this.
Oh, okay, they're talking about binging and then talking about the weekly model, fine, and I'm sort of like I'm tired, so I'm sort of like zoning in and out. And suddenly, like, the voices are going, fire, fuck up, Odin. And it's like, what? It's like, I'm paying attention now.
Stupid cocksucker.
Yeah, I'm just glad they got me calling Jeremy a dumb cocksucker in there. That's the part that I love from Perry Chan. I'm glad that got in there.
And again, as I told you, Ryan, so someone on Main Event in the comments from last week, they were like, Ryan will talk back to everyone but Jeremy. Do you notice that? Like, I know he's the boss, but I'm like, what? Like, Ryan calls me worse names than anyone on
I was going to say, I typically give you a harder time than anybody because I know you're fucking, like, you're used to, like, that's normal shit.
Yes,
that's nothing compared to what I call you on the phone. So.
Yes. We would be streaming exclusively on Odyssey if those conversations were on YouTube.
Our business meeting, would have gotten us kicked off of YouTube that we just had half an hour ago. So
that is true. Yes. Also because of me.
Yes. It's consistent. At least you're consistent.
Yeah. My reputation's well deserved, apparently.
But we have a great show this weekend. Clifton is back.
Yes.
And we have not determined if he's just, as Ryan said, is he glowing or is the background actually blurry? I'm not sure.
He's glowing.
It is absolutely the background is blurry right now. But I do appreciate the sentiment, though. What was that, Chrissy?
You're moving so fast.
That's what it is. It's like I'm standing still. I'm moving so fast. That's what's going on.
I'm glad you're able to come back down to earth for us this time.
Well, I had to visit my favorite oppressive people, and then the one the one Asian girl that black people hate. We won't go down that rabbit hole. Not today, friends. Now it's time for joyous things and celebration and being together with all the oppressors.
Yes.
Hey, quarter less
oppressor. Okay.
You oppress yourself. You're at home.
Right.
Can I
I have
like,
internal conflict.
Yeah.
200% oppressing because I'm British?
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. You get
you're
double
colonizing yourself and then
double oppressor
enslaving
power.
Pro-colonizer.
Yeah, you have like the oppressor elixir, whatever you freaking gamers say. I don't know, to power up.
Internet gas.
Internet gas. I don't fucking know. I'm going off Diablo 2. Okay, so hey, it's Friday Night Tights. My name is Gary Beekler. I come to you from Nerdrotic.com. My mom's vagina, and we've got a great show. Yes, we're going to talk about Doctor Strange 2, which man, hey, where we go. Happened again. I see it happening again. It's like I just made an entire video like what the MCU is, and people are going, I thought it was pretty good. Okay, we're gonna now. I'm gonna have to. I was
like a goldfish.
I was gonna do a short review on it. Now I have to do an extensive one because holy crap, it's peak MCU, and we got it twice. We got it twice in 1 week. A bait and switch. It's great. Can't wait to talk about it. Can't wait. Hello, Jeremy.
Hi, Gary. I was having a great week until I started watching Doctor Strange, and I did not finish it. I fucking did not finish this movie. Fuck this movie. It's terrible. It's awful. I specifically only watched it because I knew we were going to be talking about it, and the audience wants our feedback, and that's what we're here to do, is to give you our feedback. And I'm sorry, I could not finish this movie. It was bad. It was really, really bad. And I haven't seen all the MCU movies. I've seen most of them. I haven't seen like Captain Marvel. There's a few I haven't seen in the final few phases, but this was easily the worst in my opinion that I have seen. This is a terrible movie. It was all over the place. It was all about respecting women. It was all about telling you how great the women were and how bad the men were and how you're pushing this. And you
got to release your internal power.
It was really, really bad. But one thing that was good was Quarter Black Garrett's amazing appearance on Geeks and Gamers Tabletop yesterday.
Thank you. That son of a bitch tricked us all.
I still got the beard.
We got
still on the beard.
Jack Murphy on stream.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm gonna hold that reserve.
Is that what you're gonna be for Halloween?
You know it's bad when you get cucked by a cuck. So
double cooked.
Yeah.
But yeah, happy to be here. Friday Night Tights. I would rather be nowhere. This is the place right here. Except, Fortnite. I probably would rather be playing Fortnite. But other than that, no, happy to be here. We've already got 8,000 people almost. You guys are the best.
We got 10,000.
Oh, really?
We got 10,983 people watching right now.
Really?
Yep.
I got 76 on my. Hell yeah.
Let me
He's got the maybe I'm looking at views. Hang on. Sorry.
We don't have Odin here
I have to
fun
slide it. I know. Like,
Oh, we need the number.
I looked at the wrong number.
They watch it on a weekly basis. I'm really confused.
No,
We're at 7320. We're at 7320.
No, Gary lost the argument so bad he's bumping his numbers like Netflix does now.
He's using bots.
He's like, no, we're doing bots. Good. We're doing good.
Oh, believe me, we've been accused of using bots. We have been accused.
Yes. Yes,
well, unlike when I busted G4 TV using bots, if you look at our chat, I think it's pretty easy to tell how many people.
What's up, my bots?
Yeah. But yeah, let's get this party started. We got a lot to talk about. We have great guests this week, so I'm ready. I'm ready to get this thing rolling.
Hell yeah. I love you, man.
Love you too, bro.
Hello.
Welcome back.
I know.
From your break from the internet while you were tweeting like a 14-year-old girl. Like, Jesus Christ, dude.
Sorry, do you want to tell me how many times I tweeted, Gary?
Everything you did. I just took a shit. I just made my bed. I just ate some breakfast. I put something in the microwave. Oh, look at my new frying pan. You know, like, God.
I'm sorry that people care. I'm sorry that people care, Gary. You know, I want to know things. But I was away. I was at a hotel and thing. You know, you get excited when you do things like that, and then you lie down in your bed after a nice hot shower, wanting to relax, and you get two fucking white guys screaming at each other about fucking binge models.
You tweeted. So on Thursday, you tweeted 87 times. On Friday, you tweeted 42 times, and then on Saturday, you tweeted 96 times.
Holy
yes! Most of those are retweets. I swear, they're retweets. I got a little bit of news to drop.
Oh,
all right.
What might that? What,
ladies and gentlemen?
Sorry,
because there's only two
Drum roll,
sexes.
please.
Everything else is just bullshit. Stop saying it.
Ladies, gentlemen, and the mentally ill.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Chrissy. Yeah.
Yes.
Friday night type plushies are officially in development.
Boom! Yeah! Hell yeah! Looking forward to it.
You can squeeze each and every one of us all night long.
There's going to be 3 waves because there's 9 people in total. Everyone that you see here, well, apart from Clifton because he's a guest. Then we got Odin.
Ladies would like a Clifton plushie.
Comics division to add to those as well. So there you go. That will be the 9. So there's going to be 3 waves, and we're looking for an beginning of August time release of wave 1. But I'm not going to tell you what the plushies are yet. You're going to have to wait for that one.
Yep. And
that's going to be the interesting part when they hear that.
Yes, it is. And thanks for doing that, Az. Good man.
Yes, thank you.
It's all gravy, baby.
It's gonna be fun. Yeah, and a couple months, like he said, and it's gonna be a slow rollout. That will be much better than Lord of the Rings. Hey, by the way, I was Googling will the Rings of Power be weekly? That's what I wanted to Google, and I just put will the rings, and it finishes will the Rings of Power be woke? That's what it automatically finished. Then the next one was will the Rings of Power be bad? Then will the Rings of Power have sex? I was like, oh shit, that's not good.
First one, yes. Second one, yes.
Yes.
Third one, maybe.
A lot of negative search results out there. I would make fun of them more, except if you type in my name, it's probably going to follow with some bad shit too. So
Go test it out.
that is what it is.
Well, it turns out it takes one little Reddit thread to get that whole, Ryan is racist or Nerdrotic is racist. That's all it takes.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's all right. That doesn't seem to be hurting us at all.
No. And speaking of you, hi, how's it going?
It's going great, Gary. I'm excited. I'm not super excited to talk about this movie, but I do think that we should take some solace in the fact that really all America Chavez needed to be able to actually use her power was an inspirational speech from a man, which means the fact that she had 2 moms was a huge detriment to her life. So maybe Marvel's trying to tell us something there. I don't know. Just a guess.
Dude,
based Sam Raimi, huh?
Right? Yeah. Her origin was so fucking funny. I leaned over to Mrs. Nerdrotic. Well, that's what happens when a dude isn't around, Yeah. And we'll get into spoilers about it, which was, oh my God. Oh, that was bad.
There's so much.
Why has everyone got a problem with the memory store?
With the memory store,
the exposition
memory store.
With the memory store, yeah, I'm glad.
The memory store.
I'm glad
tells you your memory.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't walk through that.
In the street, see your memories. Like,
Yeah.
What if I'm thinking about something,
Yeah.
sweet,
Or just your
level?
friend.
What if I walk by and it's like the time I was like, fucking pissing myself drunk in back of a church, that'd be fun.
Memory store.
Memory store. Yay.
We remember it, so you don't forget.
Yeah.
So somebody just super chatted. So the plushie rollout won't be a binge model.
Technically it is.
It's
We're
just
giving
in
you
3
3
ways.
seasons, and we're releasing 3 episodes per season.
That's not the binge model. It'd be all at once.
Technically, it'd be one per.
Oh my God, that is the worst rationalization I've ever heard.
Hey, I heard
It's
somebody
not
go,
the worst one
Jeremy,
I've ever heard from
Oh,
them.
dude, Jeremy.
last
People are
week.
like, I saw people going, Jeremy releases his tabletop on a weekly basis. I'm like, I literally give you 3.5 hours of everything we have. It's not like we're recording 3 hours and releasing them in 1 hour increments. I'm like, good
you
Lord.
specifically said you wanted it to go over the course of 2 months, Jeremy. Instead of we could have done them all in one day, just a 48-hour stream.
Let's do it. Go for it. 48-hour stream for geeks and gamers.
Hey, if Amazon,
end, everybody's
if Amazon was smart, they release Rings of Power all at once and try to bury that fucking thing as quick as possible. But they're releasing it weekly. House of Dragon releasing weekly.
Hey, so someone pointed out to me, Gary, that Orange is the New Black had its highest viewership ever in its final season, which was 7 seasons.
Sure, there's an exception.
They're just looking for
but-
scissoring, man.
Yeah,
That
I mean, but
doesn't
that's
count. That goes
lesbian.
off the scale.
Dude, the L Word had a bunch of lesbian sex, and I watched it too. So what?
And House of Cards was peaking until they fired Kevin Spacey.
Yeah,
I think that was
there's a
5 or
couple
6
exceptions
seasons,
out
so.
there, but like there won't be an X-Files. which arguably is probably the first water cooler show if you think about it. You know, had a lot of people talking about it. Started on started at the worst
I've never
time.
seen X-Files. I've never seen X-Files.
It's also tough because
you got to do that. You
like
gotta watch
specifically
X-Files.
Netflix had such massive exponential growth. When Orange is the New Black started, they were around 32 million subscribers, and when they ended, they were at like 200 million. Now, how much of that is due to shows like Orange is the New Black? How many people subscribed, which is why it grew, but also you have such a huge user base.
Well,
obviously, these are tough.
Do they?
That's why we have arguments.
Do they have a huge user base? Because we're all taking Netflix at their word, and they just got caught lying. So I don't really fucking know.
I think they obviously have a huge user base. I don't think that's just. But are they bump? Look, we're talking about Reed Hastings, who's the CEO, who's a anti-Trumper. And it's not that he's an anti-Trumper. He thinks you're a bad person if you're an anti-Trumper. Google it. You'll find it. That's what Reed Hastings thinks. But he also made a, $300-400 million deal with the Obamas for Netflix. He's the person that approved Cuties. He's the person that approved Dear White People. Like, that's the type of person that runs Netflix. So fuck Netflix and fuck all of their executives. And so I want them to Reed Hastings. Yeah, there's a report that he wanted to quit the Facebook board over Peter Thiel's support of Trump, and because he's like, it's a bad look and you can't support him. And then I guess Zuckerberg, a alien man walked in, or lizard man walked in and said, no, I don't want you to quit. But that's the type of person.
You to quit.
I don't know.
Reed,
I'll give you a bottle of Sweet Baby Ray's.
He might not be
as
around.
a gift. Sweet Baby
He
Ray's.
and Bob Chapek might get bounced probably in the next couple of years because
he was a fall guy anyways.
If he lasts a couple of years up from now, I'll be shocked.
Yeah, I'd be
I don't
shocked
see how
too.
he can survive a couple of years.
Well, no, especially after the next quarter. Yeah, I know, right? Oh well, Netflix dies. Haha. Bye. Good riddance. And I love that Hollywood loves it, even though it's going to hurt them in the long run. They know it. Well, we read the article where they're like, yeah, it's going to hurt us, but fuck Netflix. It's so good, though. Just set each other on fire.
Yeah, it feels fucking good.
Netflix, though.
It
They
feels
hate it.
fucking good was the actual quote from an executive. It feels fucking good to see them crash and burn.
Yes.
These people, it's so good. It's like, it feels fucking good over here as an audience member to see these fucking woke fucks crash and burn all across. It's good.
Hello, Quarter Black.
Hey, hello. It felt good last night to cuck the entire Geeks and Gamers tabletop stream. It was pretty great. It was a lot of planning going into it. Costume work was there.
I knew it too. That's the thing that pisses me off, because I knew it too, and I rolled to try to see if I could like prove it to everybody, and I couldn't.
You could not.
The dice were not in my favors. I had you sniffed out though.
Yeah, I figured you would, but I got through anyways. But I'm glad to be here today. Fucking Doctor Strange 2 was trash, and I can't wait to talk about it. Well, yeah, we have to do a spoiler part because there's spoiler stuff that I want to talk about that really pissed me off. But yeah,
we will.
Man, it was not good. It was not good.
I mean, every time we try to be non-spoiler, we spoil the shit out of everything anyway. So we'll just try. We'll try to warn you. We don't want to ruin anything for you.
Spoiler alert! It wasn't very good, but it'll make a shit ton of money.
There's spoiler. Yep.
Wow.
Oh yeah. I'm already got people going, look, it's gonna make a lot of money. I'm like, yeah.
It is. Spoiler alert! It's not a Doctor Strange movie. It's about almost everybody except for him.
Yeah.
There you go.
A lot of crap has made a lot of money. It's fine. Hello, Chrissy Mayer. Hi.
Hello. Thanks for having me. Glad to be back. Excited to talk about this movie. Yeah. Got a bunch of new dates to plug. And excited for all these upcoming meetups and the plushies. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm pumped.
I love all the work you put in to the show too. I really appreciate it. Going to see the movie. Yeah. Like the plugging it on the Instagram and everything. We really appreciate that. Thank you.
She thought you were being facetious, and she was like, "I've been trying my best." Why did I say that?
I was being serious.
Did your makeup today?
Don't get used to it, okay? Don't get used to it. And then we have our wonderful producer, Exude. Good.
Hi. Chrissy wore a low shirt, so I had to wear a very high shirt. We're coordinating. So I guess next week we'll switch.
No, coordinating is both low shirts.
Do you have?
I was gonna say you should be like searching for equality, which means you shouldn't try to balance her out. It should you should also
Tops.
match her.
Next week, tube top.
Yeah.
For everybody.
But
For everybody.
I am so excited to not talk today about Doctor Strange.
Okay.
Can't wait. Fair.
And returning once again, our very special guest who's glowing right now, the wonderful Clifton Duncan. What's up?
Oh, well, no, thank you. Don't applaud. Just throw money. No, I'm just enjoying this shit show like everybody else is these days. I must confess I wasn't able to see Doctor Strange 2, but it is one of the few movies I was looking forward to seeing. I do look forward to what this conversation is going to be about. But I mean, because I kind of stepped off after. Look, I every single Marvel movie. Since Iron Man, I was there to see it, like opening night. Like it, the MCU was a big part of my life in a lot of ways. But after Endgame, I ugly cried about 4 times during Endgame, and then at the end, I was like, I'm done. I don't need to see this movie again, and I feel like, maybe hang on and wait and see what they do with the X-Men, but maybe the Fantastic Four. But outside of that, we have Doctor Doom back potentially, but. But the way the leadership is headed, and the industry as a whole has been headed. They, in the wake of, especially in the wake of George Floyd's death, not to like steer too far, but they've gone so full on like anti-racism. They've gone so full on, after the Trump years as well. Their brains are just cooked, and they're making films for each other and not for us. And that's been their big problem. So, when I hear about Doctor Strange 2, the little bits and pieces I have heard about it, I'm just like, well, what do you expect?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a shame. I mean, I love these Marvel movies. Actually, I really like the first Doctor Strange, but I'm disappointed to hear the early reports about this new film.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really bad. It's really bad. It's really bad.
Dude, I was getting so many dirty looks from my wife, like, who loves superhero movies, right? And likes them more than I do. Like, she's way easier on films than I do. And she was like, she just started looking at her phone like halfway through.
Yeah.
So that was not good.
It's not the woke stuff that is the worst part of the film.
No, it's
the
not.
Film
It's
is just incoherent.
Creatively,
really like structure and plot and all that.
No structure,
all over the place.
I mean,
convoluted mess.
The foundation is woke. The foundation all comes from woke, but then there's like the one thing that makes you hate it is a creative, just one single creative decision, which is it's right up there with not putting Han, Luke, and Leia together in a film. I would say it's not quite there, but for Marvel, it's there. Because you take a character, a major character, and you just literally shred them within 2 minutes. I'm like, what the fuck?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Are you literally speaking about shredding?
Shredding.
Yes.
Shred him.
Oh, fuck this movie. I haven't even seen it.
Shred him. Put him through a cheese grater.
Right.
And
he's right.
And there's 2 heroes that have projectile powers or a projectile shield that just stand there and do fuck all. Fucking do fuck all. They could have stopped her.
I think that the movie, it is convoluted, but I actually don't think it's complex enough. I think that what they're dealing with should be super complex and should require a lot of very serious thought and discussions and ramifications to talk about. And there's really not that. It's just constantly flying by the seat of their pants.
Yep.
And it's to the detriment of the film. Does that mean it might not be as many glowy fucking things or little scenes of people doing magic or whatever? Maybe, but I don't think they've explained enough of what needed to be explained in the movie.
No, you're absolutely right. And there's 3 things I've watched that are trying to deal with like very complex issues: Moon Knight, Picard, and this film. So you got trauma. You've got it's all trauma. It's all trauma based, and you have simpleton retards trying to write about trauma with no fucking experience in Hollywood. Probably some 20-something dipshit whose trauma is he got banned on Twitter for 7 days or whatever, or he broke his cell phone.
Trump,
that's his
Trump
fucking
became
trauma.
The president.
Yeah,
Oh.
or Trump became president. Yeah, that traumatized all of Hollywood. And yeah, I mean, it's way more complex than Moon Knight, which was done way worse, by the way, much worse. But Yeah, the whole.
Well, here's what I'll say about the complexity is that it tries to use the madness aspect to make you think that it's far more complex than it really is, but that in return makes it convoluted because it doesn't really go into the multiverse, but it tries to make you believe that we're getting into the multiverse, but it's just a disaster because it's all over the place.
Yes,
that's that's how I would.
The theme I walked away with is this is what happens to a woman when she realizes she's too old to have kids. The end. Get some cats.
Yeah, this is what happens to an old woman whose eggs have dried up.
Yep.
And also to a girl when she's raised by two moms. So
yeah.
Holy shit.
Elizabeth Olsen, 34 years old.
Yeah, I
Just
think
have
the
some
theme for me is
children.
like unchecked toxic femininity.
So the whole premise is that she wants to be with their children, right? The two children that do not exist.
Children
that do not exist. Why
Who
don't
are boys,
you,
by the
instead
way.
of try and find
True.
your two children that don't exist, try and find a vision that does exist that doesn't have a Wanda, and then fall in love with him, and then you make children later. You could do that. Why are you going after
By the way,
children that don't exist?
Vision exists. Okay, so it's for
White
one.
Vision?
They didn't
White
watch.
Vision is out there
They
in our
didn't watch
universe.
WandaVision. They didn't fucking
improved
watch
him.
WandaVision, and Vision is alive. He's back. It's the same Vision. His consciousness was downloaded into another Vision body, and he's flying around, not showing up in this movie at all. Which is
Fake Vision didn't tell Wanda that it downloaded his consciousness into White Vision. Why? Don't know. So Wanda doesn't know that Vision is just chilling around.
Could you call him White Power Vision?
Probably. And he probably could have showed up and
You
said,
will.
hey, you okay? You know, like something
I
like that.
do think it's interesting. So Clift is someone that was interested in the movie. So based on what you're hearing, does that, as just a person that was interested in the movie, where are you at now? Do you still want to see it, or are you like, fuck this, based on everything else that's going on?
I absolutely want to see it now, but for all the wrong reasons.
What kind of question is that, Jeremy?
I understand. But I'm just saying, like, from a fan standpoint, like, I'm just curious, like, because he was genuinely excited to see it. So
From
now,
a fan standpoint, after listening to us literally just bitch about it and talk shit about it because we hated it for 20 minutes.
Well, Ryan, basically, Ryan, what it's called is I'm trying to include our guests into the fucking conversation. Okay, that's pretty much what it's about.
Said, as a black man, what is your opinion on this?
I could have said, as a black man, how do you feel about being on the panel with Ryan Kennel?
Right.
That's how I could have approached it. He did bring up George Floyd earlier too, so we could have talked about George Floyd gaming. So
we should and talk about.
There's just too many good black men on this show.
Talk about fentanyl later
My
too.
breath got stuck in my throat for a second when you said that name. I just
But no, I mean, I think there is something worth. I think something worth. Oh well, okay. Something worth looking into, just in terms of. I find so many structural problems with so many of these movies, like the way that you mentioned earlier, probably some 20-year-old, probably not, probably some middle-aged person was sitting there writing, what they think is cool. But the point I was going to get to was that a lot of these people are so insulated from any sort of discomfort that that there's a huge edge that's lacking to a lot of what I see now, and like a lacking of texture in a lot of what I see now in depth, and it just makes it it's just kind of boring and sort of off-putting. Even like the cinematography, the shot composition, it's so, and maybe it's because it's MCU and it's sort of formulaic, but it's just like it's kind of bland.
These people probably cry when they find out they only got one pump instead of two in their fucking double cappuccino frappo latte.
That's why it feels so weird that Wanda in WandaVision, it didn't really feel like she was justified in doing what she did there. It didn't feel like that at all. And then in here, it still does not feel justified why she would make a turn to complete evil, and totally fine with just murdering kids and people.
It's the Darkhold.
Yeah,
it's like, yeah, but it just didn't. It never felt real.
Earned. It didn't feel earned.
It never felt earned. Yeah.
Yeah, because she just had the Darkhold. There was no
it's
journey
contrivance
to get the Darkhold or anything. She just had it at the end of WandaVision in the final season.
The movie is full of contrivances. It's like, oh, why is she evil? Because she has the Darkhold. Why? Wait, we're up against this secret door. How do we get through this? Rachel McAdams, she has a watch that we didn't know she had before. That's the key to this door that she couldn't open before. Okay. It's just so many of those little contrivances that get us to where we have to be.
They can't show any of their female villains as actual like bad people, right?
Right.
Which is why Wanda seems like she's justified in what she does in WandaVision, and then in this, she's evil the whole time. But you get a pass because she's been corrupted by the Darkhold, and then she is able to overcome that with the help of America Chavez and kind of turn back and then destroy that thing that corrupted her. You know, so it's
well, here's how they write themselves into a corner because she can't be corrupted like by Nightmare, like another villain. Dharma move, just pick one because she'd be corrupted by a man's and she has to still have like autonomous power. And I know it sounds insane, but like Victoria Alonso's insane. She works on these films and she's fucking insane. So I can see her putting in notes. Nope. No female character receives power from a man, evil or good. Doesn't matter. It's about power. And I can see that happening because it doesn't make any sense that book made girl bad. Oh, well, all right. That's stupid.
Well, another thing to mention, this is not a Doctor Strange movie. This is a Wanda movie. And for people like I know people always say
Wanda
like,
and America Chavez movie.
Yeah,
take him out of this fucking movie. It's barely
right.
changed.
But if you go like people always say like The Dark Knight was a Joker movie, which is factually incorrect, and the Joker was only in it for about 28 minutes. This movie, Wanda is the central figure. As soon as she's introduced, it's 100% about her. It's about her development. It's about her character arc. It's about her. None of this is about Doctor Strange. He is simply the person that is meant to pull people into the theater and get them to give you your hard-earned money. It's a classic bait and switch.
Yeah, but also it begs a question, like, you know, because we often talk about and we complain about the the quote unquote progressivism in the entertainment industry. And I remember when Captain Marvel came out, I said, you know, they could have used Monica Rambeau, but instead they chose this bland looking white woman that nobody likes. But then for Dr. But now I'm like, you know, if you're on the hunt for great female characters, why don't you focus more on Scarlet Witch and develop her more and give Elizabeth Olsen a chance to show more of her chops? And she's such a major character. It just seems like it's such an insult, not just to Doctor Strange, but to that character to just sort of shoehorn her in to a different movie. She theoretically could hold her own if she were done well, but it doesn't seem that they have much interest in doing that, which is strange to me.
They need Doctor Strange to sell her, which they don't.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is that if they would invest more in her and in her lore and in her power and her richness and so on and so forth. I mean, I'm thinking specifically there was I was reading a run on the Avengers. Maybe early 90s, George Perez and I forgot who the author was, but it was a lot of fun to read. And there were these great kind of sister girl moments between Scarlet Witch and Captain Marvel. I think she was like maybe Firebird or something at the time, but so whatever her name used to be. But you know, they were both having these struggles, and Wanda was struggling in her relationship with Vision. You know, they were going through something, and then I think Captain Marvel was going through, like, she was dealing with alcoholism actually, which is really interesting, and it was sort of causing problems on the team. But they had these great moments of connection and just character building, and it's like, and relationship, and like you could, people will watch it, they'll pay money to see that. If you tell the stories well, and you don't have to condescend to your audience and say, hey, women are great all the time, because you'll have written some interesting human beings. And as Chrissy well knows, women are not always the angels that they, but again, even painting them as these perfect beings is insulting to them and dehumanizing in a way, because it strips them of a sort of any sort of depth or again, texture. You know, it's like, we're all complex people. We all have our problems and issues and flaws. Nobody wants to see a perfect character. That's why Rey in Star Wars was so just obnoxious and not compelling. It's just bad writing, and it's insulting.
Yeah, like Wanda's obsession with her own motherhood somehow justifies her torturing a young girl. It just doesn't.
It doesn't make sense, because her children were magical constructs, and when that was addressed in the film, Doctor Strange was just like, they were magic, and then she was just like, well, isn't motherhood magic? And
that's what all mothers do.
I was like, isn't she smarter than this? Fuck.
Yeah. Well, the line, this isn't sorcery, this is witchcraft.
Witchcraft.
And what happened
when somebody called her a witch, and she goes, I'm not a witch, I'm a mother. And it's just like,
it's magic for women.
It's magic for women who are much better at it. And well, the most important thing is that through line. I guess that's what it's called, right? So the whole story runs through. It's supposed to run through your main character, your protagonist. But we've seen this now with Hawkeye, Loki, even Hawkeye and Loki were the worst. Parts of Shang-Chi, Falcon and Winter Soldier. We just saw it with Moon Knight, where Hawkeye is the worst, is absolutely the worst. But Moon Knight's pretty bad too. Where you think about it, Hawkeye, what was he doing in his own show? What was he doing? Apologizing for being Ronin and finding his wife's watch. That's what he was doing. And everything else ran through Kate Bishop. So in Moon Knight, what was Moon Knight doing? Well, dealing with this personal trauma while Layla was doing all the hero shit. So that's running it through. And this all runs through Wanda. And Doctor Strange only exists to feel bad about his girlfriend. And like you just said, travel with America Chavez. He doesn't even get people through different multiverses. He's just along for the ride. And America Chavez is kind of a MacGuffin. Girl is the key to everything. And just like Critical Drinker made a great video pointing this out, just like with Hela at the end of Ragnarok. And the minute I heard Scarlet Witch was going to be in this movie and she was going to be bad, I'm like, oh, she's going to defeat herself, which is exactly what she did. Like, Doctor Strange doesn't even fucking fight her in the end.
Where was he? He was on the ground.
He was on the ground.
While America Chavez did all the work, and then
it wasn't even him.
Wanda to Wanda.
Yep.
And then Wanda defeated Wanda. Like, that was the dumbest shit. I was like, wow, okay.
But
this is the worst.
But they're sitting there applauding themselves, saying, "Look at how we made this. Look at how we made this white male step aside.
We are so good.
Look at how noble and virtuous he is to let this brown girl, one of the most popular characters in comic books right now.
Did you guys notice
handle the job?
During the scene where they had the Illuminati. Did you notice that they were killed in order of their privilege?
Yes.
Yeah,
I absolutely noticed that, and I told Jeremy, it's like, just wait for that.
There were so many moments where I was rolling my eyes and going, "Oh, really?" Like,
yeah.
He tried to speak up to a woman, so she silenced him, and he blew up his own brain. Then Mr. Fantastic tried to put his hands on her.
So are we doing spoilers?
I guess we are.
Doing spoilers.
Yeah.
You just said that.
We promised to warn the audience before we got in there, but we didn't. So sorry. Spoilers.
I mean, why are you even here if you haven't seen the movie?
So then Reed Richards reaches his hand out, tries to stop her. She stops him, turns him into spaghetti. Then the women stand there, watch it happen.
Oh, and it takes
fighting.
It takes what, 5 seconds for him to turn and his head to pop off.
Yep.
Which, by the way, wouldn't kill Reed Richards. But we'll go in that the
head thing, I don't know,
dude. No, his head.
No?
He's rubber. He's all fucking. That's his entire body. That's his entire body.
Basically,
if she liquefies him, if she liquefies him, that's one thing. But the worst part about it was Captain Carter and Captain Marvel both standing there fucking watching it happen when they could have gone boom.
They just went.
Yeah, they could have just stopped her.
And then they almost got to stop her because they're whamming.
And the Invisible Woman would have come and kicked the shit out of fucking Scarlet Witch. And before the fanboys go, Scarlet Witch, it's more I'll get in an argument about she can close her esophagus. She can pop her brain cell. Invisible Woman is pretty powerful, so you would have kicked the shit out of her.
I only have one question.
What's that?
I haven't fully seen the movie, but I just need to know. I need to know right freaking now. Is America Chavez brown enough? Was she brown enough?
Nope.
Was she whitewashed?
Nope.
That's all I care about.
Whitewash.
Was she whitewashed? Was she brown enough, Gary? Tell me right now. Angry brown man in the chat. Tell me.
She was not brown enough, but she had her pride flag on her jacket the whole time.
Yeah, the pin.
Yeah, the pin.
I did also hear that she's got two moms.
I didn't. Oh my god, I didn't even see that.
Yes.
Yeah, she's an alien. Okay, so this is what they're doing. This is what Disney is doing. They're on board with this transhuman agenda. They want to dehumanize literally everybody. They want you genderless. That's why they have freaking America Chavez, a Latino, a supposed Latino, Like Latinos are like pro-family. We love family, but here comes Disney with all the white liberals coming in saying, "Oh, you know what, Latinos, we know you love family, but we're going to get rid of that. Everyone's genderless, and you're just an alien now." That's what they're saying.
You're an alien. You have two moms.
She's from planet Puerto Rico.
You don't get it.
Yeah.
Drew, they've even taken the word Latino and they've changed it to Latinx to take away that identity. So you're 100% right.
I'm a freaking Latinx. I don't care what anybody says. Okay, if you say anything otherwise, you're a bigot, you're a racist, you're a homophobe. That is my identity, a Latinx. Latinx. Say it with me, guys. Latinx.
Get on my knee.
I need to blow my nose on something.
I stood up and clapped when he said Latinx. But like Clifton said earlier, like they are not. These movies are made for them.
Yep.
And they're bullshit, not us. They're just not. And Doctor Strange is a classic example of that. This was not made for fans. This was not made for comic book fans. This was made for activists. That's what this was made for. That's all it's made for. That's all these things exist for, is their activism. That's it.
And it showed. As shitty of a character as America Chavez is and always has been, for her to be so prominent in this film and be so important to what they were doing, I feel like we know nothing about her still. You know what I mean?
Nothing.
We saw a 12-second clip that they refused to cut out for the Middle Eastern countries of her being like, "Those are my moms," before they get sucked into another fucking universe.
Ryan, tell them how they get sucked into a universe. Tell them exactly what happens, because I laughed my ass off.
America Chavez gets scared because she's holding a flower and a bee comes down. It was obviously a toxic male bee and it fucking stings her for no fucking reason. And so she's like,
it had to be a worker bee.
It just landed on her finger.
She just sucked
Are you
her parents
fucking kidding me?
No, and she gets scared. Go on, let Ryan finish. Let Ryan finish.
And by the way, I have it on good authority that in the Far East, it wasn't. Those 12 seconds weren't banned because of the two mum content. Apparently they went, the memory store is so fucking retarded.
Yes.
We want to fucking cut it out of the movie.
Wait.
In China, so her two moms get sucked into her star-like vortex that goes to the multiverse.
That she opens when she's scared.
When she's scared, her powers activate. And literally, that's the way it is through her entire life, apparently. Just when she gets scared, they randomly activate until she gets a speech from one man. She finally has one man in her life who gives her an inspirational speech, which Disney unironically proved that you need a fucking man in the household to parent. So there you go.
Yep.
All he said was, "Yes, you can do it," and she's like, "Oh,
I never thought about that."
Oh, no, I win.
So
He's
I stopped watching
Slay Queen.
I stopped watching
I need a great man to be a great woman.
It's free real estate.
I stopped watching it. Zombie Benedict. That's when I stopped. I was done. Zombie. So I got pretty deep into it. So I was done. I was done at that point. And then Ryan told me that there was even more cringe.
It's because the inspirational speech at the end is done when he's a zombie.
When he's a zombie.
He's like, it's like you're not. Are they trying to be funny, or is it trying to be like you don't even understand?
You could see down his throat.
It's like, you can really do this. You can do this. Just believe in yourself.
So is this really a Doctor Strange sequel, or is it just a WandaVision?
It's a WandaVision sequel.
It's a Wanda sequel.
I don't even have to see it to friggin' know.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then Doctor Strange zombie version busts out into the Thriller dance, and he's like, "Because it's Thriller."
To be fair, Wanda had more character development in this movie than Rey did in all three of the Star Wars sequel movies. I'll give her credit for that, even though it's not even a Wanda movie.
Hot take. Don't you dare go after Rey. How dare you?
Well.
How dare you?
Well.
There's some video out there, apparently.
Yeah. Good Lord, man.
All the Rey's heads are exploding right now.
Yes, we could share this.
Okay, so the story here is I don't deal with Star Wars anymore. I don't watch Star Wars. I don't talk about Star Wars. Fuck Star Wars, okay? But Me and the boys were playing Fortnite the other day, and we were in the lobby, and someone had the Ray skin as the character. So when we saw Ray, we beat the fuck out of that character.
Well, you got to
Like,
show
we
the
jumped
tweet.
her.
You got to show the
Okay, so we
tweet
get-
first. Can you show the
okay.
tweet?
Yeah. So the
I got the tweet.
response to someone clipped that. All right, go ahead and share it. So someone clipped that. This was the response to it right here.
There's actually a clip up.
There's actually a clip out there of Jeremy and Gary at a con bullying a little girl dressed as Rey Skywalker until her dad, who was just a bit bigger and stronger than them, showed up and they ran away like the little bitches they are.
Welcome to the metaverse.
Okay, Hootie.
This
Metaverse crimes.
literally, in no way, shape, or form happened. There's no scenario where this is true. And
no, this is just their mantra. Jerry and Jeremy beat up a little girl dressed up as Ray, and they ran around
slapping her around.
I want to see the video.
Dumb little girl.
If you guys actually did this, I would respect you so much more.
I'm just blown away, man. Like, I can't believe that they would this is the world they live in, because these are the people that will defend the grooming of children and then make up a story. It's all projection, by the way. These people are all about projecting, so in their minds, the people that they hate, the orange man bad crowd, the MAGA crowd, those people would actually do this because in their minds, that's what they've built us up to be. But they're the ones that are defending what is going on with children in schools. And it's all projection. It always is. But these people are mentally deranged. That's what it comes down to.
There is a video.
Makes me think about back when I was in 8th grade. My algebra teacher would always start off every lesson talking about all the dick he sucked the night before.
Wow. How did you feel about that? Did you feel connected?
I felt I was honored to be a part of such an inclusive classroom. To be honest,
it was like you came in. It was a multiple choice question every day. Did your teacher suck dick in inches, feet, or yards the night before?
Yes.
I'm the most tolerant person now of dick sucking.
Well, is that how you learn the metric system, or sucking dick squared, or whatever the maths are? I don't know. Help me, X-ray girl. I don't know.
In gallons, how much semen did I swallow the night before?
I have it right here in a jar.
Gallons or liters?
If Gary swallows 2 liters of semen and Jeremy swallows 4 liters of semen,
how many liters of semen are there?
It doesn't matter what number you use. If you talk about dick size with the metric system, it's always going to sound small. If you're like that, it's 250 centimeters. That sounds small as fuck.
Two dicks are going at 60 miles an hour. Which will reach Jeremy's ass first?
That is hilarious. You have a bunch of people who are like, yeah, I've got 375 centimeters on my cock. all the Americans just like, sounds small as shit. What is that?
How cool is it that we're joined by Clifton and Drew? And
Yes.
Drew was just on a little show.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson.
Dude.
So yeah.
Congratulations, my man.
Yeah.
It's nice that he had a small warm-up show to get ready for Friday Night Tights.
The big one, yeah.
It's always fun being on Tucker's show. I actually barely made it yesterday because I was on my way home from Mar-a-Lago, and I got off the plane in Chicago, and my phone was blowing up. They're like, "Hey, we need you on the show. We need you on the show," and I barely made it to the studio with like,
damn,
and
that's crazy.
And I literally, I love you guys. I hope you guys know I freaking love you. I just got off the plane right now. Like literally walked in the door. My wife's walking in with In-N-Out. I haven't eten anything today, so I love you guys. Thank you guys for having me today.
Well, you can take a break to get some In-N-Out. You can take the break, get some In-N-Out, man. It's all good. Anytime you want.
We'll grab a snack.
And tell.
Picking out Tucker's views.
Yeah. Oh, shit. I'm getting some tonight.
In-N-Out hasn't gotten woke yet, so I guess we can still.
My man, Drew. My man. Hell yeah.
They also haven't gotten better than slightly above average either.
In and out, baby.
That's what a hamburger's all about.
Respect you. You were my favorite Latinx person before that, Drew.
He's still my favorite Latinx.
I lived in California for 4.5 years, and I think it's overrated as fuck. I think
it's not just me.
Fine. No, it's not just you. No, it's not just you.
Like, it's good, but it's not.
It's good.
Not that good.
It's like a 6. It's like a 6.
That's what I said the first time.
I wouldn't say 6. I would say 7. I wouldn't call it 10.
Amazing.
I've been eating it for fucking decades. It used to be better. It was better in the 80s.
Are we gonna have this conversation? Is In-N-Out better than Whataburger?
Yes, it is.
In-N-Out is better than Whataburger.
It is.
No, Whataburger fries are far better than the dog shit from In-N-Out.
Oh boy, here we go.
They are better for sure.
And they have spicy ketchup.
Whataburger has spicy ketchup, which is good. Their shakes are fucking awesome. There's things at Whataburger that are cool, but I mean, it's like Whataburger's. It's a decent burger. I'm not saying it's bad.
I'll take their burgers over any fast food place, but Five Guys has the better overall experience. Five Guys has better fries.
I don't give
the burger,
a fuck about experience.
Like Five Guys has the better.
Five
overall.
Guys.
I don't care if somebody jerks me off. I just want a good hamburger. I don't. Fucking experience. Give me a good hamburger. The counter in LA.
But the Five Guys got fries are absolutely awesome. Like
they're good. Yeah,
so
Five Guys is good too.
In-N-Out fries are not that good.
Jeremy loves Five Guys. We just confirm that Jeremy loves Five Guys.
Dude, I've been clipped on that shit so many times I don't even try to think about
Clifton.
it anymore. Like every time
you're in New York. You're in New York. Drew, you're in the are you in the LA area kind of sphere? I don't want to dox you, but have you ever been to the counter? Either of you ever been to the counter? There's one in LA.
I've been to the counter.
That's the best fucking burger ever. Yeah, you're paying $50 for it, but it's the best burger ever. It really
all right.
fucking
Look,
good.
you know what? I mean, I gotta say that. I mean, I'm a Shake Shack guy. I eat a lot of burgers.
Yes.
I'm a Shake Shack guy.
Yes.
Shake Shack's is really good.
It's
Shake
good.
Shack is
It's
really
good. I had one in Vegas.
Culver's Butterburgers are off the chain, man.
Yes, Culver's Butterburger.
Culver's
so Jeremy,
is awesome.
We have a video coming out on the Geeks and Gamers channel at some point once it gets finished editing of a tier list of a bunch of fast food places where we argued about this for like hours.
You and Drunk 3PO argued about this, and it will be once it's edited and uploaded. You're gonna enjoy it, and it's more so at one tier list that we have to compromise on what it ranks where, and that's where.
That's
so it's
crazy.
like so.
It's gotta be like 5 hours long.
Yeah,
Jeremy got mad at me because I was at a Shake Shack in Boston, and I was just fucking like I was being honest about the food.
No. That's not my problem. My problem is you are loud and obnoxious in public, and it drives me crazy.
That bothers you now?
I'm always like, God, Ryan, don't drop F-bombs in front of children. What is wrong with you? You're like, fuck this place.
Mommy.
People are like it's crazy. I'm like,
honestly, people are just lucky that that's the F-bomb I'm dropping. So, just saying.
San Diego Carne Asada.
We're gonna get shot in public because of Ryan. It's gonna happen.
Oh, make sure you film it.
I'm convinced I'm gonna get killed by someone at some point. Like, I'm just accepting.
It's gonna be a waiter.
I carry everywhere.
Die for clicks. Die for clicks.
To Ryan's credit, he did tell me like it's when I die, you're gonna get a lot of super chats on that stream. I'm like, thank you, Ryan. You're always thinking about Geeks and Gamers.
He really is.
I actually said I think when I die, I'll get the fewest of anybody. Right. I believe that's what I said.
I'll oversell how great of a guy you really are.
Behind the scenes, he gave the
I'll
charity.
Be like, behind the scenes, he gave his heart and soul, guys. He knew he had to play up the asshole persona.
Don't slander me like that while I'm dead.
He was playing the heel the whole time.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
We lost Clifton.
My death.
Oh no!
Just the idea of my death scared Clifton.
Had to go smoke a bowl real quick, and so did Az.
I have a question about Doctor Strange.
Yeah, we're getting right back to
that. So I noticed there is a theme, and tell me how much of this was in the comic books and like is in the lore versus what they added on to be extra. I noticed there's a theme of like taking obviously a child's essence, soul, energy, like they do with America, like by scaring the shit out of them, which to me is like that's a big nod to adrenochrome. The whole like I'm only powerful when I'm scared. I can't control my power.
Ooh, I didn't even think about that.
Very much themes of child sacrifice. They throw her up on the altar.
On the altar, yeah, with the monster demons.
Yeah.
Similar to Doctor Sleep, where they had to scare the shit to like suck out the souls of kids. And there were so many satanic references, which I don't know is in line with the story, like pentagrams, seances, spells, and shit.
A little bit, yes.
It just seemed like a
Illuminati,
lot.
Yeah, straight up in the
Yeah.
middle
So
of the
the
movie.
Illu-
Illuminati.
In the
Okay,
open, like just straight up, there it is.
What they did was they took little elements from the comics. So so like the very normie comic fans will go, "Yep, they took that from the comics." But if you can't, you got to consider the context. So the Wanda with her kids thing goes way back to the Paul Smith. None of you know. Paul Smith drew the Avengers, West Coast Avengers, long time ago. And it was in the West Coast Avengers, like Magneto comes, but Magneto's involved. The X-Men are involved. The real Agatha Harkness, who's old, was involved. And this happened decades ago, and it's been more than dealt with. And then they dealt with it again in House of M. So you hear you saw people on Twitter going, "You got to read House of M." No, you don't. No, you don't. It has nothing to fucking do with House of M. It has shit to do with House of M. Yeah. They just take a little element and then they place it in their Kevin Feige. By the way, first movie to be called a Kevin Feige production. Chris Gore pointed that out at the end, which tells you, I mean, that was really weird. And
where do you want to put your name on that?
Yeah.
It's like a Spike Lee joint.
Yeah.
I think too that one thing that I thought was weird was that you had Professor Xavier talking to Wanda. I feel like something should be mentioned about her father in that conversation.
She went in her. He went in her head. You didn't see anything about the connection at all.
No, because they didn't. They didn't watch WandaVision. Sam Raimi didn't watch Wanda. And by the way, this isn't. I'm not going to blame him at all. I love Sam Raimi. I have unconditional love for that guy for Evil Dead. Some of the greatest shit ever made. I love Drag Me to Hell. I love the dude. He's not to blame here. I think he got fucked over by another studio because he's a pretty nice guy. Like Sam Raimi is famously a pretty nice guy, not a prick in Hollywood. This is a Kevin Feige production, which is you don't give notes to Kevin Feige. He gives you orders and you do it. That's it. And he's not creative. He's a producer. He doesn't direct. He doesn't know how to fucking write. But he's starting to think he can. Right. And that's why his stuff is getting more bland and shitty. And Victoria Alonso's name is popping up more prominently now, which I think, I mean, don't sell her short either. Again, that woman is a fucking psychopath.
Correct me if I'm wrong. She's the one that made the comment about X-Men, right?
Correct.
Yes.
I don't know why people say that. That's such an outdated term.
Outdated.
Ryan, could you find her little speech at the GLAAD Awards? Yeah, that was fucking crazy. That was some crazy, grade A crazy shit.
People are fucked, man.
Yeah.
People are fucked.
Yep.
They really are.
And that was talking about Sam Raimi, that was the only stuff that I liked about this movie. It was 10% of the movie was Sam Raimi style.
When she came out of the
cool
gong,
camera things.
When she came out of the gong, that was cool.
And she was coming out like a demon. There was little nuggets where you go, oh, there's Sam Raimi, and he's gone.
Then they dial it back immediately.
And it just turned right back to generic MCU boring blandness. And then every once in a while, you'd see a little Sam Raimi bit, a little Sam Raimi here, a little Sam Raimi there, and it was gone. So it's like you just give it to him, let him be Sam Raimi and do what he should be able to do with this movie, is make it a horror film, because there were some points where it was dark and it got a little more of like a horror film-esque when she was chasing them. Her eyes, she looked like a demon. It was like, I want that. Don't give me all this other garbage. Like,
it was all
can I just say talking about the memory store. That is not Sam Raimi. There's no way.
Wait. When she said
dumb shit.
In most realities, food is free. Bitch, food is free here too.
Oh my god.
Food is free here. All you gotta do is grill it or hunt it.
America Chavez said it.
Food should be free.
But they made
Bruce Campbell said it straight.
They really made a purposeful attempt to make sure that Stephen Strange was not ever going to be the Sorcerer Supreme.
Oh, dude, that's
very direct.
One of the major plot points I had a problem with.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. So they cucked him in his own movie, like in the beginning, like automatically he loses, like it's the whole wedding and everything.
From frame one.
And his Sorcerer Supreme arc is to bow down to Wong at the end.
Yep.
Oh my god, are you kidding me, dude?
Yep.
Nope.
Yeah.
To bow down to Wong.
His arc is that he is not a good person. When he gets power, he abuses it, and ultimately should die.
Because he's white.
Yeah, you're all the same.
And then
you're the same guy in every universe.
Yeah, you give it over to Wong because he's the one that really deserves to be the Sorcerer Supreme. in the
Well,
Doctor Strange movie.
But to their credit, isn't the first Doctor Strange like he was kind of like an asshole?
He was, and it was about him.
Supposed to
hero. So does he like kind of like relapse? And
But
like
he was competent.
He got blinked. No, he got blipped, and that's why he
or
lost.
intentionally like white man bad. We hate men. Like it's just
he's just
Doctor
stupid.
Strange
He's
is a moron.
He's
dumb.
just dumb. He's very dumb. He's got to be the dumbest person in the MCU.
Yeah, he is.
America Chavez gets there and she's like, "There's a demon chasing me. Help me." And then he's like, okay, the first place he goes is directly to Wanda. Then that reveals that she's evil and she's trying to get her. Like the very first thing you do is go to Wanda.
Yeah,
and
especially no, and
tell her
then
everything.
What does he say
"Oh,
to
yeah,
her?
over
She's
here."
like, "You're here about the town," and he's like, "No, not here about the town at all. You made everything right at the end." What? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And that
What?
was not in question.
I'm sorry. What? You tortured children and parents and adults for months?
He's supposed
She
to be
didn't
smart.
make it right. She gave up. Like her
Yeah.
motivation, her only motivation was toast. So it wasn't.
You'll
the
never
right thing.
understand
making
what
it
she
right.
gave up, Chrissy. You'll never understand what she gave up.
She sacrificed her fake children. And by the way, and
beautiful.
when we get to Monica Rambeau, I thought that was a dude. I thought that was
And
That's why they took the
when they
mask
got
off,
to when they got to the Illuminati and it was sitting down. I'm like, oh, who's the guy playing? That's a girl.
No shitting you. When I saw the leaks,
It's lasagna.
when I saw the leaks, because the leaks were kind of low quality, I honestly thought that it was Don Cheadle, that they were going to have Rhodey be Captain Marvel.
I was like, oh
But it
shit.
was Monica Rambeau.
I'm like, oh,
and she was a fucking bitch too.
And her
no,
accent,
it was
terrible
Lasagna
accent.
Lynch. Lasagna
It's
Lynch.
Lasagna Lynch.
You can't do that accent. Just stop. Don't ever try it again.
Yeah, don't try to act. I mean, like, hey, Haley Atwell, fucking 10. And then say, like, what they did to her was a crime. What they did to her body, but terrible. But yeah.
I did like how she immediately threw the shield for no reason.
For no, you
Doctor
mean,
Strange.
how about when she didn't throw it to save fucking Reed Richards? Yeah.
Did you like when she said,
"No,
I can do this all day"?
Oh,
Doesn't make sense.
immediately
She would
died.
never have heard that phrase.
Well, apparently she
Not
couldn't.
Her phrase.
She couldn't do it all day because she died.
Has got killed immediately afterwards.
Yeah.
She could do it half the day.
Yeah, the cameos were a waste, a complete waste of time. Like, just
bait and switch. The ultimate bait and switch. Everybody was hyped about it's the multiverse, right? So we're gonna see this person, we're gonna see this person, we're gonna see Tom Cruise as Iron Man, we're gonna see all these things. We didn't get any of that shit. We got one thing that was almost interesting, but ultimately just you killed the energy for it, which was John Krasinski playing Mr. Fantastic,
which everybody wants, which is what everybody wants. And then what's the first thing you do when you bring Mr. Fantastic from the first family of Marvel? People have been dying to see this, and you fucking kill him. It's fucking retarded. It's a
and not
retarded,
even in a heroic way, in like the worst
in
way.
the worst way possible. And
end.
Yeah, and that like it's like creatively. Forget all the woke shit. It's creatively a horrible decision because now that is your first imprint to all the normies out there as he dies. He dies horribly.
Jim from The Office? Wasn't he like literally just Jim?
Yeah, and that is the thing too. I didn't like. He's been the guy that people wanted to be Reed Richards for a very long time, mostly just because of the way he looks with his temples grayed out. And I felt like he was literally just playing himself, like the same person you see him play in Quiet Place or in The Office, right?
He doesn't have a lot of range.
They introduced him as the smartest man in the universe, Reed Richards, and I don't feel like he's really playing that character.
Hey, they did this for one reason. We've all said it. Whenever they do the Fantastic Four, when we see them, they are not going to look like the Fantastic Four. They did this so they can say, well, look, we cast a Reed Richards that looks like Fantastic Four Reed Richards. He's white. Look. So now we can do Don Cheadle, or whatever, as the Mr. Fantastic, right? They can do a black character or even more diverse, lesbian black.
Trans
lesbian black
quarter black.
Reed Richards.
You need to brush.
I
up
need
on
to be
the,
more
Russian
inclusive.
Olympics.
I apologize.
A little bit, okay? Sounded pretty fucking toxic right now.
Yep.
So let's okay. So we need.
But that's the one reason they did it, so they could say, "Well, we already did it, so it's accurate to the comics. So now we can go in this other direction."
Good luck with that. Good luck with that other direction.
Do it, please.
I have a Doctor
Please do
Strange
it.
question.
God.
Okay, so we're talking about the multiverse. There's different versions of people. Like we see, like the lady who dated Captain America became the Captain America. Why don't we see a physically different version of Doctor Strange? Like him as another person. Why do you think we don't see that?
You mean because like, are you saying like why in every reality they visited did he happen to end up being a sorcerer?
Yeah, because we see like different, we see
But
the
not
lady version of Captain
Like
America.
the what
but
if we see the what if versions.
Pick and choose. It was just pick and choose.
I'm sure there's some of those universes
Miles
where he's
Morales
not,
has
but-
all the jobs right now. Miles Morales is all of them.
What are the rules in this multiverse? Whenever he meets the other Doctor Strange in the messed up universe that got destroyed, he's like,
different hair.
Tell me something that only you would know, basically. And he says, "Oh, we had a sister, and she fell into a lake, and she died, and I wasn't able to save her."
Oh wow,
He's
that
like,
sounds
we don't
just
talk
like
about
Moon
that.
Knight, who had a
But, like,
brother.
wait a second.
Who had a brother
But
who
also-
died from drowning.
How do we know that they both had a sister that both died in a
Correct.
lake?
Right.
That doesn't make any sense. That's not something you could go back to say. I mean, literally, because it's a multiverse, you couldn't say anything that one Doctor Strange would know definitively.
One of the biggest problems.
Actually, no, my sister got fucked to death by a horse. Sorry.
Exactly.
Wow. Yeah. Well, like, are you Chank Yeager?
Yeah.
Or a large dog. I don't know.
Yeah. But one of the biggest problems with the MCU, regardless of all the woke stuff that they're pushing, is that they have now delved into the time travel and multiverse stuff, which inherently is extremely complicated, and the people that are writing this are not smart enough to do it, which is why we have Endgame and this 5-year gap in the blip that legitimately has so many problems with it, with the way that people that come back and all of a sudden they realize that their wife's remarried and has 2 kids from some random person. Like, what do you do with that? Like, these are all the ramifications of what they decided to do and how they decided to play it out. And the multiverse is even more complex than that. And they're not intelligent enough to write the stories.
Well, every time they introduce one of these things, it makes so many more problems for them. First they did the time travel, then they did multiverse. It's like every time you do one of these, like the Loki one, and now we have Spider-Man, and now we have this one. Every time you do that, you splinter your possibilities and make even more convoluted reasons why you have to get to the plot point that you're trying to get to. It's so complicated at this point. And I think that's why, at least for me, I can't follow these movies anymore. They're just so convoluted and stupid. Yeah. And I think, Ryan, you were totally right when you said it's not a complicated story. It's just told like a moron told it. Like the way the movie was laid out, it's like, okay, I get it. They're jumping through multiverses to try to get away because MacGuffin, she has the power and she wants to get that power so she can have kids. It's a simple story, but the way it is told is in such a convoluted fucking way because so many problems they've created for themselves in the past and past movies make it hard for them to go forward. Like,
for
just
one,
end the whole thing.
For one, when did this multiverse open up? Because according to Loki, we had a sacred timeline that was all dictated by King up until very recently. And they didn't bring it up at all. And there was a multiverse brought up, although it was kind of a fake out in Far From Home. There was a multiverse in No Way Home. So, like, none of these are connected. None. It's
what also. So what strikes me listening to you is like, you're talking about things like time travel and the multiverse, which should, in theory, be really, really cool and be really exciting in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And it just makes me think about originally what was so great about these movies is that there was a sense of wonder and awe because it was like, wait a minute, there are superheroes among us. There are these superpowered beings in the real world. And so the early stuff had this sense of like, this is really, really unusual and historic what we're seeing. So I'm like, if you're, I was so irritated by Endgame, the way they introduced time. I was like, wait, Tony Stark just figured it out, sitting in his basement, and then I was like, oh, we can zip around now. And then with the introduction of the multiverse, I feel like that should be a huge, it should be much more exciting. And if you keep going back to that well over and over again, just from a storytelling perspective, it loses its luster and its coolness factor. I mean, it should be like a once in a cycle event, but it's they keep wasting these great plot points.
It reminds me, like in mainstream media, like with reporting or even like your local news, they have like these things called like content buckets, where like if it doesn't fit in the bucket, they like won't run the story, right? So if you're going through like 2020 or COVID or coup for the pandemic, whatever, oh, if it doesn't fit the narrative, then we won't run it. I really do wonder, and I think like George Lucas talked about this a few years ago, like a decade ago, that like a lot of talented actors, directors, producers, writers are kind of getting lost in transition. They're getting eclipsed by like these corporate elites where everything's driven by statistics, demographics, what works, what can or cannot work, do's, don'ts. So you have like these talented guys that could probably like really do a great movie if you just let them do whatever they wanted. But and this is where the woke crap comes in. Like there's so many things you can or cannot do. So you actually, if we do get talented screenwriters, if we do get talented producers or even directors, they won't even be able to shine because they're just going to get screwed in the end. And I wonder if this is like a case like that. I don't know what you guys think, but
it is because they're not getting creative notes anymore. They're getting woke notes.
I mean, and also the film was so homogenized. I just felt like I'd seen this before time and time and time again. And I think what was slightly worse is this was so egregiously green screened that virtually every scene that I was watching, I was just like, set. I didn't feel as if I was in a world anymore. I felt like I was in a studio.
Yeah, that
with a
opening
green
scene was
screen.
really bad. That opening scene was really
horrendous.
Bad. It was really bad.
Lots of it was just lots of it was just.
I know, but it's like as soon as you start the movie, that's where we go right into that, and that was my first thing. I was like, this does not look good at all. Like it really does not look good. And it's like that's your opening scene. You're trying to bring us in hot, which is fine, but that did not sell me at all. And so
did it look like it belonged on the Sci-Fi Channel? That's the question.
Maybe a step up from that, but that's
a little
about
bit
it.
better than
I think Chris,
pretty close.
Disney Plus, a Disney Plus.
Chris Gore said it best. It really did feel very Disney Plus. So that Kevin Feige production at the end was, I think, appropriate. To be honest with you,
yeah.
But what like little things, like non-woke things, like Reed Richards, them calling the MCU the 616 pissed me off. I was like, no, it's not.
Yeah, I was wondering. No, this is not the 616.
Because the comic book universe is the 616. That's the real Marvel universe. You do not dare call the fucking MCU the Marvel comic universe that you've got nothing to do with. Fuck that.
It's the first time we've ever heard that. In the MCU, as far as I know, at least, they actually refer to it as 616.
And as we've seen in this movie, when they're going through multiverses, you can see there's cartoon verses, there's weird water verses, there's all kinds. So theoretically, in the multiverse, the 616 comic book world is one of those. But now they've definitively said, no, the Marvel movie universe is 616.
So
which
that
is just
makes
insulting to anybody that loves 616.
That loves the source material. So they're saying they're the source material.
They're saying, no, we've replaced you.
Fuck off.
We're in comics now. It is us.
In all fairness, though, the Illuminati were fucking retarded.
They were the retardinati.
Odin.
Oh my God.
He's come prepared.
He has.
He's come.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Hello. Greetings all.
He's got his chainmail on.
Nice.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. There we go.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Huzzah!
All right.
How's it going, everybody?
He's here to be
man?
judgmental and
He's
get
come
mad
to
at us for
convert.
taking the Lord's name in vain. So here
Yes,
we go.
to judge and to pray. That is my job.
Did you see
And to
Doctor
slay.
Strange? Did you see Doctor Strange, Odin?
I did see Doctor Strange.
You did a review on it already, right?
I did. Yeah, I did a car video review.
I've been told those are a little bit dangerous, especially if you mention the amount of good black people in the movies.
Yeah, I guess.
Costume?
No, this is actually a sweatshirt.
Oh.
It's got hood.
Oh,
and everything,
that's
too.
pretty good. That's pretty
That's
cool.
not
I
a
like
costume?
it. Yeah, that looks
wow.
good. It looks really good. It does.
Thank you.
Well done.
That's cool. Looks like you're gonna go fight someone.
Money well spent.
Yeah. Yeah, to my count, I was counting during the movie, there was one good black person in it, and she got killed by a giant statue.
Yeah, she tried.
Yeah.
I mean, like, she realized that the Sorcerer Supreme Wong was much more important than Doctor Strange, and she sacrificed herself. And
Well, I take that back. Two good black people, and they were both women, and the other one, Wong was like, "Hey, let me go so I can destroy it," and she said, "No,
Yeah.
Nope.
I'm going to destroy it." And then she killed
if only
demon book
BLM
thing.
were able to take that statue down, it would have never killed her.
But
never would have.
But
how much stolen honor is there in this fucking film?
All day long.
So much.
So there were there any
So
genuinely good guys in the movie? Like,
Wait,
I mean,
Wong?
Strange was
Wong
an
was
idiot.
good.
I mean,
Yeah.
Professor X
Yeah.
was a
Yeah.
good guy. He got his neck snapped by Wanda.
Yeah.
But
all the good guys got killed.
I mean, I wish you would have done that.
this
I wish you would have done that in Picard. Just sorry, go on.
But yeah, I guess I mean like actual characters and not a cameo here, cameo there, because obviously there was a couple. But I guess there's so Strange was an idiot.
Doctor Strange. It's like
He was an, but everybody hated him and everybody was talking down to him.
Yeah,
and everybody was
that's the thing.
just
So
like,
somebody mentioned at the beginning in the first movie he's a fucking asshole, but 99% of the time he's actually right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he's doing the right thing, as much asshole-ish as that may seem, and maybe the hard way to do things, whatever. But he was doing the right thing, and
He's
saved the day.
surgical about things.
Yeah, kind of. And
Because he's a doctor.
So, but after this, in this movie, he's feeling upset that he doesn't get the girl because he feels like he's taken on all this other responsibility. So he's gloomy about that. He literally is watching as a black man cucks him. He goes to their wedding. So that's what's going on with Doctor Strange in his mindset. And then everyone is kind of upset at him because he let Thanos win because it was the only way for them to actually win, which the 5-year blip fucked up so many people's lives. And now a lot of people hold Doctor Strange responsible for saving the universe that way. And so he feels that guilt upon him and is trying to rectify that in some ways.
So how does everybody know about the specific events of how things went down?
So-
was there a conference somewhere where they were like, hey, we're the Avengers. We
Quarterback Garrett, they watched the movies clearly. Okay, I mean, come on, you know.
Well, I think imagine if something like that happened like now, and especially when you've already established that Tony Stark, everybody knows who Tony Stark is, everybody knows who some of these people are. They have a fucking play about the Avengers on Broadway and shit.
But that does. But then you've got. But then you've got Doctor Strange. But then you got Doctor Strange walking into places and no one cares that he's in there. I mean, I know they had that one woman come up with the phone. They had one woman, but like they're sitting in a coffee shop having a deep discussion about serious implications.
Like the multiverse.
And there's people just sitting there having coffee while Doctor Strange is in outfit, and it's just like, what the fuck are we doing? You know what I mean? Like it's just weird. Like it doesn't make sense. But he's
are they celebrities? Are they just regular people? They don't really.
Dude,
it's not consistent.
If
They're broke, remember?
Yeah,
fucking Black Falcon couldn't get had to go to the bank to get turned down for a fucking loan for his sister because he's black.
And then got pulled over by white cops in a mostly black neighborhood.
He got profiled in the fucking.
I'm the Falcon, man. I'm the Falcon.
projects.
Well,
I'm the Falcon.
Falcon's gonna be mad that Biden just raised the interest rates. He's fucked.
He'd be rolling in
Ryan.
fucking dough, sponsorships, everything, pussy, the whole fucking lot.
He'd be like A-Train. He'd just
Right.
have like little sponsorships.
I hate the woke stuff that's coming, but to be honest, I'm at a point now where like I'm so like used to getting let down, and I'm so sick of getting let down. Where when I watch this stuff, if I watch it, it's like almost like comedy to me. Like when I watched when I watched Falcon get freaking profiled by white cops, like I could only just like sit there and be like, dude, this is just like comedic. Like it's like funny.
Well, no, it's racist. Okay, so remember Mrs. Mrs. Duarte's tweet from a couple of days ago. You know the one she had to.
All these white supremacist lawmakers, how are they going to feel when their daughters get raped by black men?
So the reason we're pointing out the wedding at the beginning is that decision was deliberately made to make it look like instead of a genuine decision, which nobody has a problem with, it was deliberately made to cuck Doctor Strange. That was a deliberate, politically based, ideologically based decision to put in that. There's no way they just accidentally thought of it. Okay, that's bullshit. So that shows you their, I would say intentional racism. Some people might say unintentional racism. And look at how fucking crazy Victoria Alonso is. This is over
It just looks like a bunch of dicks on the screen.
This is
it's subliminal
over the Florida
Disney's been doing that
grooming bill.
Yeah. So this was right in the midst of that where Bob Chapek hadn't yet Like, he basically said, we want to be politically neutral, but unfortunately, when you spent the past decade pandering to woke people and hiring all these lunatics, you're not allowed to be politically neutral.
Yeah, can't really do that.
I've never seen the full 3 minutes, so we'll see what she says at the beginning here.
5 minutes sitting down. I asked him to look around and truly, if what we sell is entertainment for family, that we don't choose what family.
A lot of limp claps.
Yeah. What is she talking about? Nobody's choosing one family over another. I don't think
Because-
anybody wants their kids talked about.
Well, also it's like, so I can't associate myself with a family that's not exactly like mine. Oh wait, that's right. No other family is exactly like mine because every single person is unique.
Yep. As Tim Pool has pointed out, then please teach our kids creationism secretly. Teach them the Bible secretly. Go ahead. We got to be even about this. Let's be even about it. You know?
No, you can't do that.
Hey, we used to have great animated movies like Prince of Egypt that told stories from the Bible.
Yeah.
Fantastic music.
Oh,
Val Kilmer's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah.
What happened to that?
So
Blade Runner.
For
Yes.
people that
Great
don't know,
religious stories like Blade Runner. Yes.
Yes.
For people that don't know, Victoria Alonso is essentially, I mean, one of the top people at Marvel Studios at this point, who's been around since nearly the beginning and has accumulated more and more power. She is a gay person. She's receiving this award because the best gay movie they could find to give an award to was Eternals, which really says a lot about your fucking genre.
Man, I would be insulted.
Yeah.
Please respect that we're selling family. Take a stand against all these crazy, outdated laws. Take a stand for the family.
Crazy outdated laws like
What
don't
laws?
talk to kids about sexuality.
Outdated.
That's the
Outdated,
one,
is it?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
She's serious too.
Yeah, she is.
Don't talk to 5 to 8 year old children
That's their
about
progressive.
sexuality and all this shit, which they leave them alone.
That's progressivism in their minds.
Yep.
Fucking
They're gonna add that P soon to LGBT. I'm telling you.
Yep.
Peace coming, bro.
Yep.
And imagine
Mark my
standing up in front of like this entire crowd of gay, lesbian activists and shitting on the CEO of the company that you work for. That's what she's doing, calling out Bob Chapek directly in this.
That's how much
comfortable
social
they
power
are.
they
That's how
have.
powerful. Yeah, that's how powerful they feel.
Mm-hmm.
And also for one correction, it won't be a P, it'll be an M because that is how they're trying to skew it so that it sounds because when you say minor attracted person, it doesn't sound nearly as bad as what it actually really is.
Yep.
It's
Pedo.
POCD.
I wouldn't
Exactly.
be surprised at this point. These people just don't care anymore.
Up against the wall.
Yeah.
The wall.
Line up.
Line up against the wall with a bunch of wood chippers.
Yeah.
But it's crazy that the LGBTQ community actually thinks these people care. It's like, why don't they say this stuff in China? Oh, go say that in Iran. Go to Palestine.
Saudi
and say
Arabia,
the same
yeah.
things, and they're not going to do it. Saudi Arabia, exactly. Oh, we have to edit all our movies and take all the gays and queers out, but not in America because we got to appease the gays and queers. But they think they actually care about them, but they just continue to do this. It's
It's the
And it's
political
not just that,
organization.
it's black people censoring black people over there as well.
Yep. And other Asians. You know, you send a movie over there and they're not Asian enough, or you cast somebody that's not Chinese in a Chinese part,
Dude,
and then they get mad about that.
CCP,
Nope,
the
we're gonna-
CCP is racist as hell.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Xi Jinping is an ethno-nationalist, dude. He is like everything they claim Donald Trump is, like this dictator, this fascist, this ethno-nationalist. That's literally Xi Jinping, and these people get on board. Oh, we can't say anything bad about China. Oh, Disney can't say anything bad about China, but they're like literally in the palm
They have
of China.
concentration camps.
Sometimes I wonder, do they just not know this? Maybe they do know they're stupid.
No, they do. They think them. They think them
It's
for
too
the
dumb.
concentration camps.
It's the NPC
Oh,
behavior.
yeah. Wasn't that live action Mulan? They filmed it like
Fucking
right
Mulan. They said thank you
To the
for allowing us
paramilitary.
to film
Thanks,
in the area
guys.
where you have concentration camps.
I believe some Uyghur Muslims were actually extras in the movie. Can't confirm that though. But that's the reports
they
out
were the
there.
severed heads.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. The non-union.
That's how we know it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit from
Non-union.
them. They don't believe any of the shit they say.
That's what they
They're
refer to
using
them as.
you. If you're
They don't.
LGBT, they are using you.
Yeah.
They don't.
Well, no.
But it's association. What they're trying to do is they're trying to take the LGBT movement and associate it with the left. Therefore, if you are gay, you are automatically now part of the far left.
That's what they have done with the black community as well.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
If you
That's what
don't
they do
vote
with
for
all
me,
minorities.
if you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
I think they're afraid of the mob because it's still such a minority. Like even within Disney, I don't know. We'd have to see. I mean, I've talked to some of these Disney cast members. You guys covered that when I was out at Disney, and she spoke and all that. And she says there's a lot of conservatives still in the Disney Corporation, Disney World, Disneyland, even the writers and the movies, Hollywood, all that. But it's such a minority. Why do we give these people such a huge microphone? And I think it does come down to fear. I mean, look what they're doing with the whole Rose stuff. I know you didn't want to get into this, Gary, but it's a good example. They're doxing Supreme Court justices over this issue. Okay. Now, that is literally what cartels do in Mexico. Okay. And then they take it a step forward. They threaten their political opponents. They threaten them with violence. They threaten them with death. And then obviously we know how cartels work in these third world republics, banana republics. They'll kill them. That's happening in the United States now, right now. They're threatening United States sitting Supreme Court justices over a disagreement over policy. Now, we don't have to get into the policy, but people need to understand that is not normal.
I thought
It's
that
not normal.
I thought that was
outdated law. It was
insurrection.
outdated law. That's what it is.
I thought that was insurrection.
I would add to all of that there's you mentioned fear. I think one of the things that sort of irritates me the most about people, I mean, they don't even have to be conservative leaning, they just don't have to be really on the woke train like myself. But there's such hostility towards people, but there's also a lot of cowardice among the people within the industry. There's a group that I won't name. I don't want to disrespect them because they asked that they be kept a secret, essentially. But there's a collective. I know it's a bad word of like conservative actors and filmmakers and yada yada yada. Some of them are pretty big names, and it's really secretive. You have to be invited to get in. But one of their things is that you cannot, but you can't. Well, you don't want to say the name, but they're so secretive. And that they say don't say anything because we don't people don't want to lose work or whatever. I'm like, well, that's part of the problem.
Yep.
And Andrew Breitbart said this years ago. He said people reach out to me all the time privately and tell me, and there's a lot of people, especially like among crews, for instance, who are working behind the camera. A lot of just regular salt of the earth people working in the industry. Yeah, but a lot of people just keep their heads down. I'm like, well, you guys are part of the issue. You're not saying anything. You're not speaking up. I mean, so what if you're controversial? Since when do we hate, actors being controversial or artists being controversial? Like, step up and say something. And I think more and more that, that people who think like us, be they on the left or the right, center or whatever, like I think we are in the majority, and these people are in the minority, but they're cloistered off, in these hovels in California and New York City, but completely disconnected from the lives that everyone else leads, and they just have no idea what they're talking about most of the time.
You're 100% right, because normal people, when we all people that are our age, we grew up and the words racist and sexist actually meant something. It actually meant something, and it had power. And they've weaponized that, and they've used the real world aspects of it, how people felt about that. And then you kind of start realizing, like, wait a minute, no matter what opinion I give, I'm a racist or a sexist. At some point, your words are meaningless, but they weaponize those, and they did carry a lot more weight about 5 years ago. But I think people are continuing to wake up to the fact that these words are just weaponized, and they are kind of becoming desensitized to being labeled that anymore. I know I have. I know, years ago,
just going, oh, I don't want to be called a racist or a sexist online. Now I just know, like, well, if you call me a racist or a sexist, it means you disagree with my movie opinion, basically.
Yes.
And so it means absolutely nothing. And that's what people have to start realizing, is they don't mean anything.
Well, and these actors, you know, that you're talking about, in the 90s, it was a thing in the 90s, this organization you're talking about. And that back then it was necessary because Hollywood was the only avenue. That was it. It was Hollywood movies. That's it. And if you come out of the closet there as a conservative, you're done. You get moved out. But now I think actors need to realize, you know, like what you're doing, you can go and do your own thing. Like Gina Carano can go out and still get shit done outside of your bubble where you think, oh, if we don't all believe the exact same thing, you're a heretic and you must be canceled. Well, Gina Carano can go out in there and do it. Tons of comedians can go out there and do it. Chrissy's out there doing it herself.
You just don't want to risk taking that stand. I think if you even think you have a shred of opportunity with Hollywood and the
in
mainstream
that bubble
way.
Yeah.
That's what I see a lot of comedians doing. Like, it was kind of easy for me in a way because I was never going to get on like a Colbert. So
I think imagine the impact that it would have if all those people came out at once and said, you know what? Hey, we don't agree with all of these people, and that's okay. We just don't agree. We're not in this bubble. The impact that could have, the amount of other people that they don't even know about that are scared to speak up that would come out and talk about it as well. Just Gina Carano. And let's be clear, we all love Gina and what she's done and the impact she's had. She had a small role, a couple episode role on a Disney Plus Star Wars show. And she had a small role in Deadpool, right? Awesome, MMA fighter. But look at the impact that she had, even with just her like relatively small bubble that she has effect on in Hollywood.
Well,
imagine if all those people did
her
something.
fight was bigger than her. Yeah.
Well, I think part of it too, it goes back to this idea, and I think Critical Drinker made a video about this, touching on this recently, but I haven't watched it yet. But it's this idea now that, our idea of what a star is, and what a celebrity is, and of what fame is completely different now. And only people of a certain age and older think about, we understand the concept of what a movie star is. That is someone who, just by them being in the film, it will make you want to go see it. Up until very recently. Yeah. But now, I mean, can you really think of anyone like under his age, that just gets you excited to go to the movies? But no, people don't care about movie stars anymore, because you can be an Alabama 6 and put on a pair of leggings and do some squats in front of a camera and get just as many followers on Instagram as Michael B. Jordan. So the idea now is that it's not about being famous. It's about going viral. It's about, and then it gets into another part of it. It's like, what is popular culture now? Someone made a great point that you look at the reach of outlets like CNN, or you look at, the kind of numbers these studios are doing, which is fine, or the Oscar telecast or whatever, or the Grammys recently. And then you look at the viewership of, the exploding viewership of channels like yours. I say, yours, plural, how these channels are resonating, but their subscribers are growing, what Tim Pool is doing, what Joe Rogan is doing. And it just begs the question, what is popular culture now? Is it, this sort of bubble where it's, is Variety magazine and Entertainment Weekly and all these other, CBS, Hollywood Reporter, are they driving popular culture now? Or is it platforms like YouTube? Is it people like Joe Rogan? Is it people like, Jordan Peterson, even, who's having an impact, and all these influencers and, and these micro celebrities, so to speak? It's so much more decentralized now. And just goes back to what you were saying, Garrett, which is that, there's so many more avenues now. So why, and you see what someone like Gina can do and what other people can do. I mean, there are people with millions of subscribers and followers and fans. Like, that could be any of these actors and performers, but they can't see the opportunity there because they're still inside that whole machine right now.
I think
well said.
Culture, I think if you take a look at the way that we've been seeing post like 2016 and the way that social media has been going, I think pop culture could potentially be something different, but we're not allowed to even see it or enjoy it because of the censorship you see on Instagram, because of the censorship on YouTube, the censorship on Twitter, and that might be changing. But I definitely think there's this whole side of pop culture that is being eclipsed by like the shadow banning and the algorithmic changes all over social media. There are people that should probably have, like, when Elon Musk made the announcement that he was going to buy out Twitter. Something happened where there was like a wave of hundreds of thousands of people coming back to the app. I mean, I gained like 10,000 followers overnight. A bunch of bigger accounts reached over 1 million followers overnight. So I think part of what's happening is there are people that you would probably know who their name is, but because they're being shadow banned and eclipsed, I'm just speaking on like the digital space, you will never know who they are. And I think that's by design, obviously, because they manipulate it that way, because they only want one opinion. They only want one narrative out there to get you to believe. It's to show you this is what pop culture is. It's the woke culture. It's the politically correct culture. So that's why we manipulate our algorithms, because you get a Ryan Kennel out there screaming his head off to millions of people with over 1 million subs. No, you can't have that, because that's going to create more white supremacists. So I don't even think we can define what pop culture is anymore, because they manipulate it. I know it's a crazy example, but that's how they think.
Ryan,
you're right. I'm laughing at Ryan's
is perfect.
Yeah.
As soon as Elon,
right. I
made
love
the
you.
purchase
Ryan's
of
not a
Twitter-
white supremacist.
Oh yes. The thing about when Elon made the purchase of Twitter, literally the left, anything to the right of them, they were just like, oh, free speech. They just thought everyone's just going to be running around saying the N-word. That's what they thought free speech was going to be. People are just going to run around bundles of sticks, N-words. So like, no, it's about opinions. And that was the thing that got them more freaked out was, oh no, we're going to get some contrary opinions to what these people have been pushing as a narrative for so long. And they got freaked out.
The people who want to say the N-word are already saying it and have been saying it.
They don't care about your rules.
Can you imagine people just being like,
sorry,
the laws have changed. I can now unleash myself and all the bombs in the world that I want.
To Drew's point, and I talked about this on Tuesday on our stream, but like this is right here, Elon Musk tweet that I'm sharing right now. This right here is what it's all about. And this is why he gets it. This is why we must clear out bots, spam, and scams. Is it something actually public opinion, or is it just someone operating 100,000 fake accounts? Right now, you can't tell. And algorithms must be open source and any human intervention clearly identified. Then trust will be. That is exactly why. That is exactly why he is their new Trump. For now, trust me, Trump will be back to being the king enemy of them shortly. But right now, Elon is their new Trump, and it's because he's going to, if he gets the opportunity, he's going to expose what's happening. Because all of us have seen these left-wing opinions on Twitter, and you go, holy shit, that's got 150,000 likes. Who agrees with that shit? Because I don't know anyone that agrees with that. And Elon is going to expose that. So that's to Drew's point about how, you know, they're boosting this stuff to make it seem like it's a more popular opinion than it really is.
And Elon will become Elon's going to become the acting CEO. So that Parag guy, he's out.
Yeah, Parag Agrawal. It was a good run, buddy. Get fucked.
I'm not going to be working here anymore.
And all I wanted to do was talk about that Pfizer data dump. That's all I wanted to do. But apparently,
that I would call whenever my Xbox would like break, and I would call them like their service, and it'd be like,
"Did you try unplugging it?
Do you have the red
my
ring?
name is
Do you
Steven.
have the red ring?
My name is John Smith.
Is it plugged in?
Is the computer plugged in?
And I think that I actually really liked what Elon said. I think he replied to Mike Huckabee. Mike Huckabee was like, "Hey, make sure there's no anonymous people." And
Huckabee's an idiot.
And he's such an old boomer, but but then Elon like responded, no, I think there needs to be a balance. And that's something I have been a little worried about because of how he was speaking about validating real human beings and shit like that. Because I do think that anonymity still, obviously I've chosen to show my face and, you know, my name and all that stuff, but for a lot of people, it's important to them. So it's going to be interesting to see over the next couple months what happens with Elon. He is calling out everybody, every fake story he sees about him. Now he's putting it on blast.
How many of you guys are verified on Twitter?
Not me. Every time I apply, they say I don't have enough followers.
Neither am I.
So.
Okay, see, every one of you should be verified because you're literally public figures.
No, you should be verified, Drew.
You guys,
if anyone here should be.
If you are who you say you are, you should be verified. That's what it's supposed to be.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
But I would have to try.
Verification's got to come to you.
I have not tried, nor will I. I don't need to be verified.
I never tried. I will if Elon actually does officially get control, but I've never wanted a Twitter blue check mark just because I roast him so much.
I'll fucking do it even if he doesn't, just so I can shove it in their faces. But
I would like to have one for the Geeks and Gamers account, but my personal account, they can go fuck themselves unless Elon actually gets it. So.
If the Geeks and Gamers one gets one, actually, a lot of us might be able to get him, Jeremy. Just so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right, well, I don't know if I need you verified on Twitter, Ryan. That'll hurt us more than anything.
Yeah, that's more.
Yeah, it's true. There's nothing really anyone can make up about me that's more offensive than what I've already put out there. So.
Yeah, you already got a million views bitching about too many good black people. So I mean,
that's true.
So
the fact that these guys went so far to make like graphics, I should make that graphic that they keep sharing around like my YouTube banner or something.
Somebody should animate that. That's when it becomes lore, when it gets animated, even though you're on camera. Hey,
speaking of that, like so today there was this thread. Somebody, I don't even know what they thought about me before. They said, I just want to say I was wrong about Ryan, and they tagged me. And but you know, I've changed my mind or whatever. That's what they said. I was wrong about him initially, but I've watched him and I've changed my mind about him. That's all that they said. And I didn't like it. I didn't comment on it or anything. I did see it though. And all of a sudden, all of the, you know, the 10 people that just religiously watch our videos and comb our every Twitter thread that we're in immediately bounce on the like, don't you know he's racist? Don't you know he's transphobic? And like firing clips at him. And I just responded like, I don't know what you felt about me before, what changed your mind, but thank you. Sorry that you have to deal with all these people literally screaming at you because you mentioned my fucking name. Yeah, they are literal insane people.
Yes, they are.
Yep.
Yes, they are.
There's no redemption with those people. Even though you didn't do anything wrong, even if you did, like, let's just say you did, like, you're like, oh, I said some, you know, homophobic, transphobic stuff, you know, I take it back. Like, you still wouldn't receive forgiveness.
There is no forgiveness.
It's never enough.
Forgiveness, though. You are gone. You are done. You are sent into the abyss forever, and it is just like no love, no love.
Because obviously it's not about the statement. It's about like, this is a guy I consistently disagree with, and he just needs to go away because disagreement makes me feel uncomfortable and not safe.
Yeah. If I had 600 subs, I probably wouldn't care too much.
Yeah, it's really what it comes down to. Yeah. There's too many people agrees with him, so it upsets him. That's the argument I've always made. You don't care about our opinions. You care that too many people agree with our opinions, and that's what really upsets you.
Yep.
Because when I did the hater stream that Ryan hosted, you know, I asked people, I was like, do you have a problem with my opinion? Or do you have a problem with how many people agree with my opinion? They're like, well, you know, it's your opinion. I was like, then why didn't you have a problem with my opinion when I had 500 subs? Well, I didn't know about it. Clearly, my opinion has no impact on you. It's the fact that too many people agree with it. So your problem is the amount of people that follow me now, not my opinion. Because if it was my opinion, you would have found it when I had no following. So go fuck yourself. That's how you have to deal with them.
Size queen.
I just tell them fuck off.
Well, or monetize them.
Simple.
Ryan won't let me do a hater stream anymore, and it pisses me off, though.
We waste enough fucking time.
Yeah,
like,
but it's so entertaining.
Jeremy doesn't make any fucking videos anymore.
Yeah, right. And it's the same. It's the same 5 fucking people over and over again. Anyway, so
and when he does make a fucking video, he's too retarded not to show a dude with his arm on backwards, so the video doesn't even fucking stay monetized.
Yeah, I know. It got demonetized. I make one video, it gets demonetized, and it was like 70,000 views, and then it just plummeted.
He's a contortionist. That's what.
But did you tell Ryan? Have you told them about how you had that one video that was skyrocketing, and then it got demonetized, and your graph literally showed it die, and then you challenged it, and then as soon as he won the challenge, algorithm boosted back again.
Yeah. Oh,
but YouTube will tell us that.
No,
YouTube will tell us that.
My partner manager said that doesn't affect it at all.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting because YouTube analytics tells me it does.
The numbers.
You might want to get with your analytics area.
Your analytics tell me different.
I bet I can find that fucking tweet or thing I shared with you.
Go on my
Blue Tiger has given us 44. Hey, that was good because my subs were at 444 for a minute there. Now they're 446. They literally shredded Stan Lee's legacy. They did. Reed is my favorite superhero, second only to Spidey. This was the final straw. Fuck Disney forever. I agree. I was pissed. I said, fuck this movie in the theater. Right next to my kid. I'm gonna fuck this movie. My kid looks over me just in disgust and goes, "You foul-mouthed dad." Well, I figure I'll be the foul-mouthed dad, and my kid won't think it's cool and do the opposites. It's kind of opposite parenting, and it's working. It's working. My kid does not cuss at all.
Yeah, should write a book. Opposite parenting.
It's true. My parents taught me to be a good person. We got that turned out.
Yeah.
So, and I do have the. So this is the image. So my video got limited here because it was a I forgot to censor the thumbnail. Usually when I write like fuck or shit in the thumbnail, I do a star to get it past the YouTube thing. I forgot to do that. So for like 12 to 18 hours, it was limited. And then as soon as I got the appeal turned around, immediately picks back up again.
Look at that, right back up. It's like you took a blue pill.
It's so frustrating.
But
man.
Don't believe your eyes.
That's crazy. And by the way, they're still monetizing his video with ads
during that time.
He just doesn't get the Monet. The Monet.
Wow.
La Monet.
Live and you learn. Make sense of your thumbnails.
Well, that's why, like, when my MCU video came out, and I was on my way to go see Northman, right, Garrett? And all of a sudden, Perry's like, "It got demonetized." I'm like, "What the fuck? How did that get demonetized?" And I think Perry's right. I think it got flagged by a bunch of stands.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, and
because it got flagged for vulgar. What was the specific thing? It was continued use of
vulgar content.
Not a single bad word. I edited that. Not a single bad word.
It's funny because last time I was on your show, Drew, I clipped out a part of our conversation and I put it out on my Patriot Outpost channel, my political channel. That got struck for hate speech. Even though the entirety of the conversation is up on Turning Point USA's YouTube channel, no problem. My channel got struck for hate speech.
Welcome to my world, dude. YouTube hates.
Yeah. So, and I even fucking argued them like every single fucking video on that channel that I've gotten a strike on, the content that I'm getting hit over is public on another channel. Like one was for the CNN Joe Rogan stuff, which I played their own clips that are on CNN's channel. I get strike for that. The next one was Bill Maher, Barry Weiss on Bill Maher talking about masks. That's up on Bill Maher's fucking channel, but I get a strike for it. And then the same thing with this.
It's kind of like when you go to a fast food joint and everybody else's food gets done correctly and yours gets fucked up. I think it's a you problem,
exactly
Ryan.
like that.
I think it's just a you problem.
I agree.
Maybe. I'll just adapt and overcome, motherfuckers. I'll have to find a new way to slide my hate speech into my videos, I suppose. Literally, we were just saying, I think it was our conversation about, like, you know what, maybe children shouldn't be learning about sex when they're 5 years old. That gets flagged for hate speech somehow.
Of course.
Well, it is.
They think that is hate speech.
To a lot of people, it is. To a lot of people who work at YouTube, it is.
As soon as pedos become a protected group, it will be.
Well, there's a strong contingent in California amongst politicians from San Francisco, by the way, that really want that to be the case. They really want.
I wonder why they would really like to have that.
Yeah, there's one in particular. He's the one. I don't know if it passed or not, but he tried to get it passed where you don't have to disclose if you have AIDS.
I was gonna say, question is, can you not disclose while you have AIDS while you're fucking a little kid?
I believe that a couple years ago that actually got, not the kid part, but
maybe in San Francisco.
The headlines were, "Oh, it's decriminalized," which wasn't exactly true. Instead of it being a felony specifically for HIV, now it's just a misdemeanor like every other STD. So that's the way it's classified.
Except for the death sentence that you still have. By the way, it's a cocktail that keeps you alive, but not forever. It's not a cure. It's not a cure.
It's ironic that it's a cocktail that keeps you alive when it's a cocktail that fucked you to begin with.
Well, I've had a couple of friends die. They had it. They took that cocktail for a long time. They were in shape. They were gay guys in San Francisco, so they were in shape, and they died in their 50s. It's just prolonging it. It's like having hepatitis B. Is it B? The one that's it's terminal. Like, it gets you. Yeah. It's going to take 10 years off your life, 20 years off your life, sometimes 30. So, yeah. But it's become a problem again in San Francisco. That's why there's billboards. There's billboards because meth in the gay community was it still is. So there's billboards like, hey, don't do meth. It's bad. because it's spreading AIDS again. Like it was becoming a little mini epidemic again in San Francisco between 2015 and 20.
Because it's all the meth.
It's the meth
that's doing it.
Well, it's the meth.
Passing the AIDS
Blame
around.
the meth.
That was one of the most interesting sections, and I don't know if anyone read the real Anthony Fauci, but it was one of the most interesting sections of hearing him go through the history of Fauci and the choices he made during that time, and
How
many
horrible
people,
he was
how many
then,
people he killed, and that's the only way to say it. How many people he
Pass
killed?
AIDS by being in the presence of another person with AIDS. It's in
Seriously.
the air. You touch a cereal box and it gets
Dude,
you.
that,
You
that
got
meme,
the AIDS.
that meme,
It's
that
got aerosol.
That meme that was going around of him like getting shorter each time, like so good. I was thinking of you, comics, the whole time.
Oh, I'm sure you were.
5 picoseconds for 100 Canadian pesos. Hell, this came in before the show started. So there are many insulting moments in that film to comic book fans. Yes, the MCU normies are going to go, but as a fan, the number one most insulting was when they confirmed that that main MCU timeline was designated the 616. See, I told you, Kevin Feige is a fraud. Hashtag release the Raimi cut. And there's an entirely different film out there.
Do you think that
that I want to see?
Do you think that the reshoots were to like dumb it down? I heard initially they were going to have a lot more connections to to Loki and stuff like that, and more involved in what was going on with the Disney Plus shows than what eventually happened.
That's what I heard too.
Why would you cut that out?
I don't know. And they they also cut out a bunch of Raimi moments, right? Because he went full Raimi.
Those were the best parts.
And you can tell, like there would be Raimi parts, and then they just end, and it's like, what? Whoa,
yeah.
It would be like interesting camera angles and cool lighting, and it's very thought out, like how the composition was, and then it would just cut to generic still frame shot of characters talking.
Yeah, all the elements that made it feel almost like a horror film. Like that was like, I was like, oh, I love those moments, but they were so fleeting.
Yep. And then our boy Danny Elfman, he ain't got it anymore, man. It just
was a little weak.
It was very weak. So
well, I think the problem is that modern day films don't put the score forefront in films anymore. They just don't do it. Like we've talked about this before. Like Star Wars, we'll take the original trilogy. The music is such a huge part of how that film feels and everything about it. And then we cut to the new movies, and it's still John Williams, but it's so diluted and in the background. You can't ever really feel the music lead the story. So I think even like you're saying, a lot of that,
Gotta let Ray shine.
Yeah, let her shine.
Well, I do think a lot of that is studios not allowing directors to have their full vision and stuff, because the one guy that comes to mind in the current day is Nolan, and his movies are very much relying upon the scores. You know what I mean? Still, like,
sometimes
Inception,
so loud,
Dark Knight,
the speakers explode.
Exactly. And so, but you look at a lot of it, and you're right though. Most of these movies, like, think about all of the movies of the past several years. Think of one that's that score stands out. We don't really have that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Man of Steel, which I don't like the movie, but the score's fantastic. But so that one had it, but they're few and far between.
Yeah,
I say for MCU, especially maybe the Avengers film, because the Avengers theme, that's the only thing I can remember from any MCU film.
And I can't recall it right now.
Bum 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 bum.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah, but and I will say, recently we did have the Batman, which obviously had a fantastic score. You know,
that is true.
So that one was there,
and that one definitely put the score forefront in the composition of how the movie was made. You can feel that score.
It was better than the movie,
leading you through. Truly, it was.
Same with the Nolan trilogy and. No.
The Nolan trilogy had very good music, without a doubt.
I'll take it with Star Wars, because I mean, I feel like that's the closest thing to the original Star Wars we get now is just the score.
Just the score, except when they do the Mandalorian.
They'll manipulate you through the trailers. Oh! Look, it's the song from Phantom Menace. It's gonna be amazing. It's like, no, it's not.
That's what happened with Kenobi. You know, John Williams came back to do essentially like the trailer, like for Kenobi, and he mashes up, Battle of the Heroes and Duel of the Fates, and it sounds fucking awesome. And it's like all these good feelings I still have about Star Wars from these things that have nothing to do with Disney.
YMS did a great video.
And then when the show starts,
King.
What was that?
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say when the show starts, it'll be like that Mandalorian. It's fucking stupid shit.
Yeah. Chat's reminding me of the Dune score with Hans Zimmer. So then everybody knows how much I
forefront
love
again.
Dune.
Yet
So-
again, forefront in the composition. Of the
Joker
film.
score. The score from the Joker was incredible.
Really good.
Well, that
what
movie
I was
in
going to
general
say
was incredible.
is YMS made a really
And that won
great
an
video
Oscar as well.
He made a video on the remake of Lion King, and Jon Favreau talking about how the score is basically, you can take the score from that film and it would you get all the same feelings from whenever you watched it before, like because that score is so powerful. Yeah, all of that. And he was like, you could put that score to just nothing on screen and people would still feel those feelings. That's what music can do, and that's what they just don't understand these days.
It's what Clifton said earlier. They were, or no, sorry, it was Drew. It's content now. It's not art.
Fuck yeah!
It
is
content. We push product
and Bob Chapek came out and said it at the investor meeting 2 years ago. It's all data driven.
It's this strange and sort of deadly marriage of corporatism and this this ideology that we keep talking about. It's a very strange. It's like everything is so sanitized. I keep asking myself, why is it that I keep watching these old movies, or reading these old comic books and not anything new that's come out? And over again, this becomes this recurring theme, sort of in a lot of my thinking and conversations, which is like, what is missing? You know what I mean? Like we all feel it because we all feel it. Like there's just even like the score, the music isn't that amazing, and the I was talking about cinematography earlier. There's nothing that really interesting. It just seems like something is dead, and hollow. And what is that? That's what I'm trying to figure that out. That's like my.
I think it's creativity that is dead.
Yeah,
but it's out there though. I mean, it's on the internet.
It's being strangled and not allowed.
It's going different places.
But it's not in the machine. I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's not in Hollywood. It's not at Netflix.
It's got no soul. That's why.
Yeah,
it's got no soul.
It's going different places. I mean, things have their time.
I don't feel in any way, shape, or form that Kevin Feige cares about any of these characters.
No,
and I don't feel, for the most part, that the directors do either.
No.
They're just it does feel like a soulless, homogenized assembly line of shit, and everything looks the same, and everything sounds the same, and all the stories are the fucking same.
But the thing is, how can he not care about the characters? Because that first couple of phases of the MCU, I mean, they were amazing. That's why they generated billions of dollars. These movies did. So
he used to. I don't feel it anymore. I don't.
When
I
did
don't
he
feel
fully
that.
take over? Was it
Civil War
at the end of Phase 2?
Civil War.
Yeah. Civil War. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's the reason why that stuff was so good. Is he wasn't fully in control.
Yeah. Speaking of like absolute garbage and dog shit, what the fuck is this poll? Someone put up a poll. Favorite score of music: Star Wars, Northman, Tron, or just Marvel. What the fuck does Marvel mean? It's like 23 movies.
Star Wars is going to win. Tron Legacy.
X-ray in the background. I can't even defend myself.
The fuck?
I can't.
When I saw the Star Wars, I'm like, do you mean like modern Star Wars? Or do you just be like all time?
How much are you drinking?
Yeah.
I have a lot of wine back there.
Maybe, I'm not into telling people what to do, but like maybe we should dial back the booze a little bit.
Speaking of poor choices, let me tell you.
Yeah.
That was the whole choice. Okay, extra girl. It needs to be Star Wars, Lord of the Rings.
Ooh,
Indiana Jones,
Jurassic Park.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
and
Back to the
Superman
Future.
and Superman the movie.
Oh, fuck you for making me decide. I hate you.
That's what it needs to be. Star
Jurassic
Wars,
Park,
Lord of the Rings,
Jaws.
Jurassic Park, and
007.
Superman the movie.
Oh.
That's what it needs to be.
Lord of the
right
Rings.
now.
I gotta say Lord of the Rings. Easy.
What about Home Alone?
Oh my God, Chrissy.
Fuck out, Chrissy.
Yeah, what are you? I like Home Alone, but what the fuck?
No, actually, no bullshit. Actually,
Blade Runner, dude. Blade Runner.
No, listen. Home
Alone has a great.
John Williams' theme in Home Alone is legendary.
Dude,
it really is. I was just messing with Chris.
Hook has such an underrated score.
Yeah.
No, you have to like put the. I mean, like Blade Runner soundtrack would have to go with Tron Legacy. You have to put those kind of soundtracks together.
Yeah, they kind of go together.
All I hear
Blade
with Jurassic
Blade
Park
Runner
though is that fucking kazoo going.
Hey, that's iconic. I have to choose.
Oh my God! Stop! Please stop.
I have to choose Superman the movie. I have to.
Best
that's my
theme.
favorite one.
Best theme.
Lord of the Rings. Lord of the
yeah.
Rings.
Yeah.
Lord of the Rings is winning.
That's the thing. If it's favorite
Lord of the Rings
score,
is a great score.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a difference between favorite score versus favorite theme.
Yeah.
Because so other than like the Superman theme, is there anything remarkable, I guess, about
Fortress
like
of Solitude.
the
Come on.
score?
Yeah, the Fortress of Solitude is amazing.
Yeah. But if you're talking about that versus like Indiana Jones or so many of these other ones,
The
I don't know
Desert
if I do
Chase. The
Superman.
Desert Chase.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
So good.
So there's a difference between theme and score.
John Williams is awesome. He's
God. Between John Williams,
God amongst men.
John Williams will fight himself. Anytime someone talks about best score, John Williams will always fight himself.
We just need America Chavez to open
What
up a
about
portal so
Jerry
John Williams
Goldsmith
could
as
fight
well?
John Williams.
Jerry Goldsmith
Yeah.
he's like 1B to John Williams. Absolutely. 'Cause
Howard
his-
Shore, right there.
Howard Shore's right up
Howard
there,
Shore's
but like
good.
Jerry Goldsmith goes back to Twilight Zone. Like he's old school, man. Dude was
There's
And then,
a lot of great ones. There's a lot of
who did the
Hans Zimmer-
Westerns?
Hans Zimmer should be on there though, because Hans Zimmer.
Ennio Morricone.
I like
Yeah.
him, but like his shit
I don't
is
know.
just really
Hans Zimmer has
repetitive.
bangers that you don't even know of. Like,
yeah,
you'll be
he-
watching a movie, you're like, Hans produced there. Hans.
But like like the Pirates stuff is only slightly a variation of Gladiator. I mean, it's awesome. They're both awesome, and they're both just a
Pirates
slight
theme is pretty
variation.
great, though.
Yeah, he's very good at like.
I mean, you listen. Okay, well, I mean, if you want to bring in
Gladiator,
that, if
right.
you listen to the
Lion King
love
score.
theme, well, if you listen to the like love
Lion King is
theme in Raiders of the Lost Ark versus the love theme from Empire Strikes Back with the lay, it sounds
It's a note
super
difference.
fucking familiar.
It's like a
It's-
note difference. Yes.
Exactly. So, I mean,
Yeah.
that's just how composers are going to be a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hans Zimmer might be my favorite, even though John Williams is the best. So
John Williams
like
is the best.
a thin red line from Hans Zimmer, which is one a lot of people probably don't know that one by name.
good.
That one was used for the Man of Steel teaser at Comic-Con. That a thin red it is so good. It is so good, and it's been used in a lot of different films.
I tell you what, fucking V for Vendetta's got a banging score as well.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
I really like the Gladiator soundtrack mainly because
The
it was
battle.
done by Dead Can Dance. Dead Can Dance is pretty awesome.
Gladiator soundtrack's amazing.
The Gladiator soundtrack, the battle. Oh my god, I would work out to that in the gym. That was so like I was ready to fucking fight after that. I was like, let's go.
Offbeat theme that I really like was the Fight Club, the whole score by the Dust Brothers.
Yes,
I really love listening. Like that was a good gym album right there.
I think Man of Steel. Man of
it
Steel
was so
is one
strange
of the
and melodic.
greatest scores there's been in
Agreed.
God knows how long. It's absolute fucking incredible, that soundtrack.
When I heard that score,
It's a really great theme.
I just thought the movie would be the greatest movie ever made. I was like, whoa,
I did too.
shit.
Yeah.
In that teaser poster where it's all shadows and you see his like chest and the emblem is a little bit in shadows.
Yeah.
Like, so good.
Dude, I think it was trailer 3 from
Too
Man
bad
of
the movie
Steel,
was bad.
because it kind of had a little bit of a homage to John Williams' Superman theme a little bit in trailer 3. And when I saw that trailer, it's still to me probably the greatest trailer ever made for a film. And fucking movie just disappointed me so bad. Fucking pisses me off. I hate that fucking movie.
No, best teaser trailer of all time is, or not all time, but in recent memory is the Dark Knight, when it was the first time you ever heard the Joker. Like you ever heard the Joker.
Yeah.
And that was
like,
everybody was hyped on trying to like.
Oh,
is
dude,
Joker
no.
gonna be good?
I'm a man of my word.
I was running down to IMAX to just watch that begin. Like I forgot even what movie it was before. There was some IMAX movie. It was playing. You got that first 9 minutes or whatever, and I just watched that.
Was it Harry Potter?
No, it was. It was
it
not
one
a
of the
stage
Harry
for a
Potter?
Harry
Yes, 'cause
Potter
it's
movie.
Well, Deathly Hallows Part
it
1 played The Dark Knight
Sunshine?
Rises.
It was. Yeah, it was.
So it would have been
I think it was
like Half-Blood Prince, I think, or
Was
Order
it
of the Phoenix.
Sunshine?
Half-Blood Prince. I always say that all the time.
Half-Blood Prince.
Unbreaded
Unbreaded.
Unbreaded. Unbreaded.
Oh my god!
Touchdown on paper. Unbreaded.
Quidditch goal?
Uncle Squatch for $50 says, "Hey all, I was going through some of my old school projects and found my unfinished book. I already had a plot outlined and characters, even a finished prologue, more than George has, and a first chapter. All I need to do now is finish the book. Wish me luck. Good luck. Good luck. Don't be George.
Good luck.
Don't be George R. R. Martin.
Do it. Break a leg.
Stay on it.
Create some new stuff.
Yeah, you could still break a leg and write a book, but you can't. But you can't be fat and buy a train and a fucking movie theater and write 16 other books and 5 TV shows and finish the one that people actually want, and then you complain about it. Don't be that.
Yep. So right now, after 5 minutes and almost 3,000 votes, we have Lord of the Rings winning 43%, Star Wars second 34%, Superman the movie at
home
13,
crowd, Lord of the
Jurassic Park at
Rings.
10.
Yeah.
So, and honestly, I mean, you can't argue with the Lord of the Rings soundtrack. It's as perfect as the films are. You know what I mean? Like that's how good it is.
The Lord of the Rings trilogy is a completely...
It will be when it fits a woman.
The Lord of the Rings trilogy is...
Well, you're getting that soon as.
The Lord of the Rings trilogy is the perfect lay. It is good sex from beginning to end. Yeah. So that's what it is. It's the greatest trilogy
38
ever
seconds.
made.
38
If that's 38 seconds for you, buddy...
There's foreplay, then you get the main course there, and then at the end, you just keep going. It keeps going and going and going, and then it ends.
It's like,
and then you want more.
It's like
Or fall asleep.
It's like the fountains in
And
Las
then you go,
Vegas. Cincy Raz on the Streamlabs side for $50. Hail Friday Night Tights. First time super chat. We'll be gentle. Love the show. Usually listen when driving a tractor trailer for work, but today I'm home and I get to listen live. Excellent. Thanks for retweeting me about the Nerdrotic coffee. Oh, thanks for putting that up. And that reminds me. Love it. Just want to hear Gary say, X-ray.
I mean, so to be fair, so X-Ray Girl had the first poll that she put in the chat, and now Lord of the Rings has to go directly head to head with the Northmen to find out what is the ultimate score for all films.
I'm sorry, Northmen.
No,
I love
it has to go up against Marvel.
You're all right.
It's just
Gary,
Marvel.
I've shared the little.
Hey, I'll get to that. X-Ray Girl went full retard. Oh no. She kind of did.
Literally everything about even the question. Like, obviously, we know Extra Girl's at math. She's good at math, not necessarily English, right? But favorite score of music. It's like just such a weird way to even ask it.
Favorite musical score.
Yeah.
It's not so hard.
And then even in our private chat, she said, "I'm in Canad."
Go tit. I'm in Canad.
Without a capital C either. My God.
Oh my God. Uber Geek. I cannot retweet that.
Just go tit.
I keep thinking about that scene. I don't remember what Shrek movie it was, where at the dinner table and Donkey just comes out of nowhere, yells "Donkey." The Extra Girl, like, Northman. You know, we're like, what's the greatest score of all time? Either that or Marvel. Like, what do you mean, Marvel?
The Marvel thing. By the way,
nothing's worse than Amber Heard. Are you guys Amber Heard fans?
I'm an Amber Heard fan. She's made me a lot of money on my videos, so I'm a big Amber Heard fan.
Going to jail.
Yeah.
I want her to be drug tested because I want to know if she actually did coke on the stand. That's what I want to know.
That's what I think.
I think it's far more likely that she has tissues that have some sort of menthol on them to try to make her cry than it is cocaine, to be honest with you.
I was
like Dennis.
I was saying this. This is
on your bed.
This is a realm that I have some expertise in, but I said, people, when that video of Amber Heard going around and she's breaking down on the stand and all this frankly bullshit. It's just that human beings normally they try to restrain their emotions, and if they become overwhelmed by their emotions, they stop and collect themselves, and they continue on. Human beings generally in public don't try to cry. She was trying to cry. The only people who try to cry are really bad actors, and that's my 2 cents on that.
Well,
Yeah,
put it up
a
against
bad actor.
Put it up against Kyle Rittenhouse, right? Whenever Kyle Rittenhouse was talking and he cried, he didn't try and push out a cry. The cry just jumped in and surprised him.
Panic attack.
Let's be fair.
And then he
though,
had a panic attack on top of that at the same time.
I was gonna say because he cried really weird,
and it was ugly. It was an ugly, weird cry. You don't.
It was pretty.
Not on purpose.
It was pretty ugly. It was pretty ugly.
But I think it's tough too because like even if she was telling the truth, which she wasn't, because she's a piece of shit lying like scumbag. Amber Heard's terrible. But even if she was telling the truth, you know that her lawyers would tell her, if you do start trying, just keep trying to go, like make it as bad as you possibly can, right? Because they want the jury to be able to see that shit and think that it's real. So it's terrible. Like, it's not believable. However, she does still have the media in her pocket, clearly, with the headlines that are coming out. It's like, Johnny Depp did all these terrible things. Headline that psychologist alleges. You know,
Didn't she fire her whole PR team? She like fired all of them because they suck, and she was actually looking bad. She still looks bad because she's a liar and she's a terrible actress. She obviously can't act. And she just poops on people's beds and cuts people's fingers off. She's crazy. This chick is crazy. She's obviously a drug addict.
Just wait till she has to go through cross-examination.
She's got to be a great fucking lay, though. That's the only, that's got to be the only thing for Johnny to stay with her
when
that
she
long.
gets past 40, she's going to be a handful for anybody.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I have literally
Why? What happens at 40?
I don't.
To actresses in Hollywood, their career goes over. Their career's over, and they go crazy.
That's true.
Same thing. It happens to dudes in their 60s, but 40 for women.
Once no one wants to see their tits anymore.
This just in, we actually found out what broke America Chavez.
Yes.
And caused her to suck her parents into another vortex. So
we got a picture of the bee. We got an exclusive picture of the bee.
Our boy.
Why would someone's name in another dimension be America?
I don't know. And why would she speak Spanish in another dimension? I mean, unless it's dimension
it's called
Puerto
Gabby
Rico.
Rivera.
Yeah.
Because it's
hang on.
Oh my God! Did you guys talk
Holy
about
menstruation?
that moment where America and I forget what other female character they kind of shame Doctor Strange for not knowing Spanish?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wong. Was it Wong?
Wong. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at this
Oh,
retard.
that
doesn't
was
know how to
so
order
that
tacos
was
on the street.
So gross.
And then Wanda shamed him for giving up the time stone.
Yeah.
And then she was like, okay, with saying I had to put a hole in the person I love's head.
Yeah, I'm so tired of her bitching about Vision being gone, honestly.
That poor kid.
Leave Ray alone.
I want to see this. Is there actual video of this?
Why
there is
a video. Look like she ate the fucking blueberry thing.
don't know.
I'll show the video that created all of these problems here.
Yeah, let's see the video evidence, please, Jeremy.
Yeah.
Here's the video of them inventing this
Here's
shit
the real Star Wars sequel trilogy. This is how it would really go down.
When the dance in the background. Now I call all the guys over here. Hang on. Where'd she go? Where'd she fucking go? Ray Skywalker. Right there. Get her.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Oh wait, the last part is great.
Wait, so that's just us four, but then other people join in. Why? Other people are like, look. Oh my God.
No.
What's the say?
Wait. This part's my favorite.
Hey, no
Hang on.
lie.
Listen.
No lie, this literally looks like a scene out of Portland.
Oh, it's so beautiful.
I don't know why they keep calling you guys misogynist. It's
completely unfounded.
No.
Watch this. Boom!
This is just hating a specific woman.
right.
Wow.
Come on, y'all are assholes, man.
Basically,
I'm so proud. Y'all are assholes, man. Because I just got a picture on the other end, just like some little girl.
You just noticed. Wow.
No, man, but it's hilarious. Like, I shouldn't be laughing, but it's also hilarious.
if you pick that character, you fucking deserve it. Also, it did.
And the thing is, you got these grown men who are just so serious, like kill this bitch. Like it's a video game.
But let's be honest. Who actually chose that character? Probably a grown man.
Where's she at?
Yeah.
As I told Jeremy last night, there is no kid dressing up as Rey unless her parents forced her or she was paid by Disney. Nobody gives a shit.
It's true. It was interesting. It did look like Portland. That basically was like a recreation of every time like Andy No goes out in public and Antifa sees him. That's like basically Antifa's reaction. So
that was probably Kevin Feige. That was Kevin Feige trying to relax and play a little bit of Fortnite.
It's like so that's what somebody clipped that and posted it, and they were whining about us, and then that's someone commented that about me and Gary, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
Like, did you just invent something that what? Like the only clip that they usually kind of circulate about me is the whole I love the Last Jedi clip, which was a joke that Josiah played on me, which I've already proven with receipts, and that's all they can use to expose this hate mongering racist sexist Jeremy that I said I love the Last Jedi in a joke. And so if that clip of me and Gary was out there with these freaks that are always posting shit about us, like, could you imagine? Because what was that, Gary? 3 years ago? 2 years ago?
3.
And we were San Diego Comic-Con.
San Diego Comic-Con.
Almost 3.
Yeah. Oh, that was the same Comic-Con that when Jarbo tweeted out that we ran from him.
Yes.
Like within 20 minutes of me putting the address of our meetup on Twitter.
Yes.
It's like, dude, come on.
Jeremy, obviously these people have never played on Xbox Live with 12-year-olds on Call of Duty for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Drew.
That is literally nothing. Nothing.
Dude, I've been
to playing Call of Duty with 12-year-olds.
I don't get offended by anything, and I've been in Xbox lobbies that I had to go, bro, I gotta get the fuck out of here, man. This is
a little
rough.
much.
Damn,
That's a little much
here. I'm not built for this lobby. Holy shit.
That's the truth, dude.
It is, man.
That was, man.
The fact that these are the things that you guys are being like clipped for is so hilarious. At least I have some like good ones.
Yeah.
I obviously have the Batman one out there. I've got one from this show where I made a joke about a trans person being too retarded to slit their wrists. That's out there. Let's see. There's a couple. Yeah, I mean, I think it's funny as fuck. I'm like, it's so hard for me not to retweet it every time someone shares it. But yeah, so there's some good ones out there, guys. You got to try a little bit harder to find them, though.
Yeah, I remember one of the other ones that really was right when the channel hit 100K, the main Geeks and Gamers channel. I had someone sent me a Pez dispenser with Rey. And so I took the cardboard of it and I chopped her head off on the cardboard, and they lost their minds. They're like, he's calling for violence against Daisy Ridley. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's a fictional character, just like in Jay and Silent Bob. Fictional character, not the real person. But yeah. It is what it is.
I mentioned because I remember one stream, I forgot even which one it was. Maybe it was on Geeks and Gamers, but when I took I had a Captain Marvel Blu-ray and I literally like crumpled it
and then mailed it to
live. Me. Yeah, I did. I sent you all the broken pieces.
Oh man, but it is what it is. One Disney Star Wars video, and here's what's happening. This is why I don't talk about the shit.
That's
anymore.
it.
Let the crazies have it. Let those crazy fucking losers have it.
yours.
You can have Disney Star Wars. It's all yours.
Have it.
It's all yours. Eat it up. Go for it, Disney. You can go ahead and pander to a group of people that'll never give you your money, but they'll retweet you all day long.
Yep,
That's
you win.
That's all you're gonna get.
You win. How does that victory feel right about now? How's that Disney stock doing? Oh, not very well.
Yep.
Not very well.
Oh, look, Darth Vader's here. Yeah, Darth Vader. You like Darth Vader, don't you?
Oh, wait, the black woman will lead Darth Vader around, tell him when he can use his powers, just like in Moon Knight, when she tells him he can use his powers, just like in Doctor Strange, when she tells him how to use his powers.
Yeah, the Kenobi trailer is really bad, and it's obvious that that black chick is going to be like the focus of it. Ryan doesn't think she's going to be the absolute focus. I think it's going to be like
The focus is going to be Kenobi, but what the black chick is going to be the one who discovers him and finds him, and eventually she's going to be a good person, and she's going to end up actually sacrificing herself so that Obi-Wan can complete his mission. That's what I've said from the very fucking beginning. I would have made a big reaction saying all that if I hadn't had the Batman video go viral the day before. I figured maybe not the best time.
It has to go that way because she can't get the information back to the Empire because then they would know exactly where he is. So it just fucks the whole time thing up.
Doesn't make any
but
sense.
as if that matters to them at all.
Like they care about continuity. Come on.
Well, I mean, I don't know why they're wasting this on a D+ series. Like this should be their next movie series. It should be. They've got nothing after this.
Right? It shouldn't be because there's no story to fucking tell there.
Well, I agree.
Like,
Okay,
you know what I mean?
I agree. The story should never be told by Disney ever. But if this, like, what do they have after this movie wise?
There's the Ryan Johnson trilogy. No, wait, no, that got canceled.
They need to suck it up and just move forward in the timeline.
Yes.
Like you know, absent of them retconning everything and starting from scratch, which again, we've known this for a long time. Finally, people are coming to accept this. That's not going to happen. They just need to suck it up and start moving forward after Rise of Skywalker. Start creating stories with original characters. Stop leaning on the legacy of the same fucking stories over and over again. How many stories about the same 20 to 25 people are you going to tell in the same 15-year time period?
Or they could remake the original trilogy.
They will eventually.
They will.
Aren't they doing that with the High Republic comics and they're just like gay and nobody likes them?
Yeah, pretty much.
Hey,
one's a rock.
There's a rock in one
He's
of
a
them.
rock in a
Drew.
pilot.
They had a Jedi
He's
bake
the
off.
navigator.
And a Jedi bake-off.
Dwayne Drew said that. It's just so matter of fact.
Yeah.
It's just they're gay and nobody likes them.
They're
It's
gay
just
and nobody likes
what
them.
they're trying to do to freaking Star Wars and
Ba-da-bum-ba-dum-bum.
Marvel.
It's true.
I just tell them what they're doing. Your content is gay and nobody likes it.
Yeah.
Isn't that what Disney's trying to do?
You guys don't buy this because we made a Jedi trans? No, we won't.
No.
Are you sure? Yes, for sure.
America Chavez is a super popular character, ladies and gentlemen. That's what they keep telling us. The amazingly popular America Chavez, who's never had a comic book run go past what, 12? Issue 12.
And Gabby Rivera made her even more popular.
Oh, Gabby.
With YouTubers, that is.
She's so popular, she keeps getting new series.
No.
It just happens that the last one before
Well,
that got
it's funny
canceled.
because Gabby Rivera's run has been completely retconned. The whole thing with the Utopian Parallel, retcon. It's gone.
Yeah, but I
they
would
used it for the
say
movie.
I'd say comics, the most dramatically read comic book on the internet is America Chavez #1 by Gabby Rivera, because it is comically bad. It is horrifically bad.
I mean, when you know it's a good sign when entire YouTube channels have been launched just by trashing on that one book.
Yep.
Seriously,
they have.
It has.
Englentine, I would say he was the pioneer of it. He was the one who was
he
like
was.
on top of it absolutely first, and then Zach jumped on, just some guy jumped on. A bunch of other comic book. Why am I blank? Captain Cummings not around anymore. So,
No, he's not.
But yeah, all those people. It was funny listening to the dramatic. I did a dramatic reading on Yellow Flash. It was fun. I would do it again. What was the name of the university? It was Sotomayor University.
Oh, of course it
and it was all lesbians. Yes. It was the University of Sotomayor or some shit. It was terrible. It was utterly terrible.
I'm surprised it wasn't the RBG University or something.
Yeah.
And she hasn't gotten any work since. It's really weird.
It's weird.
Maybe because she's a terrible writer.
Yep. Mongo 5817 for $100. Mongo, only pawn on Game of Life. Just saw the casting for Disney Plus's Percy Jackson series. Yeah, Ryan's made about 7 videos on this so far. Spoiler, statistically speaking, Annabeth is the most likely suspect to be the lightning thief. Ryan?
Yeah, I actually really like the Percy Jackson series. And when this series was announced and that Rick Riordan was going to be involved, I thought that would be a good thing, because even though he's a woke piece of shit, he was mad about the movies because they were so departed from the books, because they destroyed what he had created, right? So I thought it's a good thing having him there. No, not so much. Immediately, two of the 3 main characters have been race swapped, including Annabeth, who is described as a tan blonde girl who looks like your stereotypical California chick. She is now a 15-year-old black girl. So a very, very deep tan in California, apparently.
These are descendant from Greek gods?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
To be fair, that doesn't really matter because the Greek pantheon is like shifted to America.
Okay.
So in theory, they could be fucking anybody, but that's not.
They're all mixed, baby.
That's not the way they were described in the books. In the books, they had very specific descriptions. The approved illustrations, they have a very specific look. That's not what they look like. Fuck Rick Riordan. He started putting in transgender people and non-binary people and shit into his later stuff after he was already successful, where the main thing that he wrote that made him blow up was pretty non-political and non-identity politics. So he's a piece of fucking garbage.
Yeah. Well, the DOA. Just another DOA series on content streaming service. What was that?
Content streaming service plus.
Plus.
Did you see they're remaking Texas Chainsaw Massacre again?
They
just did.
Didn't they just wait? Hold on.
They remade it in like 2003, and there is a 2022 release coming out.
Oh, is it? Wait.
It came out.
Is it going to be
remakes?
Is it going to be a guy killing Republicans in Texas with a chainsaw? Is that what it is?
No, but
it's going to be a Republican.
Oh, it's going to be a Republican. Yeah, just like
there's one that's just come out. There's one that
it just came out. That's what you're talking about. It came out.
Yeah,
it's like a group of internet influencers buy the small town that's next to him, and then he comes and kills them.
Oh, I might like this. I might like this movie.
Kind of down with that.
I am really a fan of this movie now.
So it could be good.
A bunch of Instagram people getting chopped up with the chainsaw.
Sounds like a dog whistle to me.
The Woad Warrior for $49.99. Freedom. The Woad Warrior.
It was the Warriors. They killed Cyrus.
Come out to play. Maximoff. And oh no, I knew somebody was going to go there. Maximov and the Maxi Pad of Madness, featuring Doctor Strange as the Simperer and the Sorcerer Supreme. Disney stop! Oh god, that's so good. Disney stop banging our fandoms like they're Will Smith's wife. Oh! Damn!
Wow!
Your wife, fuckery is intolerable. Contemplate this on the Tree of Woke. Hail the chat. Hail Friday Night Tights.
Tree of Woke, yeah.
Nice.
I was waiting for people to find the analogies with WandaVision. I was waiting for deeper into the show to talk about, I already talked about, how it should have ended. Probably somebody giving her cats. And we can go way deeper than that with the color red and
I am the Scarlet Witch.
Kurt Metzger went there when he was on the show.
You know what got me the most about the entire ending was that basically the thing that got her to where she needed to be to have the redemption was what Wong had told her just 30 minutes earlier.
Yep.
About isn't it enough that that they'll be happy and that they'll be loved? And that's exactly what the ending. So it's really
you see, she had to hear it from herself.
She had to hear it from a woman.
Exactly.
Because Odin, that came from a man.
All the power is inside of her already.
An Asian man.
A man.
Sorry, I don't know what trumps what anymore.
Secret
Asian man.
Well,
wow, that's a Rush
isn't it
Limbaugh
called the progressive stack or whatever the hell it's called? Where, but it's constantly moving. So, even if it's an Asian man, it's just still a man. So she needed to hear it from the little Latinx girl, who's not really Latinx because she's from another dimension and shouldn't exist because two moms can't have a kid, but apparently they can implant it.
That's star magic, Gary.
Okay, I got a question about America Chavez. If she has two mums, which biologically create a daughter, because that's how the biology works in that universe, why is she wearing a pride flag?
From Puerto Rico.
It doesn't matter, Az. You're overthinking it.
Because she's from Planet Pride. It's the flag of their dimension. I don't know.
She literally comes from a dimension of lesbians. I mean.
It's called
You tell me,
Utopia.
man.
That's a horror story.
It's called hell. That's what it's called.
There is
where there's never any U-Hauls available for rent.
And they're all just really angry about it.
They're really angry and
and
breaking up all the time.
Pick up their Birkenstocks and toss them.
Ooh, smelly ones too. Jen,
And flannel shirts are only available in medium and small. The rest are sold out.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I just can't find one that fits me.
All Birkenstocks are smelly. Gen X Dad for $100. Hail Friday Night Tides, keeping the fandom based. And the camera asada, the carne. Why did I say camera? Because I don't want to think. Because I don't want to think about carne asada because I can't get it here. And the carne asada is warm for you here in San Diego. I'll be back. Gary, some of us refuse to let the commies win. All hail the fellowship. Hey, good luck out there. I wish you luck.
Hold it down.
I decided to fortify another state. Where I think we can win. I think some battle you got to choose your battles, and if you chose that one, good for you. I hope you win. But I'm fortifying another state where I save a lot of fucking money. Texas is a hellhole of Republicans and no abortions and guns everywhere.
Guns.
You have to go to church.
There's handmaidens everywhere.
You have to go to church.
Everywhere.
Handmaidens everywhere. No weed. The weed is completely illegal. They will execute you if you smoke weed, so you don't want to come here. You really don't. It's a terrible place.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tons of racism. Don't forget the tons of racism.
Tons of it.
Yeah,
Just
tons of
heaps
racism.
of it.
If you're Hispanic, you're immediately deported back to Mexico.
Deported, yeah.
Lots of MAGA hats.
Lots of MAGA hats.
Lots of MAGA hats.
You can't go anywhere without seeing a MAGA hat.
There was a study released recently that in Texas there are 538,000 lynchings of black men every day.
Every day.
Every single day.
Wow.
I've seen it.
And 500,000 abortions prevented every day. So yeah, you just don't come
And the
here.
women are locked up. We keep them in
They're just
in
vessels.
chains here.
They're just pregnancy vessels. That's all they are. They're like incubators.
Birthing persons.
Yeah,
And you're not allowed to mutilate the genitals of kids, so it is a horrific place to be. So
Horrific.
And if you're Cenk Uygur, you can't fuck horses.
You can't.
No problem. But can you let them fuck you? That's really what Cenk was all about.
Are you talking about
More
him?
receiving.
Wait. Are you talking about him having sex with Anna Kasparian, or are you talking about a real horse?
I was going to go into
Just the picture is grabbing her ass, but
You guys see that video of her just like triggered out of her mind?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pull it up.
Every time
Doesn't that happen a lot?
Ask the question.
Yeah, it does.
Which one?
All because the state that she lives in is still going to allow abortion. She gets pretty upset.
It's okay, Anna. They still allow nose jobs.
Look at Quarterback for the win. For the win. I got to read this. Thanks. I don't need to read that part because I'm retarded. So hi.
Thank you, Gary.
Clip that.
Read. Make sure to thank Geek Grind for the stock up box. So thank you, Geek Grind, for giving me a bunch of coffee that I'm jacked up on right now. And vanilla feathers of. I gotta say this very slowly.
Who are you calling vanilla, bitch?
Me.
Racist.
And maybe Drew a little bit. Drew's not dark enough. Feathers of Liberty K cups coming soon. Better than D cups. And Dark Roast FNT edition coming soon. And here we got the KKK cups right here. Look at that. So sweet.
Nice.
Yes.
Nice.
So Geek Grind, they support us. I know it's all cool to have a coffee company now. Everybody's got their own company. I just support these guys because they support us. Our stuff is roasted in Colombia, and it's almost like getting cocaine, and you will get an erection for 4 hours if you drink this.
Wow.
Even if you're a girl.
Is that
Even
on
if you're
the
a
bag?
girl.
Is that like?
Are you reading that? Or?
I currently have one from drinking it. So that's what I'm saying.
He went off script. Everybody. We got to get
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Remember, folks, Geek Grind is coffee that comes with a priapus.
Yes. Yes.
Great ad read.
Caboose Mobile for $50. Who's gonna super chat quickly since I'm still working, but I had a dumb idea. bizarro versions of your introductions. An example being, hey everyone, it's Az with Palm versus Infant Head, and I can't wait for Batwoman season 4. Now listen to the JD versus AH trial coverage. Oh, you mean like we would cover that stuff? Johnny Depp and Amber Heard.
I like how he said palm versus what do you say? Infant face,
Palm
infant head
versus infant head. Yes, palm versus infant.
If it was Bizarro, it'd be baby face versus heel.
It was
Right.
Maybe
it's already variants of each other.
Maybe they don't know
Palm.
that. I didn't fuck the whole wrestling reference. I completely forgot that's what it was. I was like, what the fuck is heel versus babyface? And I watched wrestling in the 80s, but I also was like really high when I was watching it. So
Those brain cells are gone.
They're gone, baby. Gone.
To be fair, a lot of the wrestlers probably were very high too.
Yes, they were. Well, most of them are dead. Which
A
is
lot of
sad.
painkillers going on.
Which is sad. Rest in peace, Macho Man. He was my favorite.
Yeah.
Rowdy
Snap to Slim Jim.
Roddy Piper too.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Ultimate Warrior.
Yeah. Remember when Rowdy
Scott Hall
Piper?
recently.
Remember when Rowdy Piper turned good? That was awesome, man. That was so fucking awesome. Just for a minute. Greetings from Germany. I recently discovered this effective source of entertainment, so it fills my mind with large amounts of serotonin for you to receive my first monetary contribution on my birthday from Bernard for $55.74. Why, thank you. You get double. Oh. Happy birthday.
Dankeschön, mein Herr.
Dankeschön.
Bitte.
Michael Plowman. That's a good last name. Plowman.
Way.
For $50.
What's your name? Plowman.
Plow.
Give me 5 minutes and I'll show you.
Yep. Happy birthday.
Give me
it's another
38
birthday.
seconds. I'll show you.
Happy birthday to me. I'm on the wrong side of 40. Hail to all in the fellowship and speech that is free. Hail to you. Welcome to the other side. Welcome to the decline, the long decline.
It hurts here.
Yes.
It hurts.
Free speech.
Free speech.
Whoa.
What?
Okay, doesn't matter.
Okay. Oh.
I was trying to like.
Wow, that was disappointing.
I was trying to like a yellow flash tweet, and it just wasn't. It was refusing to let me like it.
So he deleted it. I had to delete
because
one
he
earlier
deleted
today
it,
because
yeah.
I fucking misspelled something. So I never put it up, which is pretty common.
I just can't believe you dropped the N word like that. Though. That's
Well, I mean, and I spelled it Niger. You know.
Yeah. Too many G's.
Geek Grind for $100. It's a country. It's a country. I didn't name it I didn't name it that. Okay, I would have named it something completely different, personally.
Putting respect on the name.
All hail big news, brand new, fresh Friday Night Tights blend of the Fellowship coffee and mugs are now available. These went live an hour ago. Thank you. Whoop, whoop. Geek Grind.
Link in the description.
That's right.
I don't even know if I should be able to share this, but I'm going to do it anyways.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Matt. Yeah.
Oh,
wow.
That was a quick one.
I like that Extra Girl was in that one.
She was having a good time.
That's the
all
only
I
reason
because I was looking at my other screen was Clifton going, Jesus.
I don't know where they snapped that candid photo of me. We don't allow phones in those meetings.
Yeah, those are private ceremonies.
A right to private assembly.
That's right before Ryan got kicked out for being too radical. So
why is he bringing an Asian woman in here?
Yeah.
That's a thought crime. That's a thought crime. Ministry of Truth.
Yeah.
I will be fact checking you.
Oh no!
I told them I'm a '60s Democrat, and they said that's way too racist for us.
Oh, we're losing Jen Psaki in a week, right? We're losing.
Well, she's being replaced by
ginger
an appropriately woke enough person.
Oh,
Jen
good.
Psaki, as woke as she is not black, nor was she gay. So now we have a black gay person.
She wasn't
Yet
on-
another
Well,
redhead
here's
getting
the thing.
replaced by a black female.
Are they both commies?
On top of that, though, no. Look, so and then I think one of them is she like works for CNN, like in a high position. So like there's a weird
Jen's
sort of
going to
incentive thing.
MSNBC, I believe, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe Jen Psaki's going to MSNBC.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a revolving door. It's so incestuous. It's so
It really is.
Yep.
Nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. That they all have their jobs lined up. Who did Disney just hire as their new PR person? A former was it Obama administration or Biden? Or
Well,
Clinton?
both. So the person who is in charge of the vaccine educational program for the Biden administration, who served in Obama's White House and served on Hillary Clinton's campaign, that's who Disney has replaced their chief communications officer. Like that's the new one going
Strong
forward.
choice.
What could go wrong? What could go wrong?
But let's just be real; it's appropriate. At least they're not going to try to hide anything.
How much is their stock dropped in the last 6 months? Was it like
40%?
That's almost
Maybe check out
half.
one more time.
Almost half.
Come on, man! I got
The last
81 million votes, man.
66.
Come on.
180, and now they're down to 110. So yeah, they lost a lot.
Yeah, and it should be noted that today specifically the market's like down big, but in general, if you go
This
to
is 6 months.
Yeah, go to year to date. See what it is year to date. So this is just since from January. It's 30%, right? Out just from January. So there you
Damn.
have it.
Damn.
Ouch.
Oh wow.
Fuck
They've
a beautiful
lost-
thing right there.
They've lost
Beautiful
60
thing.
since
Wow.
Since March, when this happened, right, when they officially decided to take their official stance on the parental rights and education bill, I believe they've lost, a couple days ago, they had lost $63 billion in market capital. It should have only gone down since then. So,
And then went up and then back
rock
down.
bottom yet because they were at $85 at one point.
Terrible.
Anyway,
well, you mean like years ago?
Just wait until
Yeah,
Twitter
it-
goes private.
Years ago, yeah, 2020.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
When Twitter goes private and you actually have the ability for stories to be circulated and they won't get suppressed, oh man, just wait.
Yeah.
Wow.
You get what you deserve, Disney.
Yep.
You get what you deserve.
Didn't Netflix just fire a bunch of people too?
Yeah,
Yep.
they did.
I mean,
they
that's
did.
so sad.
They're also getting sued by their shareholders.
Why? Why are they being
You
sued,
just
Ryan?
hate to hear that, you know?
Well, they're being sued because they're claiming that Netflix did not adequately tell them like what state the company was in.
They
because
lied.
What they're saying is that they were not being forthright about what their projections were, which again, they're going to have a hard time proving this. And I said that in my video. Like they're going to have a very hard time proving that instead of incompetence, that it was actually they were specifically lying to protect the stock price. That's a tough sell for any judge. But yeah, that's what they're being sued over because people are saying that they didn't adequately say that we were worried about this, that we thought this might happen. And all of a sudden you get your first subscriber loss in a decade. And the next quarter is projected at 2 million more subscribers gone.
And you're like,
Go ahead and
what?
Go ahead and get another $300 million deal with the Obamas, Netflix.
Yep,
Yeah,
that'll
go ahead
work.
and release more cuties.
See if it works out for you.
Oh yeah, and remember how didn't they have
It
a
was the very
deal with
first thing down
Benioff and
there.
Vice?
Yes, they did.
Yep.
God, that poster pisses me off.
Seriously.
Yep.
Oh, it's disgusting.
and that was created by Netflix. That poster.
Well, yeah, the poster was, yeah.
So greatly are positively inflating their numbers. Yeah, not surprised.
You know how I hate when numbers get manipulated like that.
Yep, don't want to manipulate the numbers.
I hear you. I hear you want to know the numbers a lot.
I do.
I would love to know them.
When I hear they are being assaulted, when I hear that they are being assaulted like that, it makes me mad.
We will
Whenever they use
never.
bot farms, have you guys seen the bot farms and like Spotify and like Atlanta? There's like these underground like bot farms where you can just pay people to stream like hundreds of thousands of streams. You can pay them like $1,500.
Damn.
G4 knows all about that.
You can
Yeah, they do.
It's a thing. It's like
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
It is.
Wow.
Different.
G4 knows all about it.
and it's not
different-
illegal. It's not illegal.
Correct.
It is on YouTube. They will.
Yeah.
They
YouTube,
will
right?
Can your channel will be gone in a nanosecond if you're caught.
Yeah.
Yep.
It depends on what the
Spotify and all
partnership.
that.
It depends on what the agreements are and everything.
Yep.
But there are different websites do it differently. It's much harder to do it on YouTube than it is on a lot of other sites like
Twitch.
some sites. If you open another tab, even if you're using the same account, it'll add another viewer. So there have been people like say on Odyssey. I've seen it happen on Odyssey. No shitting on Odyssey or anything like Odyssey. We're on Odyssey, but you can open up another tab and it will change the view counts. So it's one way people can kind of manipulate stuff.
Yep, embedding.
Yeah,
Yep.
Wow.
Oh yeah,
embedding. Yeah, Twitch does
put it
that.
on. If you put it on Facebook, just scrolling past the video counts as a view.
Yep.
I think that happens on Twitter too.
Yeah, that's terrible.
I'd imagine so. Yeah.
YouTube is now counting videos that you place as your trailer. So apparently they weren't before, which is bullshit. I think they were. But if you put that autoplay trailer on, which you have the option to do on your channel, that will count as views.
I actually think that now, you know, when you're scrolling through, like on your phone, if you're scrolling through and you hover on a video, like, and it just starts playing automatically, I believe they're starting to count those as views.
Yeah, the closed captions.
I would imagine so, because it goes in your history.
Yeah,
right.
The closed captions come up while you're hovering over it too. So I mean, technically, they're trying to pump shit up. They're trying to pump it up for the advertisers. Because like
they try these YouTube shorts and people are getting like millions of views on YouTube shorts and getting like $2 or something.
Yeah, you get nothing from them. Fucking nothing.
Wow. No, you get. I mean, if you want to know I mean, everybody knows this, but just in case somebody doesn't, it's that evergreen content. Okay, it's the kind of stuff Mahler and Critical Drinker do because they want you watching for a long time. So it is minutes. All their videos are counted by minutes watched. That's the number one thing. It's not views. It's minutes watched, and that's what because like you know, I took we did our little experiment. Quarter Black. It's working pretty good. And yeah, people just watch it longer. They're going back and watching it again when you make that evergreen content. So it's worth it. And you get more. You get more advertising money the more minutes people are watching.
Yeah,
it's really simple. Actually,
I don't know what evergreen is.
Something that's relevant at all times. Like,
I know that. What I'm saying is I'm not familiar with that because all my shit dies off in 48 hours.
There's you gotta find something that you can kind of like extrapolate to a larger point.
Yeah, your Batman
philosophies.
review had at least a couple of good weeks. So.
It did. Too bad it wasn't on your channel. You know, I mean, like the best part. Yeah,
I did get I think like 70,000 views on that video or close to there, but unfortunately the view duration's about 10 seconds. It's literally just people going there and saying you're a racist.
Yep.
So
So
Ryan, what you need to do is you need to start like some type of reviews channel for products, because then you have the same takes and reactions, and that stuff remains evergreen because people are like, hey, yeah, I wonder what the best kind of vacuum cleaner is, or I wonder what the best kind of this is.
Yeah.
Ryan Cannell doing vacuum cleaner reviews.
This
fucking thing sucks.
Well, why do you think there's like a gazillion channels out there that does top 5? But that's what we were making fun of, you know, in our video. It's like that's because it's just easy money for them. They just put a bunch of clips that they don't own, but they can still put up there because it's fair use. And it is.
Yeah.
And you just have
Ryan, I want to see you review a vacuum cleaner.
Announcer that they pay $100 to read a script.
This is for a woman.
Yeah, I was gonna say sounds like something a woman should do personally.
That's the kind of content I want.
That's what you should open with, Ryan.
Yeah, just like fucking have like a
That's
curvy
all
vacuum
I want
or whatever.
to
Like,
do.
I don't even know what this is. I don't even
just be like, I think you plug this in. Pretty sure it's for women. Get a woman to do this for you. Fucking end of review. That's a perfect YouTube short.
Hey, Logan is dropping a fitty again. My son over in the next room. He's really not watching the show. He's probably playing Fallout or some shit. Don't tell mom I decided to capitalize and make a Lord of the Rings porn parody starring Corey Chase and Galadriel. Wrote 3 scenes where she keeps getting stuck. Okay. Haven't finished the story, but rings will get destroyed. Filmed in Oakland. Hail Friday Night Tights. Jesus. My son's... You're grounded. Little shit.
So back to that reverse parenting we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, you're grounded, motherfucker.
You want to get Corey Chase on the show? I have her number.
Oh shit! Speaking of getting stuck in washing machines or whatever she does every day. I found when I was just like looking through that other channel, some of the dumb shit I've done on there. My Salem review is like one of my favorite videos on that channel. It's just, I went to Salem, Massachusetts, and I hated it. And I just bitched about the town for like a minute and 30 seconds. And somebody shared it to like a Salem Facebook group or Reddit post. And a bunch of people were like, I live here. How dare you say that? It's like, you just picked one bad bathroom and you said you didn't like the town. It's so fucking funny.
Oh, God.
Should we watch that, Jeremy?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah,
and then Salem's where we also I had to do the comic store deal, right? Is that Salem where I got into it with the comic book owner because a mask? They wanted me to wear a mask.
I remember that.
Yeah. So my rule was while Ryan's looking at my rule back then when they were doing that bullshit. Now I'm done with that. But like I would like okay. If everybody's wearing a fucking mask and I have to go into an establishment. So I was wearing my dumb mask and I look and I saw an employee not wearing his mask. So I took my mask off. I was like, well, fuck, I'm not doing it. So then another employee says, sir, you need to wear your mask. I said, that guy's not wearing a mask. He goes, well, he's the owner. I'm like, I don't give a fuck who he is. And he goes, well, you got to talk to him about that. So I walked up to him and I was like, hey, and I had my camera on. I posted this on Twitter, but I was like, you said I have to wear a mask because, well, it's not my rule. It's the state or whatever. He's the community, whatever. And I was like, well, then why aren't you wearing a mask? And he goes, well, if it makes you feel better for me to wear a mask, I will. I said, I don't give a fuck if you wear a mask. The point is you're trying to tell other people they have to wear one and you're not doing it because you know it's bullshit. And he made up a big hoopla. I said, I was going to buy a Superman statue from you. I'm not doing it now. I'm done.
Yeah,
and I walked out.
Bye.
So,
wow.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
All right. You ready for me to share this, Ryan?
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so here it is. This is the thumbnail. This is the fucking thumbnail.
Salem, dude.
Looking peak racist.
Oh yeah, I had the camo.
Peak fed.
All right, what's going on? I'm in Salem, Massachusetts. It's rainy. It's kind of a nasty day. I've been all through this thing, seen everything. I wasn't really very interested in coming here. I kind of got dragged along with everybody. And honestly, it's a shithole. Not a big fan. Jay, who's positive about everything in life except HIV, doesn't like this. Even when Jay says something sucks and can't find any positives out of it, you know it's bad. Look at what I found in the bathroom here, the public bathroom in Salem, Massachusetts. This is Salem. It's a public restroom. Just STFU, you dumb, ungodly fucks. Story to the pussy who keeps fucking with Fox. I'm coming for your pussy ass. Fuck. I mean, what the hell?
This is great.
That's a great bathroom.
This is Salem having a great
old
time.
school message board.
Disgusting. To be clear, whose phone number did we write on the wall after we were done in that bathroom? That's right, Jeremy. Salem, Massachusetts, famous because a couple women were wrongly convicted. Big fucking deal. Big loss in the world right there. I do not recommend, at least not if you're a man.
For a second, I thought that said thank you, Patriots, and I was like, oh, that'd be perfect.
No, it ends with this really nice.
Bathroom. Ryan's review of Salem is based off of one bathroom.
Yes.
I hated the whole fucking town. I didn't want to be there.
Dude, no, Ryan, you gotta play your ending, which is all nice. It's all thanks to all my patrons who support the channel.
That's true. It's like I'm not sure if this is meant as a joke or whatever, but being someone who's ever been there, considered going, I was curious what made it suck in your eyes. But you literally just showed one crappy bathroom, said it sucked, and didn't elaborate. I'm curious to see if most videos don't show the downside of Salem.
Did the video not elaborate how shitty that bathroom was, though? I mean,
that was a bad
I wouldn't take a piss in there.
This is my favorite. Your minds are just as unclean as that bathroom. Did you ever try to walk or drive around Salem? You don't belong in New England if you can't appreciate history. Lots of beautiful historical homes and buildings. Home of the Seven Gables being one pretty sight. Lots of cool shops. This place may not be your thing, but it certainly doesn't suck. You focus on a dirty bathroom, which says a lot about you. Why wear a cross necklace? Salem has plenty of positives. Don't listen to these guys, people. Go check it out for yourselves. Take some tours. A lot more history here than witches.
Mayor?
I walked around the entire town, did the witch tour. Place is a dump. That's one of my favorite videos on that channel because I was like, we wasted this trip here. It sucked. I might as well make a funny video out of it. Yeah. All the Salem people got mad. It's like there's like 100 or 200 dislikes on this thing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was probably people looking to be like, hey, I would like to see Salem. What is it like? YouTube. Oh, and you just get this minute and a half video.
Evergreen.
Evergreen, baby.
That's evergreen right there.
Evergreen.
You should just make a bunch of any town you go to, make a review of it.
Yeah, I made a whole $21 off that. Awesome evergreen content.
Nice.
Or there's just bathroom reviews. Just go into random bathrooms.
Ooh.
Commentary on.
I like that. That's a good idea.
Clifton, that's a good one right there.
That is a good one. You know,
I think you can get kicked off Twitch for that though.
We could have done that. That Bucky's bathroom. Remember, Jeremy? Because was it you or Jay that was just like, Bucky? You were talking about the bathrooms. That's all you'd fucking talking about. The Bucky's. They have the best bathrooms. Bathrooms.
Is awesome.
I get into mine, and immediately my toilet's fucking blown up. Doesn't even.
That's like you.
Like I said, Ryan is the common denominator.
Yes.
Is you.
Yes. Yes.
He's like, I was on Drew's show. I clipped out a video and it got taken down for hate speech, but it's still on his channel. I go to eat food and Jeremy's orders right, but mine always is messed up. You're the common denominator. Okay, you bring the negativity wherever you go.
It's not my fault that the world can't live up to my standards. It's theirs.
It's your aura. You are looking to be angry about literally every experience in your existence.
No. Have you ever fucking thought that maybe I'm not looking to be angry, but because all these bad things happen to me, I get fucking angry? You ever thought about that?
Spoken like a true supremacist.
Never really. Yeah.
Brian, just face it, man. The world hates you. That's all there is.
And you hate the world.
I fucking hate all of them.
Yes.
So right back at them.
Feeling is mutual.
I feel you. That happens to me too. My wife will tell you, like, the most random, bizarre things happen to me. Like these women, like I'll be driving down the street, like just waiting for, the light to turn green. And like, there's just this random woman passing right by me, giving me like the stink eye, it's like in slow motion sometimes. Does that happen to you, Ryan? Does stuff like that happen to you where it's just like, why? Why is it happening?
Are you in San Francisco?
No.
San Francisco, they do that. People, I got to be careful about this. But certain people crossing the street in San Francisco slow down. They like odd, and it's
happens everywhere.
But they they do it in the big cities. It's because they're fucking angry. They have no power. So the one time they have power is crossing in front of you, and they just
this is my power.
To maybe get hit by a car.
You can't drive.
Maybe get hit by a car
right here.
Yep.
I difficult order. Subway freaking difficult.
I have some bad experiences in cars. There's no doubt. Quarter Black was impressed by my driving in Vegas, though.
That's pretty good. Yeah.
So yeah.
Wait, did you say they mess up your Subway orders?
How do they mess up your Subway order?
Use the app.
You're standing right there.
Well, first of all, the way that everyone messes up, the way that everyone messes up a Subway order is that it doesn't fucking matter where you go or who makes it. You're going to have one side of the sandwich that's literally just fucking vegetables and the other side that's just fucking meat because these idiots don't know how to make sandwiches.
Well, yeah, your first mistake is going to Subway.
Yeah. That's why.
So you're a sandwich supremacist too. Okay.
Just get the meatball sandwich.
Just want to point out.
Bro, you ranting about sandwiches.
What kind of bread, Ryan? What kind of bread would you like, Ryan? What is that?
I wouldn't say white bread, but I go with wheat.
Listen. I just want to clarify because Subway came up in discussion. I just want to confirm Ryan was not in Chicago at 3 a.m. At any point in time over the past few years. He was not there to.
He was not in MAGA country. He was not in MAGA
crimes or anything like that. Juicy Smollett was.
I was not in the upscale gay neighborhood that Jesse Smollett got jumped in. No.
I like how Clifton's like this dude's bitching about sandwiches.
Yeah, this is
sandwiches.
Friday Night Tights. Yes.
I'm not going to take any shit from anybody, Clifton.
Just eat somewhere else, man. God damn.
Yeah, go somewhere else.
I do. I go to Jersey Mike's now. Fuck Subway.
Jersey Mike up his order too.
I don't have the distribution of meat to cheese to vegetables that I really want on my sandwich. Fuck Subway. They always fuck up my sandwiches.
I do.
I love
Clifton. That
impersonation was perfect.
Don't pretend like you don't know what I'm fucking talking about, Clifton. Next time you go to fucking Subway, it's gonna happen to you.
I don't go into Subway and expect a fine gourmet experience. I don't know what your expectations are.
Considering you
call it so much lettuce. They put too much lettuce on the damn.
You went into
You can
Subway.
tell them
That's
to
your
not.
first mistake.
Y'all are some of the most ungrateful pieces of shit. Do you know people can't.
It's ungrateful to pay for a fucking sandwich and for it to be fucking dog shit. That's ungrateful. And Clifton, clearly, you're not even going to Subway. You called it the Subway.
Yeah.
Like someone that says the Olive Garden or the Walmart. Right?
Busted.
Come on.
Oh man.
Maybe Clifton was just using his thespian experience, you know?
Yes.
I'm off to
The
the Subway.
No.
Or not to Subway.
It will be pronounced the Subway, not the
Subway.
Subway.
This is the
Subway.
Subway.
This is Subway. Here we go. I found it.
Subway.
What?
I found it. Like, so this is you can't make it up. Like, I was with Ryan and they messed up his order at McDonald's. I was sitting there. I was sitting there eating and enjoying my food, and he was so mad. He was so mad. He was so mad.
Look at that whole posture is like.
And then
Wasting my goddamn time.
And then, like, if you look at the next tweet, I said, I'd also like to remind everyone that IHOP messed up his order last night, too. It's honestly impressive to witness. He deserves it.
Oh my God.
Hey, what did you order?
What did you order from McDonald's?
It wasn't. I literally ordered like probably was it breakfast that we did or was it dinner or lunch, Jeremy?
That was lunch. It was lunch.
Then I ordered a 10-piece chicken nugget with a large fry and probably a double cheeseburger. Like that's what I ordered
Just
there.
one large
And the cheese on the bun wasn't perfectly centered, and I said, "Fuck this shit." They normally have 5 pickle slices. They only had 3 pickle slices. I don't want to eat at my McDonald's like that.
Ryan wanted the white chicken nuggets, not the dark chicken nuggets.
Clifton,
I need
if
all
that was
white meat in my nuggets.
Actually, the fucking complaint, you'd be justified. That's not what happens. Like, I get something completely fucking wrong.
It's always simple. It's always something simple.
At Fazoli's, literally, Clifton, this is all that happened.
Oh my God.
Fazoli's. I knew it was going to come to the
Not
Fazoli's.
this again, Ryan. We've already been through this.
No, hold on. Clifton doesn't fucking know my pain, all right?
Oh my God.
Fazoli's pain.
What about our fucking pain?
He's lived his life as a oppressed minority. He doesn't know my pain of getting all the orders wrong everywhere I go.
Well,
okay.
you guys wanted another fight this
Someone, white
episode.
man.
Listen, someone in the chat just said the Salem witches put a curse on me.
It all goes back.
Probably
It all
did.
goes back there. Put a hex on
Salem
your
was the start of it all.
Ryan Fidel will never get an order correct in his life.
All right, here we go. Now, this is not a situation of like me being this is not a situation of me being an asshole to anybody. I'm like perfectly pleasant. I am too pleasant in this clip.
What he says, it's called karma.
I listen. I gotta give him credit. He's pretty nice in the beginning. Okay.
Yes.
Like,
holy
excited.
fuck, I am
really
nice.
well.
Look at that
This is character development right here.
Look at his.
I was nice to the IHOP guy. I was nice to the McDonald's person, even though they're fucking retards. I was nice to them. Right?
I feel you, Ryan.
Fazoli's. Let's see if they get the wrong order for Ryan. Oh my God. Hope not. That's what I'm gonna get with a side of pepperoni pizza, and I'm gonna get a dozen breadsticks. That's what we're gonna do.
Okay, that's another plain bacon meal with a pep slice and a dozen extra breadsticks. So that's what I get for you.
Oh man.
She said that. Just keep in mind, she repeated that back to me, and she repeated a dozen extra breadsticks back to me. All right.
I wasn't even talking. I didn't even know you were listening. Can I also do a side of marinara sauce? All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
We're getting baby.
So excited.
Yes.
I was excited for once in my fucking life. I was
Awesome.
happy and positive. Look at me.
And there's utensils in there.
Never again.
Look at that.
Perfect. Thanks. What do we got here?
Gave you utensils.
Is this a dozen breadsticks? Oh, these. Nope.
No. A dozen breadsticks, bro. You guys heard me, right? I order a dozen breadsticks. These motherfuckers don't even put it on there. You guys fucking heard it. We have it fucking live. Why does this happen to me? All right, we're not gonna have a Taco Bell meltdown.
It's falling down every day for Ryan.
No meltdown.
It's falling down every day.
Every day.
You just don't know his pain.
What's going on with the color?
With the camera.
Trying to be nice.
I like how he was live streaming. He was live streaming.
A drive-through order, and I guess they didn't put the dozen extra breadsticks in the marinara sauce. They got repeated.
I guess they didn't.
Oh wow, that was passive aggressive.
It's always fun to like wait at the drive-through and then wait here. Yeah, it's not your fault. I was talking. This is the thing. I was talking to Fizzolis, wasn't I? I was talking to Fizzolis. I was telling you how much I loved it. What I fucking get for being positive.
I've never even heard of Fazoli's.
Well, yeah, you back that up. Back that up,
people
Ryan.
around.
Back that up, Ryan. Y'all got to hear this. Y'all got to hear what he said right there.
About being positive?
Yeah, it's positive. Here we go.
That's what I fucking get. That's what I fucking get for being positive. Gotta get back to the car. It's a goal.
I like how he looks like the Riddler right now.
He does.
With the video.
Camera angle at the bottom. Thank you. Good luck getting your food. How fucking long does it take? Jesus fucking Christ.
It's dark outside.
Now we're getting back on the fucking road. Yes, thank you, Quarter Black. It's dark outside. When this started, it was light outside. Now it's fucking dark because these idiots, these retarded fucks, can't get me breadsticks.
And this is why it happens to you.
Stop and get Fazoli's. That's all I fucking wanted to do was stop and get Fazoli's because I love Fazoli's. And these stupid fucking pricks. Fuck! The fucked up part is I know I'm gonna like it. I know it's gonna taste good. I in the drive-thru. They fucking did. They fucked me in the drive-thru from the very fucking beginning. Joe Pesci knew.
All I wanted was a Pepsi, and she wouldn't give it to me.
Hang on, right here.
God damn it.
Fuck! My cheeks.
Wow.
Ooh.
My cheek hurt. All right.
When
So
the food
Clifton, do
shortage
you have some
happens,
better?
Ryan, you're fucked, mate. That's all I can
Clifton, do you have a better understanding of Ryan's pain now?
Oh yeah, I would never order
You
at a
walked a
restaurant
mile in
again
his shoes.
if I was Ryan. There's gonna be so much spit in his hamburgers. Oh man.
So funny.
You need to learn to cook, man.
Yeah.
How am I supposed to learn how to cook? I'm on a fucking road trip. I'm driving across the country.
Get a sterno can.
Shout out to Fazoli's.
Sterno can, stinger. Do it like we did in prison, man. Except we didn't have sterno cans, or we'd set each other on fire. Divine.
Do it like the Goofy movie. Take the little.
And then the breadsticks, they were only 38 degrees, but then they were supposed to be 78 degrees. I don't know why.
I know. I got my temperature. I checked it.
I brought my thermometer with me, like I always do. When I come into these fast food chains.
Like this, I put it in. Check it.
Clifton, why do you make me sound like a black person? It's like, I come into
That's
these
the most insulting part. That you picked out of it.
You sound like a Karen.
Man.
Divine Raija for $50 says, hope you all have an amazing night. I'm finally done with physical therapy. Ooh, that's good. After being hit by a drunk driver. Ooh, that's bad.
Ooh, that's good.
Very bad. I hope you got a lot of money. Having to relearn to walk is not an easy. No, that is wow. Starting to get back into streaming again and finishing my story for my video game. Dude.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that happened.
That's tough.
Yeah, wish you speedy recovery.
Yeah, get up.
Drink and drive, motherfuckers. God damn. Get an Uber. Stay or don't drink. I don't know. Just don't do it. Fuck. Insanity 401 for $50. You guys are my favorite. Fuck Hollywood. Yeah. Fan made is always better. It is nowadays. It used to not be, but now it is. Especially those Batman movies are pretty good. Check out Mystery Incorporated or CSP Overlord on YouTube if you haven't. Some of the best live action interpretations I've seen while respecting the lore. That is white supremacy, sir. Hail Ripa, taxation is theft. Yes, it is.
Yes, sir.
God. Yeah. Going to be Nerdrotic Incorporated next year. That's for damn sure. Fuck. Well, I mean, I'm out of California. California took its pound of flesh as I left. Holy shit did they?
And it's funny too because so many of these actors who they rail about socialism or whatever, they themselves are incorporated. I don't think a lot of people really understand that, and it's for tax purposes. Yes, they incorporate themselves.
Yep.
Which is funny because usually they're the ones saying, "Oh wow, I'd pay more taxes if I could."
They're full of shit, dude. They're full of shit, and they feel guilty that they feel guilty that Katharine Hepburn once said that acting isn't really a huge talent, to be honest. And I think I forgot who said it, but they nailed it. That a lot of these people, it's a freaking lottery. Just let's understand that. The best people. Stella Adler, who was Marlon Brando's teacher, said that she had students in her class who were more talented than Marlon Brando was, but they never got the breaks that he did. So we're all in the casino. And so they get to the top and they break through, and there's nothing particularly special about them except that they hung around long enough and all their competition either went away or died. So they feel guilty about all of this success and all of this notoriety that they have, and they feel like they have to do something, use it and make something happen with it. And it's just like, cool. Just be cool, man.
It's just like on Broadway when you see the understudies and they're as good, if not better, than the leads, but because they don't have a name, they don't get the recognition.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Yeah. What I should warn Californians that happened to me, if you're leaving, right, and you let your medical insurance lapse. Now, if you're working for somebody, you probably have it, but I wasn't. So we were switching from California to Texas, and we had a brief period where we didn't have insurance. So California automatically put us on California Care without fucking telling us.
Oh, wow.
Anything. I had no fucking clue. Now, our mail was fucked up because some was going to San Francisco, some was going to San Diego, was all getting forwarded, didn't see it all. So tax time rolls around. My accountant calls me on the last fucking day and goes, "You're missing 2 forms from California." I'm like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" He's like, "Yeah, you had insurance." I'm like, "No, I didn't." And he's all, "Yeah, you did." And I'm like, "Well, the fuck, I guess I did on the California Care." They dinged us. They dinged us. It was income. It was fucking income. I was pissed. It cost us more money. So fuck California. I'm so glad to be out of there. Watch out for that. So you probably will catch it in the mail because there is a form that does come in the mail and you can go and waive it and stuff. But dude, we had no idea. That was a pisser. And that's socialism fucking bullshit that I'm so glad I'm away from. Low watermark, which the show might have hit today, for $150 on the Streamlabs side. Thank you. Joke never gets old. Oh, man. At work, they made a chat for TV and movies bad. They did. Oh, no. What? They all think Boba Fett, Mandalorian, Hawkeye, and others were good. Great, even. I muted the channel to keep my head from exploding. What was it? What was it on? Was it on regular TVs? Oh man, at work they made at work they did. They made a chat for your job. About TVs and movies, and normies were in there going, "Hawkeye was good, and Mandalorian was good." It's normies. It's normies. We got to win them over. We do. It's.
They'll come around eventually.
It's why Doctor Strange is going to make over $300 million this weekend.
Doctor Strange is going to make a fuckload of money without a doubt.
It'll probably hit
not Spider-Man money.
I can see it hit. I can see it hitting $1 billion. It's not going to get close to Spider-Man's 1.9, but no. I can see it hitting $1 billion.
I could see it at this point. I'd be a little surprised if it didn't hit $1 billion based on the numbers they're talking about internationally and the previews domestically.
Yep.
Depends on
They'll probably do really well internationally.
How was your? California theaters were probably filled, right? I'm not in California. My theater, it was the first show on Thursday, so people might still have been at work. It was at 3. There was 10 people in there. That was fucking.
I checked a lot of places around Orlando to kind of like get a feel for it, and half empty were basically most of the showings, but. I don't know.
Mine was 6 p.m. and my theater wasn't completely full, but it was pretty packed.
Yeah, it depends on where you are. It really does. Like if you go look at the ticket sales, like in Burbank, they're sold out for the entire weekend. That's home field advantage for LA.
Different movie markets have different.
Yeah. here in Texas.
Well, I think also it's what we've been talking about is that we've just broken that habit of the first day it comes out, I need to see it. I think a lot of people with just the way streaming services have released product and how all of that stuff, it's just kind of released, and it's not such a we need to watch it when it releases first so we could talk about it. It's just I'll watch it when I watch it. I'll come around. So it doesn't seem like everything is so I need to watch it opening day like it used to be. Like it used to be opening day was huge for every single movie regardless of what it was. Yeah. Now you don't quite see that as much.
Well, no.
Like even for Spider-Man, my theater wasn't full.
Well,
it wasn't completely full like it used to be.
Yeah.
Whenever a movie, like a Marvel movie came out, I worked at the movie theater when Marvel was like first popping off. Every single time we were adding shows because there were overflow. Every theater was full. I just don't see that much anymore.
Marvel has like this big problem coming down the road. They have a villain problem. They don't have any fucking villains. They like their one villain's big villain is still out there. They got Galactus still out there, and they're fucking around with Doctor Strange fighting Wanda. Moon Knight fighting Arthur Harrow, which nobody's fucking. Which he ended up fighting himself most of the time, and the true bad guy of Moon Knight was Moon Knight. Turns out it was Moon Knight.
They do have Doctor Doom whenever they bring Fantastic Four in, which could, like, if they did it right, that could be massive. And then, of course, they have the X-Men to bring in, which does give them a ton more, villains.
Apocalypse, Magneto.
Mr. Sinister,
Mr. Sinister.
Yeah. There's a lot of good villains they can pull in, and
but seeing them do that,
well,
a lot of the
Donald Trump, yes, what they're doing with the X-Men animated series 97 is your foreshadowing for what they're going to do to the X-Men.
Oh God.
Oh yeah, I've actually got that here.
Yeah.
It's going to reflect modern issues.
It's going to be awful.
X-Men 97 is going to reflect modern issues, guys.
Even though it's 97.
The world is a very different place from whenever the original was made. Well, then don't make something that's called X-Men 97 then.
Speaking of good themes.
The
point is to retroactively sell young people on the fact that that's how it was then too. You know what I mean? Like it's to erase history. It's to rewrite history. All this is designed to rewrite it. That's all they want to do. So 10 years, 15 years from now, when a young kid watches X-Men 97, that's how their view of 1997 will be. And it's all about rewriting history, erasing history, so that no one can actually see the truth. That's what this is all about.
And it's also like, because people, like, if you say, well, look at what they're going to do. They're going to talk about current day social issues in this. People would be like, tell me you've never read an X-Men comic without telling me you've never read an X-Men comic. And it's like, it's one thing to have a type of allegory potentially about things that are going on in society at the time versus current day stuff. We might be talking about like a civil rights movement in the background of a story versus misgendering. Like that's the kind of bullshit we're talking about that's literally in modern day comics that they think needs to be fucking addressed.
But there's also those family interviews that basically counter all that too. He's like, we just want to tell good stories. Yeah, there's some things that we put in there, but that wasn't the main point.
Well, and also the fucking lie that's been out there for a long time that the X-Men were created because Stan Lee didn't want to think of an origin for every superhero. That's why the X-Men were created. Period. End of story. There was no civil rights allegory behind it at all. It was a pure business decision. It was like, I'm tired of thinking of origins. Everybody's a mutant. All right, let's go.
Also, the show itself, and I speak as someone like I think my 12th or my 13th birthday, like one of my favorite birthday gifts ever. My mom, hands me this just cardboard box, and I open it up, and it's just full of these X comics, like Excalibur, X-Force, X-Men, Uncanny X-Men. Like I was an X-Men kid, and I didn't need for the cartoon series at the time, or even the books of the time, to like address any pressing social issues because the world of the comics was so rich already. I mean, I still remember like X-Men number 25, where Magneto rips the adamantium out of Logan. I remember like the cover of X-Men number 40 with like Prodigy, Legion or whatever his name is. I'm like, oh shit, Professor X's son. But but even as a little boy, I was already wrapped up in all of these like relationships and these characters. And then like when a Storm or a Bishop did come along, I was like, oh, it's really cool. But even then, it wasn't in the forefront of my mind of like, oh, it's another black character. I was like, oh no, it's just another really fucking cool character. This dude's from the future. future and
He's got
absorbs
a big
energy.
M on his
He's got
face.
this massive tattoo. He looks fucking badass. And then Storm is fucking Storm. Like, you know, she's like the leader at the time, like in like the Claremont run. Like she's like the leader of one of the factions of the X-Men team. Like, you know,
And
like
what they
she's
get wrong,
regal.
What they get wrong these days is whenever they put these things, like what Ryan was saying, is they'll straight up just say whatever message they're trying to tell you. What was great about the X-Men is through the allegory of the prejudice against mutants, you could tell the story of the prejudice against Jews or LGBT or black or literally anybody. You can.
Or Ryan Kinnell.
Yeah, Ryan Kinnell when he's trying to order at a fast food place. You can tell those stories, and it's not about the individual groups of people that these things happen to. It's about whenever bad things like prejudice happen to people, because really people, that's all that matters, because we're all one people, right? We're all the same. But what they want to do now is they say, we're going to modernize this. We're going to make it so the X-Men are walking around and then they see a little black kid getting arrested by police because he had a toy, and it's all going to be a big BLM episode. That's not what we loved about X-Men. And what we loved about X-Men was fighting mutants and bad guys, and that's what was cool. But you also got the message of prejudice is not good. You need to treat each other with respect and love. And you don't get that whenever you get this stuff thrown in your face.
But the stories are going to only come from one side. You know?
Right.
They're not going to do any X-Men pro-life fucking show,
Right.
you know? It's all going to be partisan politically on the leaning heavily into the left, and that's it.
Yeah.
And
It's boring.
that's what makes it sucks, because they bring the real world into fantasy. They bring the real world issues into something that's meant to be an escape. Like, we can have real world themes in comics and movies and Hollywood, and that all makes sense because, I mean, where would we pull the inspiration from? Because we're humans. But to go to you guys' point, like, they're taking these partisan issues that are obviously woke, and they not only just do it, but they do it in a way where it's like, F you, shove it down your throat, you're going to accept this. And they isolate people, they ostracize people by doing that. And that's why people are hating them, hating the content, because it's like, you're going to consume this whether you like it or not. Even though the masses, Disney's stock is going down, like, no, we don't want this. No, you're going to continue to consume this. And that's what people are starting to hate. We no longer have an escape anymore. Like, it's gone. We got to go back to all the old stuff, preserve all the old stuff.
It's that, and also, if you don't agree with us, you're wrong.
Yep. You're
which
racist.
is another thing
Evil.
that they push.
Not wrong. Evil. You are evil.
Yeah.
You're an evil,
Evil.
person that needs to be unpersoned.
That's why it's a little astounding that I just saw on Twitter today people who are like Republicans, like, come out and say they are Republicans, who are like, Doctor Strange is pretty good. I'm like, how in the fuck could you say that? Like, now, especially like everything I've laid out, like, Doctor Strange is peak MCU.
Republicans don't pay attention.
They don't. They don't. And I'm like, you're giving Disney money. By the way, Northman. I bought tickets to the fucking Northman. And it was easy to walk into a pretty empty theater to go see it. Maybe it's not that easy for some other people in LA or something, but that's what I did.
The old razzle dazzle.
Yeah, the old razzle dazzle. Put the money where it belongs. So yeah, it's this key jangling, as I said earlier, just helps Disney. Just fucking helps that grooming company you were talking about a week ago. And you're going, it's pretty good. For one, it's not. And I will point out, like, this is actually, it has more MCU moments than, it has as much as Captain Marvel. Has as much as Captain fucking Marvel. Okay? So none of their shit has been good since Endgame. None of it has. Because it's been
I would say plot-wise, it's exactly like Moon Knight.
It is. It's the same. I mean, I especially since I watched and I'm reviewing both of them at the same time. I see so many similarities.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah, it's crazy. And yeah, it's I don't understand. And like, Moon Knight could have been a great show if they made a Moon Knight show. The Moon Knight who fought crime and shot guns and killed fucking bad guys. That one. But we can't have See, Marvel's fundamental problem is they don't like heroes. Heroes are tools of an older system, the patriarchy, whatever you want to call it. So they're in the superhero business, and they don't like heroes.
Well, there's a real
problem.
question. You know, it's one of the larger questions I've been thinking about myself. Is like, what is a hero? These people seem so disconnected from what a hero is. I mean, even in terms of, just think about the last couple of years, the people all the worst people got celebrated. I mean, they gave Andrew Cuomo an Emmy Award, for fuck's sake. All the worst people are held up as heroes, people who are honest are just excoriated completely. And it's like, what is this culture that we're creating where nobody knows what a hero even is anymore, what heroism looks like, or that's not those sorts of heroic values, whatever they may be, are demonized and not instilled into not just our young people, I guess, but everybody in general. It's so interesting.
It's very interesting.
But you see what kind of work these people create. They're very nihilistic and they're hollow, and their outlook is hollow. And they have no idea what true virtue and true courage and true heroism is, and we can see that reflected in the sort of work they put out.
A lot of these writers, they actually relate to the villain. And it's like, if you just go and look at any of the Twitter feeds of these writers, they're talking about how they like the villains more so than the heroes, because they feel that they can have more nuance with the villain. And it's like, whatever.
We're gonna wrap it up after this, but in my San Francisco comic shop days, people hated Captain America and Superman. They would come in and just fucking say it, and I'd have to try to change their mind. I'm like, no, these are heroes. These are heroes for everybody. But they came in with the prejudice. They're like, no, it's just America. And oh man, that was those were fun times back in the early days of the shop, where I had to twist the logic and still sell comics. It was lots of fun, lots of fucking fun.
Swear to God, you were going to say the early days of the Shire.
The Shire.
Back in the early days of the Shire.
Swear to God, I swear to God.
Considering hobbits.
Drink mead.
It was in the second age, right, Gary?
It was in the second age. It was.
We were Harfoots.
God.
Our leader was a woman.
I had to sit there and convince some San Francisco State student who took one studies class, and all of a sudden, fuck America. It's like, whoa.
Yeah.
Easy, kid.
Slow down.
Don't disappoint your parents when you get home. Let me help you.
That's too late.
Yeah, a little late. All right, we're gonna give everybody an out here. We still got some super chats to read, but some people got to go pee, eat, do stuff. So here is your big moment.
You're gonna leave Az out? He's got to sleep. That's what Az has.
And sleep.
Sun's getting real low, Az.
Sun's getting low, big guy.
Sun's gone, mate. It's gone for a lot of hours.
Sun's getting low.
It's 1:00, and I've had a pretty exhausting week, and I'm fucked. So I'm gonna head out.
Are you fucked, or have you been fucked? Like, that's the question.
Yeah, that's
a little bit from column A, a little bit from column B.
Hey, sounds like a good week.
So yeah, I'm gonna hit the hay. So massive thank you to everyone. Clifton, wonderful to see you, man. Drew, wonderful to see you again as well.
Likewise.
These guys are fucking awesome. So please subscribe to the channel, show them some love, follow them on Twitter. Right? Clifton is just a fucking animal on Twitter.
He is.
And it's great
and
to
see. Plushies. Az got
Plushies.
plushies for us. Just want to make sure you get credit for that again, getting all that set up, buddy. So
that's all gravy, baby. Yeah. So I'll be back on Sunday with Afternoon Tea with Az stream, and then in the evening with X-Ray Girl and Quarter Black Garrett as we return to doing Dying Light 2. Tuesday, the Real BBC's, is it? Yeah, I think it's my channel this week.
Your channel.
Yeah.
Yep.
Real BBC's on my channel this week. Thursday, Nick Recader and I are going to do a stream together.
Nice.
We're going to paint some Warhammer.
Nice.
And we are going to say probably some of the most un-PC things that you probably even can't get away with on YouTube, still on YouTube.
I'm not comfortable with that.
Wow.
You're just going to have to get into the Farok
Literally
days,
shaking.
whatever the fuck that place is called, Q, and get your breadsticks, Warren.
Fazoli's.
Whatever. Fazoli's. I got a breadstick.
It's not fast food. It's Italian food fast. Except when they mess with shit up.
Let's not trigger Ryan again.
Yeah. Careful now. Don't want to induce that PTSD
Not
again.
that fast though.
Let's not go back down that road. Let's
Hey, I
talk
haven't
about
been back
restaurants.
since, but I have. So,
So yeah, great to be back, and love you guys. Chat, you're fantastic. Love you to pieces, and I'll see you soon.
See you, bud.
I got
it. Take care, man. See ya.
Have a good night,
buddy.
See you, man.
Anyone else need to go? I know Jeremy needs to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Drew go first.
Yeah, I got to roll out. Been on the road for a few days.
Yeah,
I'm glad I
dude.
was able to make it for the stream. Thank you guys for having me on. You guys can follow me. Hail to the chat. Love you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. You guys can follow all my reporting and work on Twitter, Drew H Live. I host my show Frontlines daily on the Turning Point USA YouTube channel. Just type in, if you're lucky, you could type in Drew Hernandez Frontlines and you'll find it. YouTube hates my name.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
Try a couple times.
Yeah, so you guys could follow me all same socials, Drew H Live, Drew Hernandez Live, Instagram, all that great stuff. So thank you guys for having me.
Oh yeah, man. Thanks for coming.
Always a pleasure having you on.
And we do have some of the
God's
squad
work,
on
man.
my show. So some of you guys in the chat, I've had Gary on, I've had Ryan. I plan on getting Jeremy and everybody else on. We're just going down the list. So love you guys. I will see you guys
Love you too,
soon.
man.
Have a
See
good
you,
one.
man.
Take it easy,
Pleasure.
Drew.
Take care, man.
Talk to you
See you,
soon.
man.
Take it easy.
Have a good night.
That is good
All right,
people right
Odin.
there, Drew.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out as well. For those that were following on like social media, I had a bit of a rough week, some drama at work. Everything's fine, don't worry, but I definitely need a little time to detox. So thank y'all for the love and support that y'all sent my way this week. I appreciate it. You can check me out over at OMB Reviews on all the different socials, and should be live tomorrow night is still the plan.
Did they find out you're on the show?
No. It's typical like random it's typical
Teacher
every
stuff.
year it happens.
Yeah,
Teacher stuff. Yeah. So
Sorry, man.
You teachers.
anyway,
Freaking
yes,
teachers.
indeed. Y'all have a wonderful night, everybody.
Take care, Odin.
See you, man.
See you, buddy.
Good one.
Templar.
All right.
Well, my temper friend.
I'm gonna bounce. Yes, chat. I will be playing Fortnite later tonight over on Geeks and Gamers Play. It'll be about 3 hours from now though, because I got stuff to do. But yes, so thank you, Clifton. It was awesome having you on. Thank you for just roasting Ryan over his fast food takes, because I've had to witness that shit in person, and I'm honestly tired of it. And I got to hang out with him in a couple of weeks in Orlando, so I'm not looking forward to it. I'm not
There's
looking
nothing to
forward
roast.
it
They're
all,
the
so.
ones that are fucking my shit.
No,
up.
look, I stand with Clifton. I stand with Clifton.
There we go. I'm not complaining about a breadstick being cold. I'm complaining about literally not getting my shit. That's what
Clifton.
happened at McDonald's with you. That's what happened at IHOP with you. That's what happened at Fazoli's.
Maybe it's Jeremy.
Bottom fucking
Maybe
line.
it's Jeremy.
What did I just say?
Jeremy.
What did I just say?
Yes.
You bring the negative aura. You deserve it.
That
Fuck
is
you.
bullshit. Look at that fucking. I'm happy. I'm positive. I'm hopeful.
Oh, you are.
I'm fucking happy. Look at
Spitting
me.
image.
I'm
happy.
Fucking happy, man. That's fucking bullshit.
Look at that fucking video, and you cannot tell me that's not someone who's putting off a positive aura about what's about to happen.
Of course, Ryan.
And then I get fucked in the asshole. That's what happened.
Ouch.
As always,
lube.
a great
Like a female
episode
Thor
of Friday
fan.
Night Tights. The highlights were me and Gary got to put our nerd beef behind us. I'm so happy that happened. But the highlight was X-Ray Girl putting out the worst poll I've ever seen in the history of YouTube. The Northman.
Mishandled that poll.
The
You know what?
Northman.
I saw Az on the poll and it threw me off my game.
Okay. X-Ray Girl is the worst with polls. Okay.
But I'll see you guys a little bit later tonight over on Geeks and Gamers Play. Have a good night, and
Later,
we'll talk
dude.
to you later. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks, dude. Take care.
All right. I do actually also.
You got to
have
go.
I got some work to do.
You have work to do.
I'm working on the Moon Knight review.
Yes, you are.
So look out for that this weekend. Thanks everybody for having me on. I love you guys. Love you guys in the chat. Clifton, it's always a pleasure. It's very cool. And then
Likewise.
Drew also, if you're still out there listening, it was awesome as well. Love you. I'll see you guys later. You can follow me wherever I am on Twitter and YouTube and all the such. I'll see you guys later.
All right. Get your ass to work.
Take care, man.
I'm just kidding. I love Quarter Black Garrett. Everybody good? We've got some super chats to get through.
Now I'll stick around for a little bit longer.
Right on. Thanks. Yeah, just holler if you need to go. Okay. And we got James Wilson for $69.99. 69 for 69.
Nice.
Yeah. The 60th of Doctor Who coming up, and the new Doctor. Excited to see past Doctors come back. I always am, as long as it's not Jodie, and she's not coming back, by the way. Who does the Fellowship think will be the new Doctor? I'm thinking about fan picks like Richard Ayoade, which everybody says. I'd be fine with him, by the way. Ayoade. I don't know how to say his last name. But what about Conleth Hill of Game of Thrones or Michael Sheen? I'd be fine with all three. I really would. If it was written like a normal show, Russell T. Davies. But the hardest part is you can't go home again. He is a completely different writer than he was a decade and a half ago. It's a long time now. It's a long time. I mean, this is their best chance, but I don't know, man. I think they need to do Spider-Man No Way Home shit. They need to bring back popular doctors and do popular things, or they're fucked. And that still might not work. I don't think it's going to work here in America. Personally, it's dead here. It doesn't really matter what they do. Most people don't even know who Russell T. Davies is here, which is sad, but that's the way it goes. Matthew Hammond for $50 says a massive PR firm that represents high-profile corporations like Coca-Cola, Netflix, and Starbucks is privately advising its clients to avoid commenting on abortion rights. That's probably pretty fucking smart at this point.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which company will ignore their guidance? I am rooting for Netflix. If anyone would, I think it would be Netflix.
I think they have to know they've lost 70% of their value over the past, it's either 6 months or a year. Like they can't afford to do shit like that. And like moments like this, I think is when they start realizing that's why they're cutting a lot of this woke content. They're fucking trimming the fat. This is a situation like this is what could get a company to actually change what they're doing. You know what I mean?
Yep. It absolutely, and it would just bury them. Either way, they have to stay out of this. You're committing suicide if you're aborting yourself if you get into this decision as a company. Aborting your careers or whatever. Yeah, good luck. Starbucks I could see Starbucks doing something stupid too, for sure. They've done a lot of stupid shit in the past, but I mean, it's real easy to come out and say racism is bad because it is, but we all know what's behind when they say that. They're saying, oh, all Republicans are racist. Example. Something like Star Trek Strange New Worlds. I watched half of it before the show. It clearly looks like, again, that they're trying to, like they did at the first episode of Picard, and I'm expecting the same thing. It's by the same dipshits who wrote Picard, so it's not going to be any different. It's going to suck. But they come out and say, well, it's going to be more optimistic. Well, I mean, that's from their point of view. Like their version of optimism, and in the future, all Republicans will be dead. That's optimistic to them. So of course they're going to be more optimistic, and that's what these companies' frame of mind is. Everybody on the right and now in the center who utters free speech is evil, bad, white supremacist, or some sympathy of or sympathizer of white supremacist. That's a hard thing to get away from. That kind of hyperbole. Well, a lot of people forget, but you know what? I'm thinking this time people aren't going to just let that go. So it's good to stay the fuck out of it. We'll see if they do. Robert McDonald for $300. Happy 6 de Mayo. Friday Night Tights Pimp Crew. Friday Telenovela. Oh, that's what I like that. Hey. I'll just say this. What did they say that it's this, what's the sincerest form of flattery?
Imitation.
Imitation.
Yeah. Crab meat.
Yeah, imitation. I don't like crab meat, but that's like another version of Friday Night Tights is kind of like crab meat, but the kind you buy in 7-Eleven that's a week old that Ryan would probably eat, but I wouldn't.
7-Eleven has some good snacks, like low key.
I'll eat the
meat.
Yeah. They have some good shit that's rolling on the thing. I'll eat 7-Eleven pizza too.
I'll eat their pizza.
Rotation food.
I will eat their pizza and their hot dogs for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah. Like the taquitos, jalapeno and cheese taquitos. Yeah.
Hold on. So you have high standards for McDonald's and Subway, but 7-Eleven is just fine for you.
I don't really have high standards, Clifton. What I'm trying to fucking explain to you is they don't give me my fucking food, right?
Like services involved.
You know what I mean? Like the bare minimum is just I want to get what I ordered, right? Like with Subway is maybe an exception because half of it will be literally just meat. The other half will just be all the fucking vegetables because they're retarded there and can't make a sandwich. But at McDonald's, I didn't get what I ordered. I went to IHOP. I didn't even get my order for fucking ever because they forgot to put the order in. And then at Fazoli's, they forget my shit. So if you're saying that my standards are high, yes, I expect to get what I fucking ordered. 7-Eleven, I can just pick it up. It's just sitting there for me. So of course I'm going to get what I ordered.
Oh, of course.
Triggered. Well, that's I don't have a refined palate. I just simply just give me what I
want. My
ordered.
Food. Okay, I got you there.
Yeah.
We understand.
I think it's the
you, right?
rage that people have an issue with.
They get scared, they forget.
Well, no, because there was a point where you were like, then talking about like the proportion of meat to vegetables or whatever. I'm
Subway,
just like, bro, it's fucking Subway.
Yeah.
You're lucky
But
you
that's
get
just
meat.
highlighting that Subway is the shittiest of the sandwich places, right? Like that should be your expectation when you go there because they're dog shit. Jimmy John's is slightly better. Jersey Mike's is way better. Quiznos is better. Firehouse Subs is better.
Gino's Deli, San Antonio.
Okay, I've never been there.
Oh, so good. It is so fucking good. If you guys when you come to town someday, I'll get it for you.
There's a place called Schlotsky's in Virginia.
Oh, yes.
Anywhere else has really good sandwiches too.
Schlotsky,
we have
pizza too. Schlotsky's has pizza there too. That's decent.
I didn't know that.
They used to. They used to be big. Like 20 years ago, they were in a lot of places.
I think I heard of them before. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. We got P squared for $50. I'm so hungry right now. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna drive halfway across town to get In-N-Out because I saw Drew get In-N-Out. So
I ate my chicken, rice, and broccoli before we started.
Oh, that sounds depressing. I'm
it is.
Mostly.
That's what my dogs eat.
No, it's not. Your dogs don't eat fucking broccoli.
No, they do eat broccoli and peas sometimes.
Oh my!
Then they're
God.
retarded. What kind of dog eats broccoli?
All dogs.
A hungry dog. Yeah.
Dogs love carrots, man.
P squared.
Like all that
fuck.
I find it interesting to hear your opinions on films and then have my coworkers say how great they are. This is why I do not hang out with the people at work.
Yeah.
No, you don't want to fraternize with your coworkers. Unless like when I was younger and I worked at the warehouse, we all hung out because, we weren't getting paid enough. So basically we were just fucked around at work. And we were all music snobs anyway because we worked at a record store.
This makes me think about like people. There are people out there that watch this stuff and they do like it. Like I had a friend. This was in New York, and he was just like, yeah, I love the new Watchmen. It's so good. And I'm like, dude,
the show, the TV show.
Yes,
Ooh.
yes. And because to them, it's tackling the issue, so to speak. It's explosive in its political content, and it's important and it's relevant, and that's all they're concerned about. Not whether or not it's actually good or that it does any justice to. As soon as ironically, a Watchmen series on HBO should work really, really well.
Yes,
but that's only if you're planning to actually do the fucking Watchmen that Alan Moore created.
Yeah, I just don't think for one, it dealt with like nuclear war, stuff like that. Mutually assured destruction, like life-ending stuff, not with current over-the-top Hollywood leftism, which is what the new Watchmen show, which is still the single worst thing I've ever seen. Like as far as exploitation and quote-unquote unintended racism, tons of it. I loved it when they made a Vietnamese Ozymandias, smarter, better, more evil, and then killed her at the end. That was great. That was real. I wonder what kind of message I'm not really sure what kind of message they were sending. They had Nixonville. All the white people lived in a place called Nixonville, and they were all racist. It was really, really on the fucking nose, man. And then people were praising the shit out of it. They were like, this is so powerful and so popular, and then it never got a second season.
Well,
I wonder why.
This is what always happens. And this is why, it goes back to what we were talking about earlier about this machinery and how relevant it is or isn't in a world where, all these shows and all these properties or whatever are festooned with all these awards and accolades.
Like
oh, well, thank you, Chrissy. I appreciate that.
Festooned. What does it mean? Festooned?
What it sounds like it means. I might have misspoke. But the point is that they're
sounds good.
There's all of this hype surrounding these projects and all of these properties, but then they're not landing with people, and their viewerships are dropping, and yet you see again figures like Joe Rogan and others who have exploded onto the scene and carry far more weight now, or TikTokers now. That's who people are looking up to now. So it's like, how much they think everything they do matters, but I don't think that now it matters as much as they seem to believe that it does.
HBO Max has not been perfect, okay? And Jason Kilar got a lot of criticism for doing the day and date stuff with the films, but they're the one streaming service they're in the positive right now. There's got to be a reason for that. That there's better content, I guess, and it's the one streaming service I haven't canceled yet. I'm probably pretty close, but I haven't canceled it. I still have it, and because I watched Babylon 5, like I'm going to watch tonight after my Doctor Strange review. But yeah, I'd rather watch Babylon 5 than do a Doctor Strange review. But we'll do one anyway. Somebody's disappointed in me. Doctor Strange's detached testicles for $100. Gary, who that is, specifically me.
Aww.
Right? I am disappointed in you and your toxic masculinity. I think WandaVision and the menstruation of emasculation is a great family film that grooms us for a stunning and brave MCU future. At least we will always have pineapple on pizza and hate for Springsteen. Bless you. I love you. Toxic. I know who that is.
Yeah.
I know who that is. Springsteen sucks. Pineapple is really good on pizza. Although I haven't found it.
No, it is not.
Oh, it's so fucking good. It is so good.
See, I don't have high standards, but that is one of them. I ain't going to put pineapple on pizza.
Well, you know what, Ryan? I'm glad that we can come together at this time of division in our nation to agree on this point that pineapple on pizza is fucking disgusting.
No,
and no one should ever do it.
Great, and I do it all the time.
The only fruit that belongs on pizza is for the people that classify tomatoes as fruits. The fucking sauce.
The sauce.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
I haven't found. I'm still looking for like good pizza. Period. Here. So.
Have you been to Big Lou's?
Have I been to Big Lou's? I don't think
Big Lou's in San Antonio has like it's okay pizza. It's like pretty good, but they have like the 72-inch like the fucking massive ones
like
that you need like a truck to pick up.
It's called the Manhattan.
Oh yeah,
That's what they call it in San Diego. Yeah. I'll try Big Lou's. We haven't gone everywhere.
I know it triggers you because of your prison memories, but trust me, this place is pretty good.
It's all good. It's all good. You never know. Well, you know what triggers me is that orange cleaner. I forgot what it's called. I always want to say Agent Orange.
Pine Sol.
But it's the orange cleaner. It's made of orange.
Yes.
Actual orange.
Yes, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, they use that shit in all the institutions in California.
Fabuloso.
So if I fucking smell that stuff, I'm right back at prison.
Fabuloso.
An actual orange. I don't eat oranges at all because that's all they gave you to eat. So the smell of peeled oranges reminds me of that. Those are the two things I won't touch them. Hate it.
Makes me think of
all right, note to self.
Yep. I start getting PTSD. No, I don't have that anymore. It took me like 6 or 7 years to calm down. It did. Like big time. Cause what? Because I didn't sleep the entire time. Like you're like sleeping like this. Yeah. It's not fun. It's not fun. Don't go, kids. Stay out of trouble.
And if you do go, try not to get stuck with all like the lifers.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Who hate your guts because you're going home and they never are. That was fun. Hail Friday Night Tights. Gary was right. I love that. And Jeremy is still salty. Yeah, he is. He's fucking wrong and salty. WOTC is ruining D&D and making R.A. Salvatore cover for the perversion of the Drow. What's the Drow? What's the Drow? Drow. Okay, gotcha. Well, I love reading more about Dude, what the fuck what is a DRIZZT? Sorry.
Drizzy? Drizzle?
It's Dritz Duwarden. He's one of the characters that's Drow.
Drow in D&D, right? Okay.
Yes, in D&D.
The Drow are supposed to be evil and have never been an allegory for black people. No, orcs aren't allegories for black people. If they are to you, you are a racist. Hello.
Well, they're basing it because dark elves have dark skin, and I'm not sure when that became a thing, but it's pretty ridiculous.
Well, if you want to watch us play D&D where we don't care about that kind of bullshit, then tune into Geeks and Gamers Tabletop on Thursday nights, where we are outdrawing as a 4,000 subscriber channel. We go on at the same time that the main Dungeons and Dragons channel is live playing. Wow. They have 500,000 subs. They get 100, 200 people watching. We get about 400. Wow. So because we're just 500 around.
When I checked in,
500.
Yeah, that's
at 500 awesome. The other night.
That's fucking brilliant.
And we definitely play into some stereotypes, don't we, Chrissy?
We had fun.
We
had
did.
a good time. I didn't know what I was doing that time, but now I kind of know.
When things get settled, I'll jump in on that eventually.
Hell yeah, it's a lot of fun. So I know X-Ray Girl's having fun.
Yeah.
Exude.
It's very convincing.
Yeah.
Enoch Maman for this is. Oh, did I miss? It says it's in 2 parts. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, that's part 1.
I got you. So it's part 1 and part 2 for $60 total. Thank you, Enoch Maman. You're wonderful. Part 1. I sent possibly my grossest chat with my word of the day to Jeremy. I am now going to send you the same word of the day because I want to see X-Ray Girl's reaction. Part 2, word of the day is trinoculus. Trichinosis? I thought that was an L.
I like trinoculus.
That is an I. God, my glasses. These are new. I'm fucking going blind. Jeez. Well, no, it's my progressives.
Man.
Yeah, if I look at it like that, I can see it. Okay, there we go. It still looks like a fucking I. Or L from here. Definition: a food-borne disease caused by microscopic parasite called trichinella. Did I say that right?
I think so.
Trichinella. Used in a sentence, Kevin Feige got trichinosis after he went down on Brie Larson. Thank you for the $60, Enoch Maman, and the trichinosis.
Wow. You're tricking.
I just think of her feet. I think of her feet. If one's feet are like that, what are the other places like?
Ugh. That's a revolting thought.
It is. Ronan the Crusader on the Streamlabs side for $50. Nothing beats coming into YouTube every Friday to watch one of the best shows in recent memory. Oh, thank you. While eating the king of burgers, Five Guys. Hail Friday Night Tights. Five Guys is good. It's good.
All right. What? No, Five Guys is really fucking good. And it is pretty expensive. It's a pretty expensive place because if you get burgers and fries, you're basically paying $20. So that is pretty pricey, but it's really good.
It's overpriced. It's not as good to me as Shake Shack is, and they're a little bit cheaper than Five Guys.
Yeah, Shake Shack was. I was impressed with Shake. I only had it once in Vegas, so
I've had Shake Shack twice, and the first time was terrible.
Was it?
It was when you were in Boston, and the burger was fine. The fries were shit. I got a little grilled cheese sandwich that was shit.
How do you mess that up?
Here's what their grilled cheese was. It was, I was like, that's weird. I don't usually see grilled cheese, so I tried one. It was a hamburger bun with one slice of cheese on it that they just smashed so it was this thin, and they burnt the fuck out of it. And I was like, I don't know if that was how it was supposed to be or not, but that's what I got.
Maybe, that's some weird.
The worst thing was the shake. I think there was actually just a problem because the chocolate shake had a weird, funny, chemically taste to it. I think I was being poisoned. So, and it wasn't just me. Jay had the same one, and it was also weird. So I think I just went to a bad Shake Shack.
Yeah.
I would rather go to Burger Boy or Whataburger than Five Guys.
Really?
No.
Whataburger's burgers are too. I like a lot of jalapenos and like spicy shit. And like,
have you had the green chili burger, Gary?
I haven't had that one yet. I'll try.
You
that
gotta
one.
have the green chili burger.
You can add jalapenos.
But
to
they
your
get
burgers
like
there.
too like moist. Their burgers aren't dry enough for me. And there's like fucking shit. Like they put too much sauce on. You got to put it's got to be just right. You got to you got to splooge on the burger just right. Okay. You can't have the splooge coming out. It's like it's dripping all over your fucking hands. I hate that stuff.
Now, Bobby J's is a really good burger place in San Antonio.
I'll check it out.
But that's not fast food. It's
Dude, that
an
place
actual restaurant.
that place we had steak was fucking dope. That was good.
Oh yeah, the Barn Door. Yeah, it was a good place.
Good. Maximum Weeb for $49.99. Batman: Broken Promises animated fan film and Mystery Incorporated, a Scooby-Doo fan film, both just came out and look pretty damn good. Love Clifton Duncan. I now own 2 copies of Speak with Distinction by Edith Skinner. Hope you talk to Douglas Murray.
Well, thank you very much for those kind words. And yeah, for those who don't know, Speak with Distinction is a book that's given to actors at elite conservatories to teach them how to speak with distinction. So it's just funny. I've mentioned it a few times before, and I think I might put it on a T-shirt or something, trying to make it a slogan, because I think it's a really good one for a variety of reasons. But it's so funny that someone else was inspired to get that. That's pretty cool.
That should absolutely be your tagline. Like,
Speak with distinction. I like it.
Yeah. Like I've said, Clifton, you've found your calling. You're getting there, man. This is your calling, dude.
It's the tough thing right now is just trying to like line up some good guests, and so I have a lot of people who I contact them and they're like, oh yeah, I'd love to come on, and then they don't. So we're trying to figure.
Do you have a producer?
You have to reach out to 20 people at once.
Yeah.
I know. That's what I'm learning. So
and a lot of us can be like, we want to come on. We just need to be reminded. Like me, I need to be reminded like 3 times, but I'll be there. I just need to be reminded three times because my brain is Swiss cheese.
Yeah,
I know.
It's like sometimes we got so many fucking streams and shit like that we have in our schedule. Like Adam, I'm supposed to come on Adam's show at the end of May, and he like asked me in April, and he was like, "Hey, I have all these dates available." And I'm like, "I'm literally unavailable on all those fucking days, like until the end of May." So, but yeah.
Oh, Ian, by the way, Ian, I got it. Thanks, buddy. He sent a package from Australia. It's a cricket bat.
Ooh.
It's a cricket bat.
Ah,
nice.
Seeing like
my mind went the wrong way.
Your mind went the wrong way. Yeah.
Why, do you
Yeah,
have cricket-
she
you have
thought it was
crickets
to
in your
slap
house?
someone in the ass.
Well, that's what it is for.
Or brain them.
Or brain them. And,
Extra girl thought it was like a kinky thing. That's what she clearly thought.
It could be. You never know.
That could be for butts.
Oh, hey. Oh, God. Ain't sitting down for a while. But Ian, bless you. Thank you. I've never owned a cricket bat. I'm a big fan of Life, the Universe, and Everything. Douglas Adams' 3rd book, which has a murderous robotic cricket team come out and destroy everything. It's fucking awesome. So that's the first thing I thought of.
It's fun.
Yeah, it's brilliant. And it's got the best cloaking device, which is this somebody else's problem field. Like the human condition is they see something they don't understand and they just stop seeing it because that is too big for me to even think about. So it's a somebody else's problem field. Douglas Adams was a genius, by the way. And may he rest in peace. Died at 51 on a treadmill, dude. It sucks. Alpha Suma for $50. Thank you very much. Support indie devs. Watch Mystery Incorporated on YouTube now. I'll support indie devs. Mystery Incorporated on YouTube. Go check it out. Thank you, Alpha Suma. I appreciate it. And I will watch that later. We got Fluffy Pencil 3713 for $99.99. Says this is the best form of entertainment these days. If you don't think so, you may be from the movie They Live, which I need to watch again. Roddy Piper. Fucking legend. Miss that guy. You ever see him roast Bill Maher back in the day? That famous roast of Bill Maher? Where basically it was not very PC. So they were basically insinuating like, I think Bill Maher said something about, well, you're grabbing sweaty men, and he's like, well, how many men did you grab to get this job? It was fucking owned him. It was so good. It just look up Roddy Piper roasting Bill Maher. It's fucking great. Last Samurai score is good and different. Had tickets for Dr. Cuck on Sunday, but switched to the Northman instead. All hail Friday Night Tights. Says
better movie.
Bohica 62 for $49.99. It is.
Much better movie.
Much better movie. Doctor Strange, it's going to do well. I don't think it'll have a super huge drop off in the second week, but it's not going to have the legs. It's just not.
I think it'll be the second week can be very interesting because it's a Disney movie. There's a ton of hype. People know there's going to be cameos. I think they intentionally leaked the Fantastic Four scene. I have no doubt about that to try to get people hyped.
But that's the only cameo. That's it.
I mean, you did get Professor X.
You got Professor X, but like,
yeah, that's it though.
That's it. And
what? Anson Mount is Black Bolt.
No one cares about that. Literally nobody knows who that is or what show that's from.
No, and I was probably the only one in the theater who was happy to see him in his regular costume.
Yeah,
like, hey.
I was too, and
then of course,
I think Anson Mount was a perfect pick. For Black Bolt, because that guy can really act with his face.
He can.
And you need someone who can really act with their face to be Black Bolt.
Yeah, and then they blew his brain out. It's fucking great.
Yeah.
The fact that the two men got killed like in 5 seconds, just so you could have a women fight, was so fucking on the nose.
So fucking on the nose and predictable. I mean, like, listen, we haven't talked about Moon Knight much, but Moon Knight in a lot of ways was worse because when it started, it had a some people liked the first episode. I knew it was coming, so it affected my enjoyment. But I honestly did not think they would do what they did. I was like, it's going to be the bait and switch argument is going to be a little tough with this one. Because it looks like they're just starting out with one guy against another guy, which they should have had it and focusing on his personalities. Boy, I was fucking wrong. Sweet Summer Child, was I a fucking idiot? Because soon as Layla came in, I'm like, yeah, she's a made up character. I'm like, oh, and then as time went on, they had 2 entire episodes without Moon Knight in it, and they gave her an origin story. She got the hero moment. It's a cringe moment where she saves a girl and the girl goes, "Are you an Egyptian superhero?" And she goes,
"Yeah,
I am." And I'm like, dramatic Egyptian or dramatic Middle Eastern music playing was the caption for that too. When she and she's hot girl. She's fucking hot girl. That's essentially what they made her. And they called her the Scarlet Scarab, which was a dude. I had to look it up. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, it's a dude from an Invaders comic in 1973 that I probably read when I was 6.
Funny thing, when I saw her, I immediately thought, oh, it's Almighty Isis.
Yeah, I mean, but they had Isis in it. And they called her Isis.
Yeah.
Isis. They called her Isis. And you couldn't tell. Oh, it was the black woman.
That's probably the right pronunciation.
Probably
I imagine.
Yeah, probably.
It is.
Isis.
The only thing with superpowers were Layla's eyebrows. I'm gonna.
They're on fleek.
Jesus, they had their own. They were sentient. OMG puppies for $50. Speaking of scores, Forbidden Planet was amazing. You are correct. There was no boundary between the sound effects and the electronic music. I can't think of another time that was done. Was that Goldsmith? Did Goldsmith do Forbidden Planet? It's right around his time. I can't remember.
I don't know.
Can't remember. Somebody needs to fact check me on that one. No, Forbidden Planet, awesome. I own it. Soul123 for $100. Longtime listener, first time donor. Oh. By the way, Excalibur, another great soundtrack. And it is available on vinyl. You got to look for it, but it's out there. Love the show. You all make my Friday nights a lot better. Clifton Duncan, love your channel. Very insightful and brilliant conversations. Don't forget Game of Thrones for best music conversation. You're right. Rami Diwaldi is great. He did a great job. The soundtracks for that show are consistently great. You are not wrong.
And thank you for the very kind words, sir. Or ma'am. Or Zier.
All right.
As the case may be.
We're almost done here.
Zier.
Animate Acumen for $50. Says wonderful hypocrisy of the crazies. Ryan, after the Kathy Lee Gifford, last name escapes me. Kathy Lee Griffin is good. I think that's it.
Kathy Gifford. It's Gifford.
Is it Gifford? I thought it was Griffin. Well, whatever.
Pretty sure it's Gifford.
Yeah. Crazy redhead bitch. How's that? Where she cut off the head of figure of Trump on live TV, and
that's Kathy Griffin.
That is
Kathy Griffin.
Kathy Griffin.
Yeah.
And many copycats made guillotines with him for social media. Ignore that screeching. Yeah.
I like how you were like, that's that redheaded bitch. Everybody's like, yo, it's Kathy Griffin.
That's what I assumed he was talking about. Yeah.
He just jumped in.
That was directed at me? Was there like a question or?
Did they say Ryan?
I thought maybe that was the name of the super chat. I heard Ryan.
No,
so
it says crazy. It says wonderful hypocrisy of the crazies, Ryan. So they're kind of directing you after Kathleen Griffin. Of course, they put Trump on the guillotine. They put the fucking the noose and all that crazy shit. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's totally acceptable. I remember when there was like 3 pictures of that happening during Obama's presidency, and everybody like freaked the hell out. But then, like when they're literally doing like Trump assassinations and on like plays in the park. Yeah, it's just completely acceptable. It's strange how that works.
Side note, so I was there one of the nights in the park in New York when the show was disrupted by protesters. And it was really interesting. So outside, so Shakespeare in the Park, for those who are outside of New York, or as I call it, the city formerly known as New York. Shakespeare in the Park is like one of these sort of summer traditions, and it's like a really big gig if you're a performer. And they, excuse me. And so outside,
in your mouth.
A little bit. So outside, there was this guy that was just holding, like the day that I went anyway, there was a guy that was just holding a sign, something vaguely pro Trump, and people were like, they were arguing with him kind of back and forth, but it was like fun, and it was playful, and it was like sort of joyful. And I was like, okay, this is cool. This person's out here exercising his right to protest or speak his mind or whatever. And everyone else is like kind of, bantering with him and going back and forth with him. And like, nobody's dying. Like, everyone's cool. We're all here to see a show. It's cool. So, then in the show, it wasn't. I wished that the people who protested had stuck around. I think because there was some scene. I think it was right after the assassination of Julius Caesar, which happens pretty early on in the play. Surprisingly, for those who've read it, despite the play being named after him.
Yeah.
But so they basically had these actors who are actually really great, and one of whom I know was playing his wife actually, and it was just like these sort of crass SNL level impressions of the Trumps and certain members of his staff or whatever. And these people, like at one point they disrupted it, and they're like, CNN are terrorists and yada yada yada, and everyone started booing them, and they were eventually ushered out of the theater. But I wish they had like kind of stayed and stuck around, because what was never really reported on is that the show was about that they took out this person that they thought was a dictator, but the production highlighted that things actually got worse once the title character was dead, and that's when everything fell apart and descended into like this fascist sort of terroristic state. And I just wish that these people, instead of protesting and like trying to get some PR, had stuck around and had a conversation with the people surrounding them. And it could have been a kind of a cool moment, but it wasn't meant to be. But it was such a weird experience watching it all unfold, just because it actually turned out to be a decent production, and the people who present themselves as heroes, we were talking about heroes earlier in the play, they feel justified in assassinating Caesar, but then they just make everything worse afterward, and they don't know how to run a state, and there's literally a scene in the play where they're presiding over a list of people to kill. Like that's how intense it gets and how authoritarian it gets. And So, you know, on the right, they often rail against authoritarianism, and I think, you know, for good reason. And it's just like one of those things where, like, guys, if you'd stuck around and we could have had a conversation about this, and it could have been a kind of cool moment. But, you know, so that's my little side story. I was there one of the nights.
That's good, and it's a reflection of what's going on right now. And thankfully, you know, it didn't take an assassination. Somebody lost an election, but that loss has woken a lot of people up to what the fuck's going on. Things did get worse. They got more totalitarian, more authoritative. We've got a fucking bureau. We have a fucking Department of Information.
Ministry of Truth.
Ministry of Truth. I can't say it. I don't want to say it. I can't fucking believe it. And it's from the Department of Homeland Security. So Biden, who was, you know, talking a lot of shit about it was later on, not at the time, the Patriot Act. And the Department of Homeland Security that all came out of 9/11, that shit that none of us fucking liked and was supposed to be temporary. Well, look what party's using it to be authoritative, to be totalitarian. Things are getting fucking worse. And you know, it took that for people to wake up. It wasn't all the orange man, turns out.
Well, you know, what's interesting about that is that figures like Glenn Greenwald have been writing about this kind of thing. You know, that this sort of expansion of the surveillance state and the police state in the government from a left-wing perspective. I mean, he's a progressive, and he's been consistent in his writings about that over the 15 years that I've observed, you know, his stuff. And yet now everyone who proclaims themselves to be liberals on the left or whatever, they're looking at Glenn like, why are you on the right now? You know, they're like, Glenn, what happened to you? And I'm thinking to myself, you know, we're sitting there doing this. We're watching the Biden administration create an arm of government to help basically police what you can't say. It's just like, come on, man. You don't see this. You don't see how that could be not the best thing in the world. Well, I thought we used to be against this kind of thing.
We were.
You are.
And it's funny because all those countries that we don't like the Nazis and the communists, they basically have a ministry of truth. They basically control the propaganda, the narrative, and everything. And it's finally here in the United States.
Yeah, and listen, there's people who notice this shit, and most people don't. So, let's bring it back to fucking Marvel and the MCU. There's some of us who have been noticing this shit for 4 years, and there's people who are just waking up to it yesterday. It takes time. It does. But there's a point where you need to wake the fuck up. And there's a point where Clifton's pointing out is you're just a disingenuous asshole rooting for a team. Or you're just trapped in your own brainwashed ideology because for whatever fucking reason. You hate the other side so fucking much that you're like, yeah, Ministry of Truth, totally good idea. What? Yeah. No, it wouldn't be a good idea from Trump. It wouldn't be a good idea from Biden. And guess who we got it from? Biden.
Yeah, everything that it basically said that Trump was doing, Biden's basically doing.
He's done it all.
That's the crazy thing. You know? But these games don't, you know, it never changes, man. That's why I get so cynical about this stuff. And I remember, you know, I helped elect Barack Obama originally, you know, as sort of to be an anti-Bush, only to watch. And my perspective then was from, I'd say, a far left perspective. And, you know, but his time in office, I was like, well, he's doing some stuff that he's getting away with some stuff that Bush couldn't even have dreamed of getting away with. And you know,
that D next to him.
Exactly. You know, he was so protected too. I mean, that's what you really begin to see, and what really sort of makes me what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, I don't want to say cynical again, repeat myself, but when you see how protected Obama was and how protected, you know, Biden, well, up until recently, you know, things are so bad they just can't ignore it as much now. But you know, these people are scumbags, and they're in the machine, and they get they're privileged to be in the machine. Nothing they ever do is wrong. It's so vile. And when you see it from the outside, you're just like,
no. When these motherfuckers go January 6th, go Ministry of Truth, motherfucker. There's a Ministry of fucking Truth. Go fuck yourself. January 6th.
Well,
I'm so
January 6th. The thing that really kind of
joke.
highlights everything is there is no truth, only power. And that's really what kind of defines all this stuff, right? It's the reason why they can get away with the, 2 + 2 = 5 is because of that control. The truth doesn't fucking matter anymore. It's all about the narrative. And it's the reason why they want Twitter, which they've lost. And it's the reason why they had to create this Ministry of Truth, is they use that shit to control the narrative and
here's what's changing.
Et cetera.
What happens after this, I don't fucking know. But the truth hasn't mattered for decades. And we've been playing out this fucking theater where we know the politicians are going up and bullshitting us. And we know this for a long time. So now we got this really fucking old, like Nancy Pelosi is still in office. A bitch is a fucking skeleton. All right?
Yeah.
We got a dead man fucking shitting his pants as our fucking president right now. And that's the Democratic Party because they are scared to death of the AOC commie wing of it. That's what they, because they know they just lose. They'll just fucking lose all the time, and they're going to lose all their fucking power. In the meantime, the general populace are starting to wake up and we're just tired of the bullshit. And we just want genuine, and we want the fucking truth. No matter how scary it is, I don't give a fuck. We just want the truth. That's why people like Joe Rogan are getting more popular because that's where people see where the truth is, right? So like, it's starting early. It's starting where it always starts, you know, with the regular folk, with us regular folk. It hasn't gotten up to Hollywood yet. It hasn't gotten up to big tech. It hasn't gone up to the fucking elites in the city, and that could be years away. But it has started. Where it goes, though, I don't know. I mean, you could go as far as the Tim Pool hyperbole, and it's a national divorce and civil war. I don't think so. But that's a possibility. It is possibility.
Yeah. I've been thinking a lot lately about, and it's weird to see. I don't know if you could say it's the source of this, but I think there are some kernels that that this arises from. But I've been thinking about Gamergate a lot recently, and we're talking about eyes opening to things and people waking up, and I just remember I was sort of in the right place at the right time to see it all unfold, but also remember just getting into these weird Facebook arguments with my friends who just stridently commented on the issue without having any clue what was actually going on. And I saw how the press was reporting on it and what was actually happening, sort of on the ground, so to speak, because it was just kind of internet drama at first. And I was like, oh, well, I can kill some time and see what happens with this jilted programmer and this completely toxic, despicable human being who we won't name. But then it kept spiraling out and out from there. And on one hand, I think some people were kind of disingenuous when they would say, like, well, it's just video games. In a way, it's true because it was just video games, and yet it bubbled up into the mainstream to the point where it got in fucking Law and Order SVU episode made about it.
Yeah, I know. That's so funny.
Pleased nobody. So, but it's just, it's such a weird thing because it crossed over so many, there was so much, to use the word, like so many intersections of so many things, and it just kind of blew up from there. And I think a lot of people's eyes were opened to how kind of things work in a way. And it's like, dude, it's just video games, and we're kind of like that was like the beginning of the pushback. It feels like, and then it sort of branched out from there weirdly with this ripple effect in a strange way.
Thing I thought was funny, not knowing the history behind it, and initially was seeing all the gamers are dead articles. I was like, what the hell's going on here?
Right. That's ridiculous.
It was the first time I think that a lot of people's eyes were open to this certain segment of the entertainment industry, because that's what it is. It's a different part of it, but to be sure, it's one of the biggest entertainment things going on right now. But you saw that the people working in the industry and the people who are reporting on the industry having this very incestuous relationship, and they have something in common, is that they hate the people that consume their content. And they're all willing to have the same party line. If you go against the party line, they'll excommunicate you. And they all work together to circulate these false defamatory bullshit headlines about people that were just talking about video games. And we've now seen that in every other aspect, whether it's comic books, films, television, politics, everything. So it was kind of that first warning sign of what a lot of these places are like.
It was the first shot fired. That was for sure.
And it was so fucking stupid because, I'd read these articles inevitably by some, like it's either these stupid 20-somethings or these, I guess maybe these jilted, older middle-aged people who should be old enough to know better. But, reading these articles about, or arguing with people online about how racist gaming and comic culture is, nobody ever in my growing up in the 80s and 90s ever said, hey, darky, get the hell out of this house. We don't want your kind here. It was all about, trading X-Men cards and arguing over who would win in a fight between like Hulk and Wolverine or whatever. You know what I mean? It was like it was just about the hobby. And a lot of my friends, I go over to their house, these my white friends that play RPGs, and then, me and my Filipino buddies, this is on a military base in Belgium, by the way. We're just playing basketball together. Like, we're just kids, you know what I mean? And we liked video games and Star Wars and all kinds of just goofy shit. And that's all it was. There wasn't this culture of exclusion that these quote unquote progressives keep writing about. They're trying to fix something that really was never broken. But then when you say something like that, then they either ignore you, or they just, they call you all kinds of names because they're not the racists, obviously. So then that whole hashtag not my shield thing happened. And it was like, yes, this is what they do. They use sexual and racial minorities, these so-called oppressed groups as these shields. We care about this group. We care about that group. And you don't care as much as we care about this group. And it's like, no, I'm cool. You don't stop trying to wield me as some kind of, defense against your bullshit. And they just, it was so astounding to see it play out. And then once I saw that trend, I couldn't help but not see it in a lot of other places. And I guess that was sort of the acceleration of my red pilling, which has sort of been gradual, I guess, at that point, up to that point.
Yeah, it was the beginning, without a doubt. And it created a lot of careers and ended some. And yeah, it's what it started. It can't stop. And I hate to, because they love to go back to
Oh, I know.
They're still talking about it.
Yeah.
They're still talking about it. It's weird.
Are they still making that stupid movie?
Oh,
No,
I
I
hope
don't-
so. It's gonna be genius.
That
if,
would
if
be
they are.
awesome.
I want to say
It's gonna be
it
so
was,
bad it's good.
It was BuzzFeed. BuzzFeed was going to make that movie.
Yeah, BuzzFeed might not be
wasn't Brianna
around.
Wu? Wasn't Brianna Wu going to be involved in it some way?
No, I don't think she was, but ZQ got bent over the whole thing, which was pretty funny. But yeah, Brianna Wu is a special person.
Special in an interesting way.
Special.
I just don't want them to like put Brianna Wu in a role and take a role away from a woman.
Yeah.
I'd hate for that to happen.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Dumars for $40 on the Streamlabs side. Thank you. Can't wait to see Chrissy live in St. Louis.
Yay!
That's right, St. Louis. Don't worry,
May
Chrissy.
25th.
When is it?
May 25th.
May 25th. That's real Star Wars Day. Real
yes,
Star Wars Day.
it is. I fucking hate May 4th.
Yeah.
It was so
I do too.
underwhelming this year. Actually,
It really was.
Like Star Wars feels dead as fuck. So
I said
isn't there
I
a
tweeted out fuck Star Wars Day, and it was pretty funny because I got a little bit of hate from the fanboys, but it wasn't as much.
Not as much.
Yeah, well, not as much.
Isn't Celebration coming up too? Couple weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably.
Don't
care.
worry, Chrissy. If someone tries to jump on stage, we'll just run a number 6 on them. There you go.
Ooh,
they
that
got your
sounds
6.
Fun. Oh, okay. Now I know what
That means they're looking at your ass.
Oh.
That was just a joke. Kind of.
I've never heard of a 6. Like, what the hell would that? Like, that doesn't even sound compelling enough to be slang for some kind of sexual act. Like,
no, isn't
Only
like
if-
you want to go
only
get
if-
sixths? Like,
Only
what?
if you're the 9, baby.
Ah, there you
That's
go.
right, man.
It's just
That's
missing
only
a
half
number.
the equation. It doesn't make any sense.
Idol O'Millions on the Streamlabs side for this is a 3-parter for $60 total. Thank you. Part 1. Hail and well met. Friday Night Tights. Thank you all so much for what you do. You have no idea how much it helps people to know that you're not alone. I came to this show via Eric July. Thank you, Eric July, and hail Eric July, the young Ripa, the Renaissance man, a couple of years ago, and fell in love. To seal the deal, Gary loves Fabulous Foursome, the OG Marvel team of the MCU, the Fantastic Four, the one that, I mean, for lack of a better word, has remained pure for this long. But now I hold no misconceptions. They will rape it. Well, time to move on, I guess, because of the inspiration you guys are. I have been working on my own graphic novel, good, and hope to have, and this is part 3, something to present soon. I'm looking forward to it. Anyway, thanks again, guys. Excelsior! P.S. Pineapple on pizza is great. Oh, I love you. You're brilliant. You stick around. Good taste. Fantastic Four, pineapple on pizza. Yeah, everybody just go read the Fantastic Four comics. They're pure comic books. That's what they are. It's all just like they're for one very difficult to adapt. Some of the most because it is Kirby at his most Kirby. Giant machinery, galactic stuff, crazy shit. People might think it's goofy. I fucking love it. The family dynamic, the Thing. Hothead Johnny, who they're gonna make gay. They can't call a guy who says flame on not being gay is something they will not be able to resist at all.
Yeah. I just hope it's Chris Evans, because then he could be gay, and it also makes sense with the old ones.
And be gay. Yeah. And that was technically my very first Marvel action figure was the Human Torch, the Mego Human Torch. Cliff 3188 for $49.99. Thank you very much. This evening, FNT crew got my copy of Raging Golden Eagles and Toxic Man Baby's inaugural comic, Blade Devil. Hail, Raging Golden Eagle.
Nice.
Love Raging Golden Eagle. Medieval-esque warriors and magic in a world full of corruption. I enjoyed it and left me hungry for the next volume. Hope you all check it out. And definitely, follow Raging Golden Eagle. Good dude, makes good stuff. That's the kind of people we want to support.
Yeah, I backed it.
Yep, and he's on the Flashcast with our friend Flash.
Oh yeah,
and Umbrella
Flash and Tug, they've been blowing up with the Amber Heard stuff.
Yep. Good. Their female audience is at 50-50 now, right?
Mine's at I got 23% female audience.
What'd you do? Did you do a Johnny Depp video?
Yeah, I've done well, I think that honestly the Will Smith stuff was very I think there's a lot of like women just interested in celebrity drama. But yeah, the past 28 days, 22.2% female. There you go.
Damn. That's like
wow.
3 times what I got.
Think of how many more that you'll get now that they've seen you rant about restaurant food.
Yeah,
that's true. That's why I have this number. I mean,
just completely soaking their chairs right this moment.
Oh my god!
Well, I imagine the women like it. Apparently, Gary's female audience probably at like 6.
Well, I think it went. I felt it go up when Clifton got here, so it went up a little bit.
Wait, what are you talking about going up? I felt it go up when it got here.
I felt it. It was
like talking about Gary.
It was a
He
disturbance.
did talk about that coffee.
It was a disturbance in the force because it's female. So I felt it. Yeah, and it was the coffee.
Female.
Hail
nice save.
Oh, Horror Amarada. $50. Hail Friday Night Tights. I am headed out to the gym. Good. I went to the gym before the show to help myself svelte for Anime Matsuri in July. See you there, by the way. Hopefully I'll run into you there, Gary. I'll be there. Trying to figure out what to do with my tentacles for the event. Well, can you tie them back up like a ponytail? I don't know. You got to ask Mahler. Mahler was probably the best person to ask what you do with your tentacles. Or you could just use them.
Let it loose.
Let it loose. Let them fly. Don't be ashamed of your tentacles. They're all part of you, and you're beautiful.
Unless they're uncircumcised.
Yeah. Yeah. Then I'd probably cover them up with something. We'll be a little embarrassed. Just kidding. Ryan Duncan CFE for $50. Says Gary, purchase my ticket to Fan Expo Dallas. Yes. Any update on the possible meetup? Yes. We have a place kind of designated, but I changed my mind, and I wanted to kind of do something that another YouTuber just did, and they completely failed at it, by the way. But I plan to do better. And well, I can't say, but you guys know what I'm talking about because we talked about it earlier. So I'm gonna for a location, but we will have one. I would say by next week we'll have everything locked up. Right, Garrett? I just heard Garrett say it right. So
yeah, and I think we haven't decided officially because we still need a couple people to get their schedules. But I think on Sunday for Orlando MegaCon, Sunday evening, I think we're going to do the meetup at Universal City Walk. So
that's a good idea.
If you're going to be in Orlando, just keep that Sunday evening in your head there. Universal City Walk. So no official stuff yet, but
and because so we're doing ours before the con, like the Thursday before the con, because it's just cheaper.
Oh.
Because I'm cheap, so it's a day before the
my
con.
calendar.
It's because the con's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're gonna do it like Thursday night. Because if we get it depends, because we get bars, it's more expensive if it's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They don't rent shit out Friday, Saturday, Sunday unless it's astronomical. But Thursday, they're like, okay, but
So that's
that
the 19th.
changes. Yeah, it's what I forgot what date it was. 17, 18, 19 was the dates of the con, right? For Dallas.
Are you
Dallas.
talking about-
I'm talking about Texas.
Dallas.
Texas.
Yeah, 17th through the 19th is the con.
Yeah. So we'll let you know next week. Florida, they're gonna let you. Ryan just said you will know soon for Florida.
yeah, I would say keep like that Sunday is almost like for sure what we're doing. We just need to hear back from a couple more moving pieces, but we're pretty sure that'll be it. Sunday, May 22nd. That's what we're looking at right now.
That sounds like a good date.
Well, no, I was gonna go look at my computer, then I realized I spent all the time to put up an actual physical fucking whiteboard calendar. Even wrote all the days in like a loser. So
I have that too. It's in my bathroom.
You have to write all your stuff.
Yeah, you do. I can't. I'm going all 3 days of the con too. So I bought 3-day passes. I'm gonna go all 3 days. The Hobbits are gonna be there. They're gonna be at Dallas and Florida. So either one you're going to, you can see the Hobbits. But more importantly, you need to see Gina. Support Gina. I want to see a fucking huge line for Gina. I want her to outdraw the Hobbits, everybody, just to shove it in every fucking con's face that wouldn't give her a chance, or Vic Mignogna, or any of them. Just show support, show your love. That's the best way to. Yeah. I hope it's huge. I hope it's fucking. I hope she makes a ton of money.
And Billy Zabka's also going to be there. So I just hope I get to see him and be like, dude, Cobra Kai's awesome. It's really all I want to say.
Oh, yeah.
Cobra Kai's awesome.
I'm happy for him, man. Like, the resurgence in his career and everything. That's just a cool fucking story all around. The whole thing.
It is. Yeah.
Why was he a crackhead?
No, he just wasn't like didn't
do anything.
He just didn't do anything because I guess he might have been kind of typecast or whatever. So to see both him and Ralph Macchio get like this resurgence in their career is cool. That's a good
it's
story.
pretty cool.
Yeah,
That is cool.
I like that. Tricky for $50. Hail Friday Night Tights. Completely agree with Drew. There's no escape anymore. I haven't really watched new TV shows in years. I've been going back to shows from the 90s and 2000s. Quite frankly, that's what I've been doing, and I've been loving it. So, and honestly, HBO Max got most of them. It's got most of them. So I don't watch sitcoms. I'm not a sitcom guy. I mean, there's a couple I like Scrubs. I thought was good. Always Sunny, good. Married with Children, but there's like a handful that I like.
So good.
Yeah, most of them are shit. Ronan like Seinfeld, of course. Ronan the Crusader for $50. Because I remember the X-Men episode where Nightcrawler was introduced. Yes, his faith was very important in that episode. And seeing Logan going to church, reading a passage from Scripture was so amazing and relatable to me. Never again will we see that. Fuck Disney. I agree.
Yeah.
Such a good episode. And Nightcrawler,
you won't see shit like that again.
Nightcrawler was like outside of Wolverine was my favorite too, and it was because of that, the duality of his Christianity, and he looks like a demon, and it's really fucking cool, and and plus he's a cool looking character. Like it's just flat out a cool looking character.
Really cool. Great powers too.
Great powers, and that like it leaves a sulfur smell when he leaves. Bamf, bamf,
bamf. Yeah,
bamf.
Yeah.
Caligula, which is one of my favorite names of all time, on Streamlabs side for $50 says, I originally came here during the Capaldi era. Wow. Because I thought I was losing my mind about seeing woke messaging when it comes to the RTD return. High hopes, low expectations. Thanks for being there for the nerds of all stripes, Gary. Always. Thank you for being here, Caligula.
And you got to be realistic about stuff too. So you've got the right attitude.
Hope for the best, expect the worst.
Yep.
The doctor decision, which I believe is coming within 2 months. It has to. Because she's regenerating, unless they're not going to tell you at the end of the regeneration, which would, that'd be a slap in the face to Jodie. So I might kind of like that, to be honest with you. They're like, we don't even want to put the new doctor next to her, which could be, they might be doing that because this is it's transferring from a BBC production to essentially a Bad Wolf production. So they might do that. And they've done it before. Huh. That'd be interesting. Sir Marhouse for $45. Thank you. Hell, YouTube won't let me grift. But please check out my new channel, Sir Marhouse, where I'm doing an abridging of each chapter of Lord of the Rings. Excellent for those who want the full story but don't like the writing style. Oh my God. That's what? I'll also be doing medieval literature in the future. I mean, if you want to hear somebody tell the story, that's great. Read the fucking books. That is one of the greatest styles of all time. I don't know. It's lasted for fucking decades, sold millions and hundreds of millions of copies. I'd say the style's pretty relatable. Actually, I'd say it's more relatable for Ryan, because Sam calls Frodo Master all the time. So.
Oh my God.
But, even the Bible's been around a long time. They have different versions of that, Gary.
They do.
I don't know. Maybe they're trying to spice it up,
Maybe.
But yeah, that was you could tell as soon as you started reading that was going to be a problem.
It was hurting my brain a little bit. Especially, I'm not going to spoil the plan now. I'm doing a couple of book clubs. One I've already talked about. It's way late, but that book club is coming, and there'll be another one, and I'm sure you can guess what the book is. Because one good thing that's come out of the Rings of Power is people are picking up Tolkien and reading it, which is good. That's good. So Culture Casino for $100. Culture, come on, man. Love you. Big love to my many of my favorite humans. Keep up the fight. We love you, man. Culture's such a good dude.
Yeah.
All right, that wraps it up for tonight. Thank you, Culture. I love Culture being the last one. Culture Casino, go check out his channel, by the way. He does pre-Friday Night Flight, which is kind of a pre-show for Friday Night Tights. So you can watch his show and then watch our show. It's cool. He gives you all the news. He hates Netflix probably as much as I do. So it's really fun to watch. He loves to fucking drag them. It's great. He's got a good beard, a decent beard, and a better head of hair than I do. So fuck him. All right. So let's go around the horn with who's left. And we'll start with Ryan Kinnell from RK Outpost.
Thanks for having me on, as always, Gary. Awesome talking to Clifton again, and it was awesome for Drew to change his flight around to get home in time and even hop on, spend a couple hours with us. But yeah, just crushing, getting ready for MegaCon. I think it's going to be real fun. A lot of the Geeks and Gamers members are going to be here for about a week during that time, and we have a lot of big things planned. So just trying to get all the kinks worked out for that. And we're going to be, of course, excited to see not only Gina, but all of you guys that come to Orlando for MegaCon. So it should be a good time.
This is going to be a great time, and I hope you guys do great. And yeah, just let me know when the date's out, and I'll be sure to plug it as much as possible. Comics Division.
Hey, everybody. Clifton, man. As always, man, great hanging out with you.
Hey,
put out a video this week. Talk about the new Ministry of Truth. If you get an opportunity, go check that out.
The video,
yeah, fucking thumbs down. Also, I'm gonna have Adam Krigler on Yelling Up Park Cars on Monday, and probably nobody's heard of this guest, but I want to plug him because he does fantastic pixel art. His name is Mike, and he has a series called XLR7, which is a pixel show that he does, cartoon that is kind of based in the future, and he talks a lot about kind of the craziness that we're seeing in current year. and it's a great show. And so we're going to be interviewing him, and I'm looking forward to that. As well as Gary, thanks for having me on. Friday Night Tights is one of my favorite shows of the week. Friday is obviously one of my favorite days of the week because it leads into the weekend, but I get to hang out with you guys, and it's always fun.
Thanks, comics. We appreciate it. Chrissy Mayer.
Me. Hello. Thanks for having me. This was fun. I got shows coming up next Saturday. I'm gonna be in Morris Plains at Tiff's Ale House, aka the Dojo of Comedy East. Then I'm heading to St. Louis May 25th. Then I'll be in Illinois and McHenry Friday the 27th. Then we're doing 2 Simpcast live shows Saturday the 28th in Chicago. Yeah, and before that, I think I'll be in Orlando. I think we're doing a Simpcast live panel on the 21st. So yeah, check out my podcast, Chrissy Mayer Podcast. Check out my t-shirts on flagranttriggers.com. And
Yeah, you got the t-shirt thing going.
Yes. Flagrant Triggers.
Yes.
Yeah.
I meant to plug that earlier. I'll do that next Friday. Sorry. I meant to do that.
Yeah,
earlier.
I met him because he's a fan of the show. I met him at the
Nice.
Raleigh show.
Oh.
Yeah, because fuck T-Public, because they didn't want to be rooting for Putin.
They didn't want to be rooting for Putin. Yeah. And was T-Public the one that banned
That took it down?
Drunk
That's
3PO?
Teespring. That's
Oh,
Teespring.
Teespring. Okay, yeah, I don't want to say the wrong thing. Sorry. So T-Public didn't do that. Teespring did. But yeah, freedom of speech. Always shop where freedom of speech. Rooting for Putin should not be against anything other than, I mean, it's fucking funny. That's all.
Do you have just like so many cups sitting in front of you?
Yeah, I do. I have this one. I have this one.
So many cups. I love it.
Have
water
urine
bottle?
in them.
Producer X-Ray Girl.
Hi, thank you for having me on. It was so exciting to actually get Clifton on. A lot of our scheduling on and off, and finally did it. But yeah, you can subscribe to me on Twitch, X-Ray Girl 2077. Poor Choices on YouTube, and X-Ray Girl on YouTube as well. Which hopefully next week, I'm thinking Monday, if I finish all my work, I'm still catching up. I'm gonna start watching Firefly.
Yes.
I'm gonna do like 3 episode segments. So.
You'll like it.
The second season is when it really gets going.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
You son of a
cancellation.
You son of a bitch. It looks like we got a super chat.
We got another one.
Yeah.
It just left at the bottom. It's just a donation.
It's a donation. I just saw one go through on the super chat side.
Yeah.
Okay.
Want me to say it?
Yeah, say that for me.
Akiyamato.
Akiyamato.
Oh.
Ah, yeah.
Sprinkle,
100 pounds from Akiyamato. Thank you very much. Thank you for the donation. I'm going to hell. It's okay. I was going to hell anyway. So thank you for the late donation. We appreciate it. Clifton Duncan, please.
Oh man, well I get the second to last word. What an honor! It's been such a fun time being here. Thank you, X-Ray Girl, with your persistence in chasing after me, getting me back on here. It's I could definitely use some laughter in my life at the moment, and it was nice to be with all you crazy, fun people. For those who enjoyed hearing me run my mouth and talk my shit, you can find me on Twitter at Clifton A. Duncan. You can also find me on YouTube at Clifton Duncan. Check out the Clifton Duncan podcast there. We got some great. I got 20 episodes in so far. Lots of great conversations, including one with Mr. Gary Beekler, aka Nerdrotic, which is my most viewed video, by the way.
Oh, wow.
Cool. And it's so funny. I think a lot of people got a lot of value out of that conversation. And there's more to come. I'm trying to wrangle some guests. One was mentioned in the chat. That's kind of a big deal. Hopefully have that out in a week or so, but also want to dedicate myself more to putting out more content and really committing to being a content creator now. And hopefully have some more fun announcements in the coming months or so about things that are going on. So yeah, thanks for having me here, and it's been a wonderful time. And That's it, y'all. Have a good night.
And Clifton, we forgot to mention our boy Kevin Samuels died.
That's right. I was going to talk to you about that. Kevin Samuels.
That's so depressing.
So it's been confirmed that he's dead?
Yeah, his mom confirmed it.
Heart attack.
Oh man,
Yeah.
he had a heart attack.
There are a lot of fat, ugly, miserable black women who are very happy that he died, which is pretty disgusting.
And he was
Someone
like
was
56. He was so young.
Yeah. That's there's someone was sending a meme around that was hilarious. Like this just ginormous black woman eating some like fried chicken on a bed, saying with the text like, "I'm happy Kevin Samuels is dead." And I was like, that sort of encapsulated, you know.
How rude.
Pretty much.
Oh, so young too. God, he's only 4 years older than me.
He was like just taking off. Like he was
big. Yeah.
That's the crazy thing. I mean, he came kind of out of nowhere, and then he blew up. And you know, it goes back to like, you know, sort of what we were talking about before about what is pop culture and what is not. Because I mean, there's a reason that I see all these channels that are resonating and growing so fast, and yet these other outlets like CNN are completely they're hemorrhaging viewers. Like there's something happening. There's a shift going on, and I feel like that's not an accident. And you know, the kinds of things that Kevin Samuels was talking about,
like,
you know,
real honest truths, like really tough love, you know,
and just like the importance of I mean, leans very conservative on marriage, and you know, very, very deeply Christian, and you know, his videos, he's very, very traditional leaning, and yet, you know, he got over 1 million subscribers, and you know, there's something that he really touched on in a short amount of time that really resonated with people. And I just, you know, it's so interesting watching that play out, and yet we're told, you know, by our media and cultural quote unquote elites, I always call them garbage people now, that the country is moving in one direction, at least socio-politically, but it seems like, you know, everyone else has either stayed in place or they're shifting in the opposite direction or being forced in that direction because they just don't like what they see, or they're not connected to this whole other reality that's being spun right now. It's such a bizarre time to be alive.
The country is growing up, like the mainstream media is like eating candy for dinner, and somebody like Kevin Samuels or Jordan Peterson, it's like, no, you need to have chicken, you need to have protein. Like, stop being so. Come on, like, get back down to fundamentals.
I said that Kevin Samuels is like someone spliced Jordan Peterson with Malcolm X.
That's brilliant.
Crazy ideas like, I don't know, maybe marry your baby daddy, and then people be like, what?
Yes. Take responsibility, build a family. It's a good thing. You know, like our friend Eric July really preaches the nuclear family, the black nuclear family, which would be fucking awesome, I think. Yeah. There used to be one.
He triggered a lot of women who put so many years into getting advanced degrees, and then they're told, like, men don't give a fuck about that, and it's crushing because you're like, oh, I was told this was the way.
Yeah, he spit a lot of truth to women and men that they didn't want to hear.
Yep.
But
and the thing was, you know, you would hear a lot of women who'd say, you know, I mean, even out in life, you know, at my job or whatever, I encounter people and they'll be talking about Kevin Samuels, and you know, it'll be black couples, you know, and the women inevitably, and it's so funny to see the dynamic because they're like, he's terrible, he was an awful human being, right? And I'll start articulating, you know, some of his viewpoints, and the guy will be like, well, I mean, he kind of got a point, because he doesn't want to come out and say yes because he still wants to get pussy that night, but like the guys are like, yeah, we see where Kevin's coming from and we agree with him. But so many of the women, then the women come around and they say, well, he don't have to say it that way, which is what they really mean is that they agree with what he's saying. Like, they just don't like the way that he's saying it.
They needed sugar,
and so they don't like his tone. And the funny thing about that is that, dude, you think he's harsh with women? You should hear how he talks to dudes who he feels are scrubs, that they don't have it together. I mean, he is brutal with them. So it's not just that he's, you know, coming down hard on these women. It's just I think people aren't used to seeing someone, especially a black man, stand up to especially black women in the way that he did. And you know, it's just a really interesting phenomenon. But like Ryan, you were saying, he's dropping all these sort of truth bombs that people, I think, you know, they really believe and they agree with, but they don't really talk about it publicly.
Connected
because
with somebody, yeah,
you know,
1.4 million subs.
Yeah. Man. So
well, I mean, he was trending with like 250,000 mentions or something, you know, this morning, I believe, when it was officially confirmed.
God.
So just go to your point. Like, what is a celebrity now? What is, you know what I mean? Because he's a YouTuber, you know,
He streamed a day ago. How is this even possible? Like,
yeah,
his
it's so
last
crazy.
video was a day ago.
Freaking heart disease. Heart disease, that thing that didn't happen during COVID that killed more people than killed fucking COVID, the fucking heart disease. My wife lost her dad to it, you know, during fucking COVID when nobody could go to a hospital or get seen for their fucking heart disease. Yeah. I'm bitter
and
about
of course, I think like 20% more Americans are now obese, like with all the lockdowns and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm sure that's not helping for heart disease and the real pandemic.
And we have good people out there, like some people on this panel, and I'll bring up Eric July again, who are telling people just get to the fucking gym. You know, you see Melanie Mack always taking pictures of herself at the gym. Get to the fucking gym.
She's the one who makes me want to go.
Yeah.
Like, all I want to
Good,
do
go.
All I want to do is eat meat and run around in a sports bra like her. Like, I want to be like her when I grow up.
In New York,
Crushing it.
in the city formerly known as New York, I mean, I couldn't believe it, but for months they closed, like the gyms were closed, and then there were playgrounds and like, you know, and sections of parks where you could work out that were also closed. And so you couldn't really do anything, but yet McDonald's was open.
Yeah,
the liquor store was
it
open.
makes you wonder.
Fucking
it was never about health.
Nope.
You know, I was
Like,
like, this is weird.
Clifton, in Vegas, when we were there, when they were all masking up, you had to keep your mask on, even in the casino, unless you wanted to drink alcohol or smoke a cigarette.
Yep.
Then you could take your fucking mask off. It's not about health. It never was about health. So it's crazy. And it's about, I've been telling people for years, gym's all about routine. It makes your body physically better. It makes your mind mentally better. It's a good thing. Everybody needs to be doing it, especially right now with the foods that we eat.
Better.
Absolutely. Even if you go there for a half an hour, just go man, you're tired.
Getting there is the hardest part. Just
Go
physically getting there.
every day, minimum a half an hour. A half an hour. Just go there, put your fucking headphones on, do something. And Ryan's right. So the routine part of it is what kept me sober. As much as AA meetings, the thing that kept me fucking sober was the gym. Having this routine, that normalcy. I prefer to do it in the morning, but it's like I get weird if I don't go. Like I have to go. I've been doing it for years and years. And it's that routine part. And plus, you could put all the exercise equipment. I would love to have a personally home gym, but I think it's actually better to go to the gym, be around other people. It makes you go away from your house and become get into that routine, which is super important.
I eventually, like, when we do the G&G studio, I'm gonna fucking advocate as hard as I can for there being an actual complete gym in there. Because I do actually agree with you, Gary, that I think the mindset for taking like 2 hours, hour and a half out of your day where you're going to be doing this, you're turned off to everything else is good. But also at the same time, if I don't know, some crazy happens in the sports world in the middle of my reps, I want to be able to run up there and make a video.
Totally. No, I got you. No, there's certain things my gym doesn't have that I'm going to have. I'm like a punching bag. Like I have to have my punching bag. So I will have that here. And plus I like to do a little extra at home. So it's fun. I like to put on metal and work out. It's fun. I was listening to fucking Danzig and Guns N' Roses all day today. It's awesome.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
That sounds good.
So yeah, we're going to wrap it up. Thanks again, Clifton. You're great, dude. I mean, again, Clifton Duncan. Andrew Hernandez, thank you. And all of y'all out there that make this show possible, thank you very much. Thanks to the Nerdrotics. Thanks to everyone who left a super chat and a donation. You help keep the lights on. And we will be back next week with...
Pretty sure. Yeah.
Well, should we?
I haven't heard back from him yet, but he promised. So
Cumia.
Anthony Cumia makes a big comeback.
Nice.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go. Quarter Black's working on my Moon Knight video. I've got about a third of it done, but Doctor Strange is not gonna be. I was really just gonna do a quick review. This happens. Fucking hated them killing Mr. Fantastic. No. Now I gotta go and point out all the MCU moments. So it's going to take a couple of days. After that, I'm going to regret saying this. Picard. It's gonna take me a minute that's gonna be week or two.
Are you doing both seasons or just season
doing both
one?
both seasons, but I do have a bunch recorded that I'm gonna re-record and some clips put together because I've been going over ready rooms for I had all the Will Wheaton ready rooms from season 1, which are fucking terrible. Like, you have to put them into the reviews because they're so bad. That dude is such a kiss ass. It's how he talks. He's like, really? That's amazing. It's like, you're not even human, dude. And he showed up in the episode.
I was going to ask
Wesley
you, did he actually show up in the episode?
Yeah. And he can't act, so I can understand why he's not in anything.
Did he actually show up as Wesley Crusher?
Yes, Wesley Crusher is a Gary 7 now. So if you know what Gary 7 was, it was supposed to be it was a pilot episode within the original Star Trek that was going to be some time traveling dude with a cat that can turn into a hot chick that helps avoid nuclear war, basically. And he's an observer, of timelines and stuff. Well, that's what Wesley is, and he recruits the dumb Soji daughter of it's the worst shit I've ever seen. It is the worst written television show ever put to streaming or whatever you want to say. Put to television.
I think it's funny that the Access Media is now bagging on it.
It's part of that. I think it's part of that pendulum swinging back. The winds of change are blowing. People want to stay relevant again. So Bill Maher's changing his tune. A lot of people changing their fucking tune. You're gonna see that, and I'm gonna enjoy calling it out over the next 2 years because I think we want to be careful because there's people who are genuinely doing it, and we want to welcome them. I'm talking about those are general. I'm talking about content creators who are full of fucking shit. That's what we need to call out, and we need to decipher if they are or not. But
can I say one last thing?
Sure, of course.
I just want to shout out this company. I saw some people asking about it in the chat where I got this shirt from. If those who can't see, it's got a nice little picture of Thomas Sowell on it, and it says the words "Show me the evidence." This was a gift from the good people at Unwoke Apparel, so I wanted to give them a quick shout out. And I saw people that were asking where they can get it, so that's where you can go. Unwokeapparel.com. Can you see it?
Nice.
Yeah. See that?
Show me the evidence.
Hell yeah!
Which is fun. We got to shout out. We got to shout out Mr. Sowell.
Hell yeah!
While we still got him.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Clothing to keep you unwoke. I like.
Yes, I love it too. So until next time, of course, a big shout out to Perry Chan, the Terry Gilliam of Friday Night Tights, for that intro and all the work he's done for Nerdrotic. He is a member of this team. Maybe we should do a Perry plushie. I think we should. We should probably do a Perry plushie. Yeah. So we're gonna do a Perry plushie. I just made an executive decision. We're doing a Perry plushie. So until next time, folks, may the wings of liberty never lose a feather. Don't forget to get some Geek Grind coffee because they're really cool. And not all who wander are lost. Enjoy some credits.
Do you wanna take a line? Do you wanna cross that line? Because it's a long way back from hell.
Do you ever wake up in the morning and think you just want to burn it all to the ground? And what I mean...
Oh, shut your bloody trap, woman!
Televisa presenta.
Disparo a la cabeza. Editado por Pierricha.
Well, I disagree with Gary. I like the binge model, and it comes down to good shows. Everybody's looking forward to the next season of Cobra Kai.
No, it doesn't.
It's all about. It's all about.
It doesn't make them any money.
It doesn't mean, Jeremy, that if Cobra Kai wasn't released weekly, that it would still have that same hunger for it to come back.
Right.
You know what I mean? What Gary's saying is that they can get a lot more bang for their buck.
Stop making woke bullshit, and you can still release good stuff all through the year, and you don't need to prolong it because you're going to have good stuff. Like Squid Game became the biggest thing we've ever seen on the streaming platform, and it was the binge model.
I agree.
So you're saying Game of Thrones would have been just as big if it was a binge model?
It doesn't matter. You can bring whatever excuse you want, but the point is
What in the heck did I just walk into?
How do we get TV ratings? Nobody has ever known how we get TV ratings, Nielsen ratings. What the fuck does that mean? But Gary don't want to ask questions on that because it fits his argument.
What argument are we having?
We need the empirical data. We need the numbers.
Give me shit that I like.
Odin, you dumb shit.
Entre tanto.
Sabes, amor, yo nunca te he olvidado. Te recuerdo en cada estrella siempre que aparece. Sabes, amor.
Pollo.
Siempre te
Why the fuck do we care about helping companies that clearly fucking hate us?
Listen, you dumb cocksucker. This is not about giving Jeff Bezos more money.
Who fucking cares?
Shut the fuck up.
But do you have the numbers to support that? That's what I want to know.
Again.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Shut the fuck up.
I think I
It's not his questions. I don't fucking work there, dipshit. Odin.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Continuará.
Here they come and the crowd cannot wait.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.